In the Dragon Ball world of a future era in the southwestern part of Shidu lies Beligi City. At this moment, the entire city has been ravaged by androids, reduced to countless broken ruins and rubble strewn in every corner. The air was permeated with the acrid stench of gunpowder and charred corpses. Meanwhile, Trunks, the sole warrior of the future era, was being cruelly trampled underfoot by Android 18. His clothes were tattered and his aura had withered away. Clearly, he had lost his ability to fight, teetering on the brink of death. A guttural hiss accompanied a piercing pain that shot through every inch of his skin, making Luo Xiu gasp in agony. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A familiar figure emerged in his vision. Android 17. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Seeing that incredibly familiar face, Luo Xiu felt as though he were in a dream. Yet dreams are never this vivid, and the pain coursing through his body was all too real. Clearly, this was no illusion. Had he truly crossed over? That was his second thought. As an avid fan of novels, he was well acquainted with the idea of crossing over, judging by his final memories and the scenes unfolding before him. It perfectly mirrored the plots of crossover novels. Immediately, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, playing out rapidly like frames in a movie. Dragon Ball World Future Era. Trunks. Have I crossed over into the body of future Trunks? After absorbing the memories, the fact of his crossover was undeniable. According to his recollections, Luo Xiu had become the Trunks of the future era. Moreover, he was that very Trunks who had been trampled and ravaged by androids. And just as Luo Xiu was pondering how to survive the androids, an electronic synthesized sound resonated in his mind. System. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Xiu was instantly overjoyed. Sure enough, as a transmigrant, having a system was standard. Claim it, immediately claim it. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu recited the command in his mind. In this dire situation, he could be slain by the androids at any moment. He had no desire to be killed immediately after crossing into the Dragon Ball world. Once again, the system's electronic, synthesized voice resonated. Upon hearing the ethereal electronic chime, Luo Xiu was ecstatic. His body began to tremble. The rewards of immortal beings and the gravity chamber were in truth merely standard prizes. However, it was the subsequent Super Saiyan 4 transformation that was the true masterpiece, the ultimate reward. For once, he could assume that form dispatching the two androids before him would be mere child's play. Yet, just as Luo Xiu was overcome with excitement, he suddenly sensed something peculiar behind him. A furry tail that forcefully pierced through his trousers and emerged from behind. Android 17, what is going on here? How has that mischievous Trunks suddenly sprouted a tail? Observing this unexpected spectacle, Android 18 inquired in surprise. Had this fellow been mutated by the beating? Oh, this is rather interesting. Could it be that he has awakened some mysterious power? According to the memories implanted by Dr. Gero, it seems that the recently appeared Son Wukong and Vegeta possess such tails. Android 17 smirked subtly at the corner of his mouth before speaking calmly. Yet his tone carried a hint of disdain. Even if Trunks underwent such a transformation, it would make no difference to them. For soon enough, that pesky brat who had repeatedly obstructed them would be reduced to nothing more than a corpse. Let's completely eliminate him, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. Android 18 glanced at the trampled Trunks. Then an energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm. Trunks had already been beaten nearly to death. This man surely deserved to have his life taken. And upon sensing the scorching energy emanating from behind, Luo Xiu immediately issued a command in his mind system: use the immortal beam. For Trunks' body had suffered grievous injuries. Or rather, the severe injuries had effectively claimed the life of the true Trunks. In these circumstances, he possessed barely enough strength to transform into Super Saiyan 4. As soon as the system's electronic voice declared success, the searing pain that had racked his body vanished without a trace. Moreover, the earlier sensation of exhaustion completely dissipated. His wounds healed in an instant, and his entire being was suddenly imbued with strength. Luo Xiu suddenly clenched his fists and roared. A golden aura erupted from his body, and in the next moment, he transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan. He sent androids 18 and 17 flying, and Luo Xiu rose to his feet. Wah! What kind of joke is this? Weren't you unable to stand just a moment ago? How did you suddenly muster such overwhelming power? Android 18, his face filled with astonishment, asked as he stared at the figure before him. Clearly, Trunks had lost all capacity for combat not long ago. He lacked even the strength to stand. He was on the very precipice of death. Yet now not only had he fully recovered, but the power he unleashed was even greater than before. Perhaps it is due to that substance known as the immortal being. But it matters not, At most it will allow us to indulge in our games a few minutes longer, Android 17 remarked with a calm, cold laugh. They regarded Trunks with utter disdain. No matter how many times he might rise, he would ultimately be repeatedly knocked down by them, until they finally murdered that wretched Trunks. Is this the power that a Super Saiyan possesses? It is truly breathtaking. Luo Xiu gazed at his own hands and the golden aura swirling around his body with overwhelming excitement. Being a Dragon Ball enthusiast who has not at one time dreamed of becoming a Saiyan, now Luo Xiu's dream has come true. Since I have crossed into the Dragon Ball world and become Telenkizi, from now on I am Telenkizi. Soon Luo Xiu firmly embraced the idea. Having arrived in the long-coveted Dragon Ball world and becoming the warrior he most admired, he resolved to take on the name Telenkizi. From now on he would ensure that Telenkizi becomes the mightiest Saiyan. You bet you still dare to stand up. That will only make your death even more painful. Android 18 crossed her arms over her chest and then spoke with a look of contempt. Android 17, this time you need not assist. I will completely eliminate this brat so that he can never hinder us again. That brat Telenkizi repeatedly thwarted them, just as the irritating little one's son Wufan once did. In that case, this time, he must be sent to hell to reunite with his fellows. Oh, suit yourself. But finish quickly, for we must move to the next location. Android 17's lips curled into an evil smile as he spoke in a detached tone. This city has almost been utterly destroyed. There was nothing more amusing, nor any more exquisite cries of despair, thus they had to move on to the next city. Only then could they hear those exquisite sounds. Understood. That brat, if he gets serious, I can finish him off in 2 seconds. Android 18 coldly remarked. Clearly, she did not regard Telenkizi at all. In her eyes, such a brat could be disposed of in an instant. The moment those cold words were uttered, she lunged directly toward Telenkizi at an incredible speed. Yet at that moment, Telenkizi had already integrated all his previous memories and battle techniques. With a mere tap of his feet on the ground, his body instantaneously appeared midair, effortlessly evading Android 18's attack. Then with a cold tone, he declared, in another dimension you too might have been decent, but in this realm you are nothing short of demons. Therefore I will utterly eradicate you. In another Dragon Ball dimension, the past realm visited by Telenkizi in the original lore, androids 17 and 18 were not originally malevolent. Yet the present androids 17 and 18 were utterly corrupt, nothing more than emotionless killing machines. Although he did not consider himself a saint, such demons were unworthy of sparing. If too many cities were destroyed soon, there would be not even a place to dine. Hee. Did you hear that, Android 17? It seems this brat was struck dumb just now to utter such insolent and foolish words. Instead of anger, Android 18 laughed coldly, convinced that Telenkizi had indeed been struck dumb, for only then would he spout such foolish words. With such meager strength, he wasn't even a match for the once slain son Wufan, let alone possessing the power to kill them. Oh, it does seem so. Then hurry and finish him off. Android 17 also let out a mocking laugh as he spoke. Meanwhile, midair, Telenkizi clenched his fists. Such an abhorrent laughter, now prepared to experience hellish despair. Telenkizi spoke calmly. Then clenching his fists, his expression turned instantly serious. Immediately thereafter, his golden aura surged dramatically. The entire ground trembled wildly with a roaring rumble. As the earth shook, debris seemed to be commandeered by a mysterious force floating midair. Telenkizi's presence grew increasingly formidable, and his golden aura surged even more violently. Came a deep, menacing roar. The golden aura surrounding him shattered like glass in an instant. Immediately thereafter, a figure appeared that was utterly unfamiliar to androids 17 and 18. His body became covered in red hair with a red tail trailing behind. His hair turned a pale purple, yet assumed a more rugged appearance. His pupils turned pale blue, and the red rims of his eyes exuded a hint of wicked charm. This transformation unmistakably evoked the Super Saiyan 4. Wow, what is happening, Android 17? Is that guy truly Telenkizi? Android 18's face instantly betrayed an expression of utter shock. Gazing at the dramatically changed Telenkizi, their hearts were roiled by turbulent astonishment. They had never witnessed him in such a state before. Even Sun Wufan had never undergone such a transformation. It appears he has enacted some other form of metamorphosis akin to the former Super Saiyan state. Don't act tough, Android 18. This guy gives me a dangerous vibe. Let's take him down together. The strategic, evil smile on Android 17's face instantly froze. Soon his expression turned grave. Although the androids could not sense auras, that genuine feeling of danger was unmistakably perceptible. At that moment, the transformed Telenkizi exuded a palpable sense of danger. Even the typically arrogant Android 18 nodded in acknowledgement. For she too could sense an unprecedented aura of danger, a discomforting sensation of being encircled by peril. But once that brat Telenkizi is completely dealt with, that sensation will vanish. Prepare yourselves. I will annihilate both of you in an instant. Telenkizi spoke with utmost gravity, his gaze mirrored exactly that of his original self in Dragon Ball lore when he had slain androids 17 and 18. Don't let your arrogance get the better of you, you overconfident brat. Do not assume that a mere change grants you the right to be our adversary. This time I will completely erase you from this world. Upon hearing Telengkizi's words, Android 17 became instantly enraged. Since his creation, he had never heard such idiotic words from that repeatedly half-destroyed brat. To dare utter such ignorant words. Then today he would send that brat to hell once and for all. After the angry voice of number 17 echoed through the air, both figures moved in unison, a testament to their unspoken camaraderie. They charged toward Trunks, one on the left and one on the right, each confident in their ability to kill him. Yet the earlier sense of danger kept them on edge. They had to witness Trunks' demise with their own eyes. Unaware of their impending doom, Trunks coolly remarked as he observed the approaching number 17 and number 18. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a powerful punch directly to number 18. Boom. In an instant, number 18's body was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Before number 17 could react, Trunks executed a dazzling spinning kick. Boom. Number 17's body exploded as well, leaving only 2 plumes of black smoke swirling in the air. A gentle breeze carried the remnants away, and the artificial beings were no more. Phew. Trunks sighed. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 4? It is indeed far superior to the androids. He mused. However, it seems Trunks' base combat power is too low. Even with the transformation, he is not particularly strong. After effortlessly dispatching number 17 and number 18, Trunks reflected on the nature of Saiyan transformations. Each change was a boost predicated on their foundational power. If that base was weak, even ascending to Super Saiyan 5 or beyond would yield little strength. Trunks' base combat power was clearly insufficient. Thus, even as a Super Saiyan 4, he could not hope to compare with Goku or Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT. Fortunately, he had been reborn into the future of the Dragon Ball world, where despite his inadequate foundational strength, no one at this stage could match him. Elevating his base combat power was his most pressing task, for only then would he become even stronger as a Super Saiyan. Time to head home. He glanced at the ravaged city of West City, now devoid of life, knowing that the inhabitants had been completely wiped out by number 17 and number 18. Whoosh. In a flash, Trunks vanished from the air, reappearing at Capsule Corporation in West City. However, the building was no longer the bustling hub it once was. Although this area had yet to be destroyed by the androids, the devastation of neighboring cities had severely impacted it. Standing at the entrance, Trunks hesitated momentarily. He had fully accepted his identity as Trunks, yet the prospect of addressing Bulma felt surreal. As a fan of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, he had always admired Bulma for her beauty and wealth, only to see her ultimately marry Vegeta. Now she was his mother, an absurd twist of fate. After a brief internal struggle, he stepped inside. This was a reality he had to embrace. Once home, Bulma's face was a mask of anxiety. She had vehemently opposed Trunks confronting the androids alone, fully aware that he was no match for them. Since his departure, her concern had grown. Creak. The door swung open and Trunks entered, seemingly unscathed except for some tears in his battle attire. "Trunks, are you all right?" Bulma exclaimed, her worry transforming into excitement. "You returned unscathed. That's wonderful." Seeing Trunks safe and sound filled her with overwhelming relief and joy. "Yes, I'm fine," Trunks replied, awkwardly nodding. He observed Bulma, her features still exquisite, but marked by the passage of time, with numerous wrinkles and strands of white in her once vibrant blue-green hair. This version of Bulma had aged considerably. "How did you escape?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Did you not encounter the androids?" Bulma knew that Gohan had possessed far greater strength than Trunks did now. If Gohan had fallen to the androids, what chance did Trunks have? Escape. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. She understood him well. Earlier he lacked the power to defeat the androids, only to be beaten or killed. "No, I fought the androids and completely eliminated them," he stated earnestly. Despite some unexpected occurrences, the androids had indeed been vanquished. However, it came at a cost. The original Trunks had perished. "Really? Is that true?" Bulma gasped, clearly incredulous. "You must be joking, Trunks. How could you possibly have the strength to kill those 2 androids?" Her surprise was palpable, but it was hard for her to believe that Trunks had actually defeated the androids. If he possessed such power, he wouldn't have returned injured time after time over the past 3 years. "I'm not joking, I truly eliminated the androids," he insisted. "Previously, I lacked the strength to defeat them. But in the face of danger, I awakened my pure Saiyan bloodline, transcended my limits, and achieved a higher form of Super Saiyan transformation." Look, this tale grew during that moment. Trunks said, shaking his head and revealing the furry appendage sprouting from his back. Some of his words were fabrications to ease Bulma's mind. He couldn't very well tell her that her son had already been killed and that he had taken over his body. "Does this mean we will no longer have to live in fear?" That's wonderful. Truly my Trunks has defeated the androids. Bulma's expression shifted from doubt to unrestrained joy in an instant. She embraced Trunks tightly, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes. This moment had been 17 years in the making. No, it should be said that all the survivors of Earth had waited for 17 long years. The days of living in fear were finally coming to an end. As for Trunks suddenly sprouting a tail, Bulma felt no surprise. After all, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had all had tails in the past. The appearance of a tail on Trunks indicated that he had indeed awakened the pure Saiyan bloodline within him. What concerned her most was that the androids had been completely eradicated and that her son Trunks had emerged unscathed. Trunks felt a strange discomfort from Bulma's tight embrace. After all, he was no longer the same Trunks as before. He now housed another soul within him. It was somewhat awkward as this soul had once harbored affection for Bulma. After a full 3 minutes, Bulma finally released him, her face still radiating sheer excitement. Just days prior, humanity on Earth had nearly lost all hope, for no one could stand against the androids. The military had been utterly helpless, easily destroyed with a mere wave of the androids' hands. And now they had been vanquished, and it was her own son who had achieved this feat, filling her with both joy and immense pride. If your father Vegeta knew how remarkable you are, he would surely be overjoyed. Bulma spoke again, her eyes glistening with tears. She wondered if the deceased Vegeta could witness this moment. Vegeta, huh? Trunks replied. That guy probably wouldn't be happy to know his son is stronger than him. He said nothing more, but from what he knew of Vegeta, the man's jealousy knew no bounds. Even his own son would be subject to envy if he surpassed him in strength. At least that had been the case with the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Trunks, you should sit and rest for a moment. They'll prepare something for you to eat. After defeating the androids, I'm sure you're starving. With that, Bulma cheerfully headed to the kitchen to cook. Truth be told, it had become increasingly difficult to buy food in the wake of the androids' destruction over the years. However, with the androids now eradicated, life would surely improve. As long as they worked together, they could restore Earth to its former glory. Suddenly, a synthesized voice echoed in Trunks' mind. Ding. System sign-in task has been issued. Please report to the main timeline within 24 hours to sign in. Sign-in reward, Ultra Instinct. Is there a new task already? Trunks mused to himself. And I have to sign in at the main timeline. But the reward is Ultra Instinct. This is the first time I've received such a powerful reward. The main timeline referred to the timeline Trunks had visited in the original Dragon Ball series. However, he needed to sign in within 24 hours, which made for a rather tight schedule. He wondered if Bulma had made any progress with the time machine's energy source. To reach the main timeline, he would absolutely need the time machine. Bulma had begun researching the time machine long ago, fearing Trunks would be unable to handle the androids. She hoped he could seek Goku's help in the past. In truth, the time machine had already been successfully developed. However, gathering the necessary materials for its energy source had proven quite troublesome and complex. Yet with the chance to obtain Ultra Instinct, no matter how difficult it was, he had to sign in. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Half an hour later, Bulma emerged from the kitchen with an array of food. Trunks devoured it ravenously. Now possessing a Saiyan's physique, his appetite was considerable, especially after exhausting so much energy battling the androids. Slow down. There's still more in the pot. Bulma gently reminded him, watching as he wolfed down the food. Mom, has the energy source for the time machine been completed? He asked between bites. I'm planning to visit the past timeline. Truthfully, he felt a bit awkward calling her mom, but there was no denying the blood relation now that he had become Trunks. Going to the past timeline? Bulma questioned, somewhat confused. But the reason we were researching the time machine was to send you back to seek Goku's help against the androids. Now that they've been dealt with, is there still a need to go? Yes, I still need to go, Trunks affirmed. If I thought the disasters we faced might recur in other timelines, creating a vicious cycle of suffering for humanity. He nodded seriously, though the truth was that this was simply a pretext to placate Bulma. His true purpose for going was still to sign in. Trunks' words brought immense comfort and joy to Bulma, who stood nearby. With a look of satisfaction, she said, Trunks, your words just now have made me very happy. Your kindness is the greatest pride of your mother. All right, since you want to go to the past, then go. You can also meet your father. Bulma understood that Trunks had always wanted to see his father Vegeta in person. However, Vegeta had been killed by the androids when Trunks was only a year old. Thus, Trunks no longer had the chance to meet the Vegeta of this timeline. Now that the time machine had been developed, Trunks could encounter Vegeta in another timeline. But Vegeta's pride was legendary. After considering this, Bulma continued to remind him, but don't hold too much hope for Vegeta because he is a bit different from other fathers. Yeah, I know. I won't have too many illusions. Trunks nodded. He was well aware of Vegeta's character. especially the Vegeta from the early days of Dragon Ball Z, who was incredibly arrogant. He had little strength, but was extremely full of himself. Moreover, Trunks' purpose for this journey was definitely not just to meet Vegeta. He aimed to sign in to obtain the Ultra Instinct technique. Once he acquired Ultra Instinct, he could strengthen his basic combat power. Then he would have no rivals in the future timeline of Universe 7. Except for the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. That's best. However, the energy source for the time machine I have currently developed can only reach the year the androids appeared. This means that you won't be able to support your journey to an earlier timeline. I wonder if there is a way to save Goku. Bulma spoke again. If given more time, she was sure she could create additional energy sources for the time machine. But time was limited now as she hoped to save Goku. Don't worry, that's best. I can also help them deal with the android crisis. Trunks smiled and replied. After all, the signing period was only 24 hours. Once that time passed, even returning to the main timeline would be futile. He could not sign in after that, so he had to depart within 24 hours. Alright, my Trunks has really grown up and his sense of responsibility has strengthened. Mother is really happy. When are you planning to leave? Bulma, filled with joy, placed her hands on Trunks' shoulders and asked. It's best if I can leave right now. Trunks answered. He was uncertain if any accidents would occur in the time tunnel to the main timeline. So naturally, the sooner the better. Okay, then follow me. With that, Bulma turned and headed toward the laboratory. Trunks followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the laboratory, they saw the time machine, a symbol of hope. Bulma added fuel to the time machine and continued to instruct. Trunks, this energy source for the time machine is only enough for you to reach the past. It can't sustain a return here. They'll give you the formula for the time machine energy now. You can pass it to my past self. Oh, it should be easier to find those resources back then, and my past self should be able to produce the energy for the time machine. Because this timeline had been severely devastated by the androids, many resources and materials were no longer available. Thus, creating energy for the time machine became quite troublesome. However, the past timeline was different. The androids had not yet appeared, and the Earth had not been extensively destroyed. Finding those materials would naturally be much easier. Okay, understood. Trunks nodded. Then Bulma handed the formula to Trunks, and the time machine was packed into a capsule. After bidding Bulma farewell, Trunks exited the yard. Immediately, he sensed a familiar aura around him. Is that Cell, eh? Who would have thought this guy would be so reckless as to target me? In that case, I'll send you back to hell where you belong. Though the aura was faint, Trunks could perceive it clearly. His current strength had far surpassed that of Cell. Killing him would be a trivial task. What surprised him was that Cell dared to show himself after witnessing Trunks easily eliminate androids 17 and 18. One had to admit that Cell had some guts. Or perhaps he was obsessively confident in his perfect form. With a slight smile, Trunks leaped into the air, instantly leaving West City. Fighting here would inevitably cause some damage which he did not wish to see. After all, West City was one of the few remaining intact cities. When he reappeared, Trunks found himself atop a mountain peak. The aura he sensed earlier followed him there. Come out, Cell. Stop hiding. I've sensed you for a while. Trunks smiled faintly and teased. Cell thought he was hiding very well, unaware that Trunks' current strength was beyond his imagination. Even if Cell deliberately suppressed his aura, it was impossible for him to escape Trunks' perception. At that moment, Cell, hiding behind a rock, revealed a look of shock. What? How did this kid discover me? Is my hiding not good enough? Cell was bewildered. He believed he had hidden his aura to the limit. Even if Trunks possessed greater strength, he should not have been able to perceive his presence. However, since he had been discovered, Cell had no choice but to step out. You little brat, I didn't expect you to kill androids 17 and 18. That truly surprises me. However, you've robbed me of my chance to become perfect, so you must die today. Looking at Trunks, Cell's expression turned cold. Since Cell's body contained Frieza's cells, his hearing was far superior to ordinary beings. He had overheard Trunks' conversation with Bulma. Trunks intended to use the time machine to travel to the future timeline. In this timeline, androids 17 and 18 had already been killed. Thus, to achieve his perfect form, Cell needed to absorb androids 17 and 18 from another timeline. The only shortcut to the future timeline was the time machine in Trunks' possession. If he killed Trunks and used the time machine to reach the past, he would have the opportunity to become perfect. At that point, he could dominate the world. Do not speak so arrogantly here, Cell. Do you truly believe that your mediocre skills qualify you to kill me? You can't even handle androids 17 and 18, yet you dare to provoke me. I must say you are truly foolish. Trunks cast a mocking gaze at Cell and spoke each word deliberately. Androids 17 and 18 had rampaged for years, and Cell's hesitance to confront them clearly indicated his fear of their strength. It was baffling that he who couldn't defeat the 17 and 18 of this timeline had the audacity to claim he would kill Trunks. After all, he possessed the cells of Goku and Vegeta. It was hard to comprehend just how foolish this creature could be. Humph. Cell's expression shifted upon seeing Trunks' disdainful look. He was well aware that Trunks' power had grown immeasurably. The ability to instantly obliterate 17 and 18 suggested that Trunks' strength far surpassed his own. Yet Cell knew that for him to seize the time machine and return to the past, he had to eliminate Trunks. If he failed to achieve his perfect form, he would forever remain a pitiful little worm hiding in the shadows. The notion of dominating the world would be nothing but a distant dream. Thus he had to gamble everything. He must eradicate Trunks once and for all, even if it seemed a daunting task. My time is limited, oh let's make this quick. But rest assured I am swift, and I will annihilate you in an instant just like 17 and 18. You won't feel a thing. Trunks spoke lazily, his tone devoid of urgency. Cell was simply too weak now. Even in his perfect form, Cell would appear as insignificant as an ant before Super Saiyan 4. Let alone in his first stage. There should be a limit to your arrogance, you little brat. Do not think that just because you defeated 17 and 18 you can speak so boldly. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. This world rightfully belongs to me. Cell erupted like a furious Frieza, his rage palpable. He had once dismissed a brat like Trunks entirely, yet now he dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was utterly intolerable. After absorbing Frieza and Vegeta's cells, he inherited their prideful natures. To be humiliated and scorned by someone as insignificant as Trunks was insufferable. Huh. As his words fell, Cell bellowed. A golden aura erupted around him. Clearly this was Cell's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Having absorbed Goku and Vegeta's cells, Cell could also assume a Super Saiyan form, though he lacked the golden hair. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Cell lunged at Trunks. Trunks, however, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 instantaneously. He had no intention of wasting time on such a weak opponent. Die! As Cell charged, Trunks casually waved his hand. An energy sphere erupted from his palm. Boom! Cell barely had time to react without even a chance to scream. His body was shattered into fragments, dissipating like smoke in the wind. In less than a second, Cell was utterly vanquished. This cell of this timeline had been dealt with, but it remained uncertain what would happen with cells from other timelines. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Z series, multiple timelines featured Cell. Killing this version of Cell did not guarantee that other cells would not emerge in the main timeline. As long as other Trunks from different timelines sought to travel to the main timeline, cells would appear. But it mattered little. Even a perfect Cell would be no match for him. Having effortlessly dispatched Cell, Trunks activated the universal capsule. Then he boarded the time machine and departed from the future timeline. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, in a canyon located behind a small town northwest of West City, Goku was embroiled in a fierce battle with Android 19. However, due to his heart condition, Goku was steadily losing ground. In just a few minutes, 19 had absorbed all of Goku's energy and defeated him. Fortunately, he was ultimately rescued by Vegeta and taken back by Yamcha. The ensuing battle naturally fell to Vegeta against Android 19. Vegeta? This guy has been missing for 3 years. His sudden return could be either a blessing or a curse. Krillin and Piccolo furrowed their brows, glancing at the sinisterly glinting Vegeta. Although their relationship had improved slightly before and Vegeta had not launched an attack on Earth, it was crucial to remember that he was a highly aggressive Saiyan. His original purpose for coming to Earth had been to seek the Dragon Balls to destroy it. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, didn't Uncle Vegeta save Dad just now? I think Uncle Vegeta has turned over a new leaf. And if we want to deal with these two androids, we must rely on Uncle Vegeta. Gohan, with his kind heart, believed that Vegeta had indeed changed for the better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rescued his father. I hope so. But let's not get our hopes too high, Gohan. Piccolo's expression remained grave. If Vegeta truly had changed, that would be wonderful. But if he was still the same as before, the upcoming issues would be troublesome. Oh, so it's the Prince Vegeta. How presumptuous. Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, disdainfully cast a glance at Vegeta. Their database contained information on all warriors on Earth. With Vegeta's current strength, he was no match for 19. Goku had already been defeated, though he was not dead. It was only a matter of time. Once these minor foes were dealt with, it would be Goku's turn. Saving the best for last was always a delightful prospect. Ah, so you know my name. That's even better. It saves me the trouble of explaining myself. What I must tell you now is that I won't be as weak as Kakarot. Now allow me to dismantle you two heaps of scrap metal thoroughly. Vegeta, with his characteristic arrogance, pointed to his nose with confidence. Although he had no idea who these individuals were, he was certain they were machines created through technology. Thus, he would personally dispose of these heaps of scrap, and show everyone that his power had long surpassed Kakarot. Vegeta, those two androids are incredibly powerful. Even Super Saiyan Goku stands no chance against them. If we join forces, we might have a chance, Krillin immediately replied. Though he was timid and fearful of combat, he understood that if they did not fight now, they would face only a dead end. These two unknown enemies were overwhelmingly strong, far beyond expectation. Even Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, could not compete with them, leaving them with little hope. However, if they all combined their strength, perhaps victory was still within reach. Alone, they could only meet their demise. Stop taking yourself so seriously, you little bald head. To deal with these heaps of scrap metal, I, Vegeta, am more than enough. For weaklings like you, I suggest you go home, drink some milk, and watch TV instead of being a burden here. A signature smirk tugged at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he coldly addressed Krillin. His words tightened the brows of Krillin and Tien, who felt a sting of humiliation despite the truth in Vegeta's statement. They indeed couldn't contribute much. The information we gathered was spot on. Vegeta is truly arrogant. But soon you will pay for your hubris. Android 19, take care of Vegeta. Dr. Gero chuckled coldly, completely dismissing Vegeta. According to his database, Vegeta's power level was weak. Android 19 could easily defeat him. Haha, I will handle him well, Android 20. I can sense there's a strong energy within Vegeta. Android 19 grinned like a zombie, licking his lips with a glint of greed in his eyes. That sound sent chills down Krillin's spine. Vegeta remained silent, arrogantly folding his arms across his chest, the proud curve still playing at his lips. In an instant, Android 19 dashed forward. If he could absorb Vegeta's energy, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe. But just as Android 19 moved, Vegeta began his moment of grandeur. Clenching his fists, golden energy erupted from his body. The earth shook and debris flew. Amidst the dazzling golden aura and the astonished expressions of everyone present, Vegeta transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. With a devastating display of power, he crushed Android 19 with ease. As everyone marveled at Vegeta's strength, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. A bright white light appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the light vanished, revealing a strange, three-legged machine. What? Is that the machine the boy from 3 years ago used? How did it suddenly appear? As he returned, Piccolo and Krillin were both astonished. They had felt no presence around them just moments before. Nanny! Surprise flickered across the faces of Vegeta and Dr. Gero alike. Even Vegeta had not sensed the arrival of this machine. As everyone's astonishment turned towards the time machine, its hatch opened. A figure leapt out, landing on the ground. The figure was none other than Trunks, who had just traveled from the future in the time machine. It seems the androids have appeared. But without Trunks' warning, how did they know the androids would show up here? Trunks was puzzled, as this was his first visit to this timeline. He had not informed the Z-Fighters about the androids. At that moment, the astonished expressions of everyone shifted to joy upon seeing Trunks. It's that boy from 3 years ago, he's back. He seems a bit different this time. Look, he has a tail. But I remember the boy 3 years ago didn't have a tail. Krillin, Tien, and Gohan were filled with awe and curiosity. They knew this boy was not a villain, as 3 years prior he had effortlessly defeated Frieza and his father, saving them all. Yet the Trunks from 3 years ago, though a Saiyan, had no tail. So why did this one suddenly have one? Perhaps they are not the same person, Piccolo said, furrowing his brow. Though this boy looked just like Trunks from 3 years ago, one had a tail and the other did not. More importantly, their gazes were entirely different. The Trunks from 3 years ago had a kind demeanor and was somewhat shy in the presence of others. In contrast, the Trunks before them bore no trace of such warmth. This led him to conclude that the Trunks before him was not the same as the one from 3 years ago. Do these guys know me? What's going on? Trunks was equally shocked as he noticed the looks of recognition from Piccolo and Krillin. Neither he nor the Trunks who had been killed had ever visited this timeline. Yet it was clear from their expressions that they recognized him. Could it be that another Trunks from a different future timeline has been here? Trunks pondered silently. According to the timeline from which he had traveled, the Trunks who existed before his rebirth had already perished. Thus the one before them must be another Trunks from a parallel future timeline, explaining why Piccolo and the others recognized him. How is this possible? They have the same clothing appearance, and even the long sword on their back is identical. Only the tail is an addition. Krillin gazed at Piccolo, bewildered. No, he is not the same. Piccolo firmly shook his head. The Trunks standing before them and the one from 3 years ago were undoubtedly two different individuals. Hey, how's it going? Trunks smiled, having realized the situation, greeting Piccolo and the others. He had initially expected to be excited to see the protagonists of Dragon Ball, but now it felt somewhat underwhelming. You? Hello. The others quickly responded. At that moment, Vegeta's face darkened completely. Damn it, that little brat again. How infuriating after 3 years he has grown a tail. Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on Trunks. His eyes burned with anger, jealousy, and dissatisfaction. It was clear that he was the last full-blooded Saiyan left alongside Kakarot, with Gohan and Trunks being mere half-breeds. He never expected that after 3 years this brat would sprout a tail. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before, Dr. Gero said, astonished. He had gathered no information on this Saiyan before him. You? Are you the boy who told us about the appearance of artificial humans 3 years ago? Klin couldn't help but feel curious as he stepped forward to look at Trunks. He sensed that this boy before him was not a bad person and would not harm them. Thus he naturally felt a bit bolder. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Piccolo beside him also awaited Trunks' response with anticipation. No, this is my first time meeting you. The person you met 3 years ago was not me. Trunks replied truthfully. Seriously, it really isn't him. Upon hearing Trunks' answer, Klin was taken aback. Although Piccolo had mentioned this earlier, hearing the boy himself acknowledge, it was still astonishing. After all, he looked so much like him. No, it would be more accurate to say he was exactly the same person. Oh, it's really not him. Little Wukong also wore a puzzled expression. How could this be possible? He looked just like the other person, even the voice was identical. You don't need to be so surprised. It seems this guy comes from another timeline. Essentially, he is the same person as the boy from 3 years ago. Piccolo spoke up, observing the astonished and confused expressions of everyone. He had heard the conversation between Old Son and Trunks 3 years ago. Trunks came from a future timeline. Since the Trunks from the future could arrive in this world, it implied that there were many timelines. Thus, the Trunks before them was not the same one from 3 years ago, so there was no need to be so astonished. Are you kidding me? That little brat isn't the same one from 3 years ago. Absolutely impossible. There are only a few surviving Saiyans. How could there be more? Vegeta felt utterly bewildered. He had always believed that only he and Kakarot were the pure-blooded Saiyans left. Now there was the added presence of Kakarot's little son Wukong. And now he had a young Trunks in his own home. But what was going on with this guy before him and the one from 3 years ago? This left Vegeta completely baffled. You little brat, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Who exactly are you? There are no little brats like you among the Saiyans. If you don't clarify things once I deal with these scrap heaps, you'll be next. Unable to comprehend, Vegeta clenched his fists, speaking to Trunks in a tone of threat and command. He had already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Though this little brat could also transform, he firmly believed that he was the strongest. Neither Kakarot nor this little brat could ever be his match, because the realm he achieved through pure explosive rage was beyond their imagination. Just you. Don't be ridiculous, Vegeta. Even if you brought another 100 like you, they wouldn't be my opponents. Seeing Vegeta's proud and disdainful expression ignited Trunks' anger. Although Vegeta was originally Trunks' father, that connection no longer mattered to him. If Vegeta could be a bit more polite, perhaps he would have been treated with some respect. But with this attitude, that was out of the question. Roar, you arrogant little brat. Do you think that just because you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you can speak so brazenly before me? You seem quite confident in your abilities. Then just wait, once I take care of these piles of trash, it will be your turn next. Vegeta laughed instead of getting angry. This little brat was more like a Saiyan than Kakarot. At least he dared to speak to Vegeta this way. That proved he possessed a greater degree of Saiyan pride than Kakarot. What's going on? Why is Trunks talking to Vegeta like that? Isn't Vegeta his father? Could it be that this Trunks isn't Vegeta's son? Or does this Trunks not know that Vegeta is his father? Piccolo felt a bit confused. After all, he had clearly heard the conversation between Trunks and Old Son 3 years ago. Trunks was the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Moreover, the Trunks from 3 years ago hardly dared to speak to Vegeta. Yet this Trunks seemed to show him no respect at all. Of course, this was a matter only he and Son Wukong understood. Then Vegeta began battling Android 19 with ease, swiftly taking him down. Upon witnessing this, Android 20 immediately chose to flee. There was no choice, of Vegeta's energy had far exceeded their estimates. The ability to easily kill Android 19, who had absorbed Son Wukong's energy, indicated that Vegeta's power was far beyond theirs. Remaining here would only lead to death. Little brat, have you seen my strength now? Next, it's your turn. After effortlessly defeating Android 19, Vegeta wore a smug smile. He then turned to Trunks. Vegeta, our most important enemy right now is the androids. This boy is not our enemy. There's no need to argue with him. At this moment, Piccolo quickly interjected. One of the androids had already escaped. If they didn't eliminate him, they could face further trouble down the line. And while this Trunks spoke arrogantly, it was evident he did not intend to harm his allies. Shut your mouth, Namekian. My affairs are none of your concern. If you have the ability, go handle the androids yourself. Vegeta disdainfully replied, not regarding Piccolo at all after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now the only two individuals who piqued his interest in battle were Kakarot and this arrogant little punk. TCH, that bastard. I really hope he gets a proper lesson from his own son. Piccolo furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. Vegeta's arrogance had reached new heights after becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, I advise you not to engage me in battle. Because once you do, you will realize you are far weaker than you imagine. At that point, I worry your pathetic pride won't be able to handle it. Trunks kindly warned him. First, he had no interest in Vegeta. The power of a mere Super Saiyan was worlds apart from his current strength. Furthermore, no matter what, Vegeta was the father of the previous Trunks. And now that he had taken over this body, using it to kill Vegeta felt highly inappropriate. You, vile brat. How dare you utter such arrogant words? Let me see how you plan to make my pride suffer. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. He then clenched his fists again. Golden energy erupted from his body once more. His golden hair shot up and his pupils turned a light green. Veins bulged on his forehead, clearly indicating his anger. Beep. The system has detected that the host has reached the main timeline and met the sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in actively? At that moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly rang out in his mind. Can I sign in now? Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Then without hesitation, he mentally confirmed sign in. After all, he had come specifically for this purpose. Now that he had met the sign-in conditions, he naturally had to proceed with it. Following that, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded once more. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Reward perfect Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing the electronic synthesized voice of the system, Trunks had mentally prepared himself long ago. He was aware that the reward this time was the perfected Ultra Instinct. Yet, even with this knowledge, he could not suppress his overwhelming excitement upon hearing the announcement. Simultaneously, Trunks felt an immense amount of information flooding into his mind, all pertaining to the perfected Ultra Instinct. It was as if his body had merged with the very essence of space itself. A refreshing sensation enveloped him. However, Trunks' perfected Ultra Instinct was akin to that of the angels, like Whis, differing from Son Goku. There were no silver auras swirling around him, nor did his hair change in color. This was the true perfected Ultra Instinct, a divine state. The others, however, remained oblivious to Trunks' transformation, completely unaware of the power of divinity. After all, ordinary humans cannot perceive the essence of a god. Hey brat, just lie down on the ground and behave, Vegeta scoffed coldly. Never utter such foolish and ignorant words again. With a swift leap, Vegeta propelled himself forward at a speed so astonishing that Krillin and the others could scarcely follow. Only Piccolo could discern his movements, as his own battle power had surpassed 1 billion. Among them, besides Goku and Vegeta, he was the strongest. Piccolo, what's going on? Why isn't that young man transforming into a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked, puzzled. The other boy who fought Frieza could transform, right? If he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, then this boy could hardly be a match for Vegeta, and he might very well be killed. In their minds, Vegeta was notoriously ruthless, treating lives as mere trifles. For years ago on Namek, he had personally killed many Namekians. I don't know, Piccolo replied, furrowing his brow. Perhaps he's unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Or maybe, he continued, or perhaps he believes he doesn't need to transform to defeat Vegeta. Piccolo's speculation had its basis. Previously, Trunks had indeed displayed an audacious demeanor, seemingly unimpressed by Vegeta. Although Saiyans were inherently proud, Piccolo's instincts told him that Trunks might possess the merit to be so. Are you kidding me? He can defeat a Super Saiyan Vegeta without transforming. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. In their subjective view, Super Saiyans were nearly invincible beings. Once transformed, they wielded the strongest power in the universe, capable of overpowering even the likes of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. The boy before them, regardless of his strength, could not possibly rival Super Saiyan Vegeta. Just watch closely. I believe Trunks has a significant chance of winning, Piccolo stated. Having trained with Gohan since he was young, Piccolo was acutely aware of the potential of hybrid Saiyans, which far exceeded that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Gohan, at merely 8 years old, possessed a battle power exceeding millions. For context, Goku at that age barely reached 100. While such a comparison might seem unfair, it nevertheless illustrated the remarkable talents of hybrid Saiyans. As their conversation unfolded, Vegeta's fist was already before Trunks. In an instinctive reaction, Trunks evaded not through conscious effort, but due to the passive effects of the perfected Ultra Instinct, which allowed him to sense danger and respond accordingly. Nanny, What nonsense is this? That little brat actually dodged my attack. Vegeta was shocked, his powerful blow effortlessly evaded by Trunks. His astonishment quickly morphed into fury. He had anticipated that this punch would leave Trunks unable to rise, yet it had been so easily avoided. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire punches, his fists raining down like a machine gun. The air crackled as it was disturbed by the force of his strikes, yet Trunks merely stood still, evading every single attack, without moving from his spot. The disparity between them was striking, akin to a university student playing with a kindergarten child, an utterly one-sided affair. Damn it, this bastard. There should be limits to jokes. After dozens of attacks evaded with precision, Vegeta's face darkened. He was a Super Saiyan, now boasting what could arguably be the greatest power in the universe, yet he had not even grazed Trunks' clothing. This humiliation struck a blow to Vegeta's pride. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin were internally grappling with turbulent waves of shock. Though Piccolo had speculated that Trunks might possess strength beyond Vegeta, the ease with which he dodged all attacks was an impressive feat that few in the universe could achieve, especially without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wow, incredible. How has that guy trained? He's a Saiyan too, yet he possesses such formidable power without transforming. Krillin marveled. No wonder he could instantaneously defeat Frieza and his father 3 years ago. They all swallowed hard, relieved that this young man was not their enemy, otherwise it would spell true despair. Vegeta continued his relentless assault, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He failed to land a single blow on Trunks, who remained untouched. Furiously seething, Vegeta bellowed, "Damn it, you little brat, relying solely on your speed. Have the guts to confront me with your true power. Dodging like this is a disgrace to the Saiyan race." Trunks regarded the furious Vegeta with a calm demeanor. "I fear that should I unleash my full strength, I might accidentally kill you with a single punch. However, since you insist, I shall indulge you just a little." If Trunks were to truly unleash his power, he could likely obliterate Vegeta in an instant, whether in his Super Saiyan 4 form or through perfected Ultra Instinct. The perfected Ultra Instinct encompassed more than just speed and evasion. It represented a qualitative leap in strength, physical resilience, and energy within the body. "Little brat, I never expected you to be even more arrogant than I am. You're certainly more impressive than that cockroach guy, but it's a pity that your arrogance is misplaced." Vegeta sneered, his tone revealing a hint of admiration. Indeed, the boy's arrogant words resonated more like a true Saiyan than Kakarot ever could. If he weren't an opponent and hadn't angered him, perhaps Vegeta would have considered taking this brat under his wing. After all, ever since Raditz and Nappa were killed, he had been without any subordinates. But now that was impossible. Today he was determined to teach this brat a lesson. He would show him just how foolish and ignorant it was to act so arrogantly in front of a prince. With that thought, Vegeta's body leapt into action once more. This time he unleashed all of his strength. His speed and power were indeed faster than before. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of slicing air echoed as Vegeta appeared directly in front of Trunks. With a fierce punch, he poured all his might into the attack. "Your power is far too weak." Trunks shook his head, then raised his right palm. Effortlessly, he blocked Vegeta's assault. His body remained as steady as a rock, unmoving. Clearly, such power had no effect on him whatsoever. Nanny. Vegeta was completely taken aback. If he had previously thought that Trunks had evaded all his attacks due to speed, now he had exerted all his strength to the fullest. Yet he was astonished to find that Trunks had easily withstood it. Moreover, his body showed no signs of strain. Though Vegeta was proud and arrogant, he now realized that this little brat possessed formidable power. No wonder he had been so confident earlier. It seemed he indeed had the backing to be so. Though Vegeta was loath to admit it. How is this possible? To block Vegeta's full force strike so effortlessly is simply outrageous. Remember, Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin and Tianjinhan were in utter shock. From the calm expression on the boy's face, it was clear that he had barely exerted any effort to catch Vegeta's full force strike. Just from this exchange, everyone recognized the vast difference between Vegeta and Trunks. Though I had imagined he was strong before, I still underestimated his power. This boy is far more powerful than the other one from 3 years ago. Piccolo gasped as he observed the scene before him. With such immense strength, it was likely that all of them combined would not stand a chance against the Trunks before them. Even if Goku were fully healed, they would undoubtedly be no match for Trunks. Damn it. This is unacceptable. It can't be true. Vegeta's pride had clearly taken a severe blow. After enduring 3 long years of torment, he had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet in his first battle, as one such humiliation occurred, this was something he found utterly intolerable. He had always believed that becoming a Super Saiyan would make him the most powerful warrior in the universe. Kakarot had never been a concern for him, but now this little brat was absurdly strong. However, the proud Vegeta was not one to back down easily. Retracting his fist, he launched another attack. Do you still not realize, Vegeta? The gap between us is insurmountable. Bridging that gap will not be an easy feat. Trunks seized Vegeta's fist once more. As his cold voice fell, he gently pulled. Vegeta's body was yanked forward and Trunks' right knee struck him with a resounding thud. Boom! As the dull sound reverberated, Vegeta's pupils dilated. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around his abdomen, a look of immense pain spreading across his face. Gah! Damn it! Soon Vegeta's body curled up like a shrimp. The agony he was enduring was evident from his expression. It was clear that Trunks had not applied much force. Otherwise, Vegeta would have already become a lifeless corpse. Of course, he could have met a fate similar to that of Road and Android 17 and 18, leaving no remains behind. Too powerful. Perhaps even my father wouldn't stand a chance against him. Little Gohan blinked his wide, astonished eyes, murmuring. By now, Vegeta had collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Just as Piccolo and Krillin prepared to approach Trunks, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed again. Then a silvery light appeared in the sky once more. As the light faded, another time machine identical to the one Trunks had arrived and emerged. Another one. This must be the Trunks from 3 years ago. The crowd exclaimed in surprise at the familiar sight. Is this another Trunks? How intriguing, to encounter another Trunks. As the time machine appeared, Trunks too found himself intrigued. Just then the hatch opened, and another Trunks leaped out, coming into view. He looked exactly like Trunks, dressed the same and wielding the same long sword. The only difference lay in their expressions. Trunks, Piccolo murmured, clearly astonished. However, his voice went unheard by the others as he was the only one aware of Trunks' identity. Everyone's here. You are Trunks. The other Trunks' face mirrored shock upon seeing Trunks, but he quickly processed that the one before him might be a version of himself from a parallel universe. Yes. Trunks nodded. The two locked eyes, and aside from their differing expressions, they looked as if they were staring into a mirror. Height, build, attire, and appearance were all identical. Truly identical. A few curious onlookers scanned left and right, finding nearly no differences. Have you also come here seeking assistance? The other Trunks asked, still wearing an astonished expression. This time he indeed sought help. The androids in his future were far beyond his capacity to handle. He hoped to gain assistance from his father or Uncle Goku. Alternatively, he wished to train here and enhance his power before confronting the androids in his own timeline. I am not here seeking help, on the contrary, I am here to assist this timeline. Trunks replied calmly. After all the crisis in his future had been resolved, it seemed this timeline primarily served as a checkpoint for him, and he could also lend a hand against the androids. The androids 17 and 18 here were not malevolent. However, the 18 from his main timeline was the goddess of the Dragon Ball world. Naturally, he wished to engage in a deeper exchange. The other Trunks displayed a look of astonishment before hurriedly asking, what? Didn't artificial beings appear in your timeline? If artificial beings had emerged, Trunks knew that his power would be utterly insufficient to defeat them. Before he traversed to this timeline, he had nearly been killed by androids 17 and 18. Had it not been for his tenacious life force allowing him to escape, he would likely have perished by now. However, judging by the tone of the other Trunks, it seemed that their timeline was devoid of danger, and he had even voluntarily come to assist in dealing with the artificial beings. This left him perplexed and struggling to comprehend the situation. Piccolo and the others shared similar expressions of confusion. They did appear. But just yesterday, I completely eliminated androids 17 and 18. I must say their combat strength was rather weak. Trunks spoke nonchalantly. After all, at that time, he had already attained the power of Super Saiyan 4. Killing androids 17 and 18 was child's play. Even Cell fell before him in an instant. What? You mean you've eradicated all the androids 17 and 18 from your timeline? My goodness. Does that mean you possess power even greater than a Super Saiyan? The other Trunks reacted with astonishment. He knew that in their timeline he and Gohan had both managed to transform into Super Saiyans. Yet they were still no match for the androids. Gohan had even been killed by them 3 years prior. Now the Trunks from another timeline claimed he had the capability to single-handedly defeat both androids 17 and 18. This was indeed shocking to him, for he understood better than anyone just how strong those androids were. Defeating them alone seemed nearly impossible. That's right, I have completely wiped out androids 17 and 18 in my timeline. Did you not notice the tail behind me? I have surpassed my limits and transformed into a higher form of Super Saiyan. To me, androids 17 and 18 are as feeble as insects. Trunks stated matter-of-factly. There was no exaggeration in his words. Whether it was the Super Saiyan 4 form he had mastered before or the now perfected Ultra Instinct eliminating the androids was undeniably easy. Even Majin Buu in his presence would be nothing but a trivial threat. Wow, that's incredible. The other Trunks immediately looked at him with admiration as if gazing at an idol. Though they were essentially the same person, the disparity in their powers was staggering. If you train hard, you can achieve that too. Oh, by the way, it is quite difficult to distinguish between us now. So, I think we should refer to you as Trunks now. 2 from now on. Trunks continued, suggesting a name for the other. With 2 identical Trunks, it would indeed be easier to differentiate if the other were called Trunks No. 2. Sure sounds good. Trunks No. 2 had no objections to this. His kind-hearted nature and amiable disposition meant he did not mind such matters. What intrigued him the most was the extent of the Trunks before him, who could effortlessly defeat androids 17 and 18. Based on his tone, those androids appeared as weak as insects to him. He couldn't help but wonder if he could ever reach that level. You possess the ability to eliminate the androids. Please guide me in my training. I earnestly hope that my timeline can return to peace soon. Please. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks No. 2 made his request. If Trunks would agree to train him, he was willing to pay any price. He could no longer bear the despair brought upon him by the androids in his future timeline. To completely eradicate them was worth any sacrifice he had to make, even if it cost him his life. At the very least, it would restore peace to his timeline, allowing the pitiful survivors to live in safety. Seeing the genuine plea in Trunks No. 2's eyes, Trunks nodded and replied, "No problem, I can help you increase your strength." After all, they were both Trunks. More importantly, he held a deep admiration for the character of Trunks, the one who fiercely defended the future Earth. He was a true warrior of despair. The warriors of this timeline had never felt such despair, for in the face of any adversity, they had each other and many allies to rely on. Yet in the future timeline, Trunks fought alone against the androids, completely outmatched. That kind of despair was unimaginable. Thus, Trunks was more than willing to assist Trunks No. 2. Thank you so much. Trunks No. 2 exclaimed excitedly. But let's handle the android situation first. In fact, entering the hyperbolic time chamber for just 1 day would suffice for Trunks No. 2 to surpass the strength of the androids from his future timeline. Right, let's do that. Trunks No. 2 nodded eagerly. As long as it meant defeating the androids, he didn't mind spending a day or 2. After all, the androids had roamed freely in the future timeline for a full 17 years. Each day the people of Earth lived in despair and fear. Did you injure my father? Trunks No. 2 glanced at the battered and pained Vegeta lying on the ground and finally asked. He knew that the only one capable of defeating his father would likely be Trunks No. 1. Yeah, this guy's mouth was a bit too foul. He has no strength, but thinks highly of himself. Lucky for him, it was me. Had it been anyone else, he would have been dead by now. Also, I don't acknowledge him as my father. Trunks cast a sideways glance at Vegeta before speaking nonchalantly. Although he possessed Trunks' body, this version of Vegeta was far too arrogant. If it were the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super, perhaps he could grudgingly accept him. But this Vegeta was simply unacceptable. Oh well. Trunks No. 2 looked bewildered. However, it was true that this version of Vegeta was not their father in any genuine sense. They were merely from parallel timelines. Moreover, just as his mother had said, his father was far too self-important. He shouldn't harbor too many illusions about him. At that moment, Piccolo and the others approached. Trunks, while I'm not entirely sure what's going on between you two, the other android has escaped. I think we should pursue and eliminate him immediately. Piccolo looked at the two and spoke. To completely eradicate the androids, they might need the combined strength of both Trunks. You're right. Let's go take a look. Trunks nodded. He had no expectations for that old fool Dr. Gero. What he truly anticipated was Android 18. Then, what about Mr. Vegeta? Trunks No. 2 glanced at the still pained Vegeta on the ground before speaking. The androids had already appeared. Leaving his injured father here was obviously unwise. If the androids spotted him, they would have killed him on the spot. Trunks No. 2 then turned to Krillin and said, Uncle Krillin, could you give Mr. Vegeta a senzu bean? He had yet to reveal his identity as Trunks. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to confess. After all, 3 years ago they had admitted their identities. That would surely upset his father. Oh well. Krillin clearly did not want to waste a senzu bean on Vegeta, as they were uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Even though Vegeta had lived on Earth for 4 years, it did not mean he was one of them. Vegeta's veins forever coursed with the blood of the invading Saiyan race. In Krillin and Tien's eyes, it was unlikely that Vegeta's nature of aggression and evil could change. He cast a glance at Piccolo. With Goku absent, the decision now rested in Piccolo's hands, for his strength surpassed that of the others. Moreover, Piccolo was acknowledged to be the most intelligent among them. Give it to him, Krillin. Piccolo looked at Trunks and said, after all, Vegeta was Trunks' father. All right. With Piccolo's endorsement, Krillin no longer hesitated and handed a Senzu bean to Vegeta. The group then vanished in an instant, pursuing the direction where Dr. Gero had just disappeared. Damn it. Those vile bastards. I am Super Vegeta. Vegeta's hands dug into the ground, his expression twisted with pain. He was evidently in immense agony. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he never expected to be unable to defeat that insufferable brat. More importantly, their power seemed to be on an entirely different level. That brat had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan and had easily defeated him. Did that mean the other brat could do the same? Damn it, I must handle the androids myself. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Releasing his grip, Vegeta consumed the Senzu bean in one gulp. Instantly his strength was restored and the pain vanished. He too vanished, chasing after the direction where Trunks and the others had just disappeared. After 3 years of struggle to become a Super Saiyan, he absolutely would not allow those two brats to steal his glory. Everyone must witness that it was he, Prince Vegeta, who would eliminate the androids. A few minutes later, Trunks and the others found a desolate valley. Surrounded by a complex array of mountains and towering pillars, this place was indeed suitable for research, serving as a hidden underground shelter. Dr. Gero had chosen a remarkably clever location. Without deliberate searching, one would never find it. Look over there. There's a cave. I wonder if it could be Dr. Gero's lab. Piccolo pointed to a mountain peak with a cave at its center. The other peaks did not appear to have such a cave. It was clearly an excellent hiding spot. Let's go check it out, Trunks suggested. It certainly resembled the original Dragon Ball Z, but whether it truly was hard to say. After all, androids lacked any detectable energy, and with their limited ability to sense energy, they could not locate them. Having said that, Trunks moved first, appearing at the cave's entrance. The others followed closely behind. After walking about 40 to 50 meters, a large, ancient iron door came into view. It seems we have found it. Seeing the door, Piccolo concluded that this had to be Dr. Gero's lab. Everyone be extremely cautious. Androids 17 and 18 are both very powerful. The corpse we saw earlier was not from the future timeline's androids. Trunks, no. Too kindly reminded the group. He also glanced at Trunks, realizing that perhaps the only one capable of dealing with 17 and 18 was Trunks himself. Uncle Piccolo and Krillin would stand no chance against the androids. Their strengths were worlds apart. If a fight broke out, they might be killed in an instant. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Piccolo's expression slightly changed, while Krillin's face turned pale with fear, instinctively moving closer to the two Trunks. He knew this was the safest place to be. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, fearing death is human nature. Especially upon learning they would soon face an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, that fear would only intensify. Meanwhile, inside the lab, Dr. Gero seemed to have realized that Trunks and the others had arrived. He had been hesitating. To be honest, he absolutely did not want to unleash 17 and 18. These two were exceedingly dangerous. More importantly, he had no absolute confidence in controlling them. However, given the current situation, he had no other choice. If those intruders forced their way in, he would be doomed. The only option left was to release 17 and 18. He wondered if they had been successfully repaired. If so, that would be ideal. Even if they hadn't been repaired, they could at least help him temporarily fend off Piccolo and Vegeta. After all, he had the remote control to trigger their self-destruction right in his hands. If they hadn't been properly repaired, he could simply destroy them. Hope they have been repaired, he silently wished. Dr. Gero opened the incubation chamber of Android 17. Creak. With the crisp sound of the chamber door, it swung open completely, revealing a young boy with an orange scarf and black long sleeves before Dr. Gero. His eyes snapped open, flashing with a glimmer of brilliance. His gaze was exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. However, when his eyes fell upon the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand, a smile instantly lit up his icy visage. Hello, Dr. Gero. With a smile on his face, Android 17 greeted him politely, his tone remarkably gentle. Wow, 17, you're actually taking the initiative to greet me. This is quite a surprise. Dr. Gero exclaimed, astonished. The last time he had awakened them, he had nearly been killed by the two of them. Had he not urgently halted their energy, he likely would have died at the hands of his own creations. But now 17 was smiling and greeting him, which suggested he might have been fully repaired. Of course, you are our creator. You have given us a second chance at life. With a gentle smile still on his face, 17 replied in a warm tone. However, his eyes were still glancing at the remote control in Dr. Jiro's hand. That's fantastic. It seems you two have been completely repaired. Since that's the case, let's release 18 as well. Looking at the remarkably obedient 17 or Dr. Jiro prepared to immediately release 18. With both of them by his side, he could effortlessly eliminate Vegeta and Piccolo, those troublesome pests. Then he could deal with Son Goku, and he would finally gain complete control over this world. He pressed the activation button, and the incubation chamber for 18 opened smoothly. A stunning figure instantly came into view. With shoulder-length golden hair, a deep blue vest paired with black stockings, and orange knee-high boots, it was evident that this was Android 18. The artificial human No. 18 stepped out of the incubation chamber after awakening. She exchanged a brief glance with No. 17. Then her gaze flicked to the remote control in Dr. Jiro's hand. A smile, fleeting yet significant, broke through her previously cold expression. Turning her head, she addressed Dr. Jiro. Good morning, Dr. Jiro. Although her smile was present, her tone remained icy. Wow, even No. 18 is greeting me. Dr. Jiro exclaimed, his joy palpable. It seemed that both No. 17 and No. 18 had indeed been fully restored. This was fantastic news. With this success, he could not only take revenge on Sun Wukong, but also soon dominate the entire world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The large iron door fell to the ground. Trunks was still in the position of launching an energy ball. No. 17 and No. 18 merely cast a cold glance. They did not speak, as they had no regard for Trunks and his companions. Is that No. 18? She is indeed beautiful. Trunks' gaze lingered on No. 18, for this was his primary concern. Her looks and figure were undoubtedly above 95 points. The only flaw was that she was a bit short. However, her other advantages more than compensated for this. Moreover, the reality of No. 18 was even more stunning than her animated counterpart. Those bastards. Watching Trunks and the others break through the door, Dr. Jiro clenched his teeth in frustration. He immediately commanded No. 17 and No. 18, you two quickly take care of these pesky bugs. With their strength, No. 17 and No. 18 were more than capable of dealing with such nuisances. Sure thing. No. 17 smirked, revealing a chilling smile. She stepped forward, her gaze transforming into something icy and merciless. In an instant, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Dr. Jiro. Before Dr. Jiro could react, she swiftly snatched the remote control from his hands. Nanny, what are you doing now? 17. Give me back the remote control. Dr. Jiro panicked immediately. This was the only device capable of controlling No. 17 and No. 18. With it snatched away, the situation was dire. At this moment, he seemed to realize that No. 17 and No. 18 had feigned their greetings to lower his guard before seizing the remote. This remote can stop our energy, right? No. 17 asked with a cold smirk. No, it isn't. Return the remote to me immediately, No. 17. And perhaps I might forgive your ignorance from earlier. Dr. Jiro spoke, his face a mask of fear. Then why are you so anxious, old man? I don't know if I will be forgiven, nor do I care, but I will never forgive you, you filthy old man. As she spoke, No. 17's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In a flash, she disappeared again. When she reappeared, it was right before Dr. Jiro. Then she delivered a sweeping kick. Dr. Jiro had no time to react, and his head was severed from his body. His head fell to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. He had never imagined he would be killed by his own creation. Scarlet oil gushed from the conduits. Soon Dr. Jiro met his end. No. 17 crushed the remote control, then stomped on Dr. Jiro's head until it was unrecognizable. It seemed that this was the only way to alleviate her feelings. Without that remote, they would be free as birds. From now on, no one could bind them again. Seeing No. 17 so effortlessly kill Dr. Jiro, Trunks, and Krillin were filled with terror. Those are the artificial humans I spoke of, No. 17 and No. 18. Damn, they actually killed Dr. Jiro. It seems they are as ruthless as their counterparts from the future. Trunks felt a chill of fear creep in. Perhaps this was a long-buried dread that was not easily overcome. Even though Trunks had previously claimed his power could easily surpass No. 17 and No. 18. How cruel. They killed their own creator. Krillin trembled in fear. After all, he had always been timid. It seems these two artificial humans possess extraordinary strength. We are likely facing a fierce battle ahead. Piccolo's expression was grave. Dr. Jiro had just exhibited considerable power. To think he was killed in an instant by that artificial human. This underscored how terrifying the two before them truly were. Cruel? You might be misunderstanding the concept of cruelty. No. 17 and no. 18 were merely ordinary humans forcibly transformed into artificial beings by Dr. Gero. No one can imagine the suffering they endured. In my view, Dr. Gero is 1,000 times more cruel than they are. Trunks glanced at Krillin before speaking calmly. This was not aimed at Krillin, but rather a statement of fact. In truth, both no. 17 and no. 18, the weather from this time or the future were victims. They were tools used by Dr. Gero for revenge against Sun Wukong and for world domination. Two ordinary humans who once had happy lives had now lost everything. That was the real cruelty. Trunks' voice was not intentionally subdued. Thus no. 17 and no. 18 clearly heard him. The two exchanged surprised glances, astonished that someone understood their plight. Wow. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't known that no. 17 and no. 18 were captured ordinary humans. Thinking of it that way, they indeed seemed pitiful. Especially the girl, so cute and beautiful. What a shame. No. 17, it seems there is another incubation chamber here. Is it no? 16, I never heard that old man mention him. Shall we release him too? After a few glances at Trunks, no. 18 spoke. They seemed to regard Trunks and his friends with complete indifference. Let him out. Staying in this thing is unbearable. No. 17 nodded, fully aware of the torment endured in the incubation chamber. Then no. 18 promptly pressed the activation button. However, at that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Trunks' forehead. The artificial humans of this timeline appeared to be entirely different from those in his own. In his timeline, no. 16 had never existed. Damn it. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here, otherwise this world will plunge into endless disaster. I will not permit this world to become like mine. Trunks furrowed his brow tightly, and in an instant he erupted in fury. Golden energy burst forth from his body. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he clasped his hands together, gathering blue energy in his palms. He unleashed it toward no. 17 and no. 18. As the energy exploded, a shockwave spread in all directions. The ground began to collapse rapidly. Everyone hurriedly exited the cave. Boom. Suspended in midair, they watched helplessly as the mountain crumbled. The research facility was thoroughly destroyed. You are acting without any purpose. It will only drain your own energy. I believe you must be quite aware that your method of attack cannot inflict any harm on the androids. Trunks spoke, observing the movements of Android 17. In the original theatrical version, Trunks employed such a flamboyant style of offense. His accuracy was alarmingly low and his energy consumption was exceedingly rapid. What you just said is exactly what Android 18 told me before. Android 17 admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Last time, when he was nearly defeated by the androids, 18 had uttered the same words to him. Though he possessed considerable strength, his energy attacks were simply too imprecise. As a result, after unleashing a barrage of energy spheres, he found himself nearly exhausted without inflicting a single scratch on the androids. Those guys have not been dealt with. Tianjin, alongside Piccolo, furrowed his brow and spoke. Just as their words fell, the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate gradually. Two figures emerged, faintly visible to everyone. It was unmistakably Androids 17 and 18. In 18's grasp was the cultivation pod containing Android 16. Damn it. Trunks clenched his fists tightly. He understood that such attacks would not kill Android 17 and 18. However, their appearance showed that they remained completely unscathed. It seemed that at this moment, both 17 and 18 possessed extraordinary power. What should we do now? These two are far too strong. Even combined, we may not stand a chance. Piccolo stated grimly from the side. After all, the android boy had just effortlessly dispatched Dr. Gero with a single kick. That alone was a testament to his might. Krillin and the others lowered their heads, clearly feeling helpless. In comparison to these psions and androids, they were simply too weak. They couldn't be of any assistance. Whoosh! At that very moment, as Piccolo's words hung in the air, a rush of wind swept through. Vegeta appeared before everyone in a dazzling display. Dad, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo both murmured in surprise. They had assumed that after the humiliation he suffered, Vegeta would sulk away in anger. To their astonishment, he had used a Senzu bean to restore his energy and returned. So these are the puppets you spoke of. You all can go home and watch television and drink milk, for I alone can handle them entirely. After recovering from his injuries, Vegeta regained his haughty demeanor. He believed that this restoration had enhanced his power. It seemed he had forgotten the moment when Trunks had effortlessly knocked him down. This guy Vegeta. Krillin looked at Vegeta with a face full of disbelief. This was the same person who had just been bested by the boy before them. Yet now he strutted about full of bravado. One had to admit, aside from his strong pride and power, he also had a short memory. Mr. Vegeta, the power of 17 and 18 is incredibly formidable. With your strength alone, you cannot hope to defeat them. Perhaps if we join forces, we might have a chance. Trunks quickly interjected. After all, Vegeta was his father. He didn't want to witness his father being killed by the androids. Get lost, you brat. I, Vegeta, do not need your instructions. Vegeta snapped back at Trunks, clearly aware that the second Trunks was far more docile than the original. Even if he shouted at him, the latter would not dare to retort. However, the other Trunks was entirely different. Speaking to him in such a manner might result in a severe beating. Despite his arrogance and pride, Vegeta was not foolish. He would not seek trouble without reason unless he had undergone a significant transformation in strength. He was absolutely confident he could defeat Trunks. After berating the second Trunks, Vegeta's body flickered, charging directly toward androids 17 and 18. At this moment, 17 and 18 had already released android 16. This guy is utterly deluded. He thinks that just by becoming a Super Saiyan, he is invincible. Forget about it, Trunks. Letting him learn a lesson isn't a bad thing. Piccolo remarked to Trunks beside him. If Vegeta didn't encounter some setbacks, he would never learn. Trunks. Krillin, did you just say their name is Trunks? Krillin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Before they arrived, Bulma had been holding a baby in her arms. That was Bulma and Vegeta's child. If he wasn't mistaken, that baby's name was indeed Trunks. Krillin could not help but glance between the two Trunks. Undoubtedly, their eyes bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's. Moreover, their hair was identical to Bulma's. In that instant, Krillin seemed to piece everything together. Oh my god, so Trunks is the child of Vegeta and Bulma. This thought struck Krillin, filling him with shock. Meanwhile, Tianjin and Gohan also appeared to have caught on. After all, they were intelligent individuals. This matter could no longer be concealed. The second Trunks had no choice but to come clean. Previously, he had refrained from disclosing his identity for fear that revealing it would impact his birth in the future timeline. But now that he had already been born, such concerns were no longer relevant. Indeed, our names are Trunks, the children of Vegeta and Bulma from the future. The second Trunks explained to the astonished crowd. Indeed so. Vegeta mentioned that only a few Saiyans remained, which is why you are also Saiyans, and your hair is not black. Though they had suspected as much, hearing the second Trunks confirm it left everyone astonished. So you are the grown-up Trunks. I never imagined you would become this strong after growing up. Little Gohan said, full of admiration. As half Saiyans in comparison, he felt slightly inferior. However, he was still young. With diligent training, he too could become a Super Saiyan by the time he reached Trunks' age. After a moment of surprise, everyone's attention shifted back to Vegeta and the androids. At that moment, Vegeta had approached the three. Oh, so it's you, Vegeta? From the looks of it, you seem eager to cause us trouble. Android 17 glanced at Vegeta dismissively and spoke in a tone laced with indifference. He had no regard for Vegeta whatsoever. In fact, the others couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Cause you trouble? You overestimate yourselves, puppets. I, Vegeta, intend to completely annihilate you scrap metal today. A characteristic confident smile graced Vegeta's lips. He clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on androids 17 and 18. This time he was determined to annihilate all the androids single-handedly. He would show these bastards that he was the mightiest Saiyan. Cut it out. What a foolish and absurd thought. Dream on if you think you can defeat us, Vegeta. Number 17's expression changed momentarily, and he spoke coldly. He had no intention of confronting Vegeta. In his eyes, Vegeta was hardly worth considering. However, the words from that arrogant fool had stirred a slight anger within him. After all, they were once ordinary humans transformed only by that old coot Dr. Gero. Now Vegeta dared to call them scrap metal. This was clearly a tremendous insult to number 17 and his sister number 18. As for number 16, his expression remained unchanged. He was a pure robot created solely with the purpose of killing Son Goku. Vegeta's insults were of no concern to him. Well, is that so? It seems you bunch of scrap metal are quite confident. I hope you can still be so confident when I tear you apart. Vegeta was still brimming with arrogance. His proud chin was almost pointing towards the sky. Let me teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Number 18 gritted her teeth, her tone icy. Originally, they had no desire to engage with these guys. But Vegeta's arrogance was simply insufferable. Moreover, his insults warranted a proper punishment, otherwise it would be a waste of their strength. Whatever. We're not in a rush anyway. Right, number 16? Number 17 smiled indifferently, unconcerned. To be honest, they had no clear destination, no specific goal in mind. Since Vegeta was so full of himself, they might as well let number 18 teach him a lesson. It could pass the time as well. Cut it out. A woman. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. But just as a smirk began to form on his lips, number 18 vanished from sight. Like a phantom, she appeared right in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The terrifying force sent Vegeta flying backward. His insides roiled, and he spat out bile. Damn it. Accursed puppet. Vegeta was instantly engulfed in fury. He hadn't anticipated that this wretched woman possessed such strength. A single punch had sent him reeling. Once again his pride took a hit. Huh. With a fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Trunks leaped forward and appeared before number 17 and number 16. Number 16 glanced at Trunks, a hint of wariness in his eyes. What's the matter? Do you wish to exchange blows with me as well? Number 17 cast a sidelong glance at Trunks, then asked casually. If this kid was interested, he wouldn't mind putting him down, though he did harbor a slight fondness for Trunks. Perhaps it was from Trunks' earlier words about androids being victims. Forget it, you can't possibly be my match. Trunks chuckled and replied. While number 17 was formidable, he was leagues beneath Trunks. It could be said there was an insurmountable gap between them. Oh, is arrogance and self-importance a trait of all Saiyans? I never expected you to be even more arrogant than Vegeta. Number 17, unfazed, coldly mocked. In his eyes, he wielded the strongest force in the universe. No one could possibly compare to him. Perhaps. Trunks continued to smile, nodding. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with number 17. He wouldn't want to accidentally harm him after all. This young man was to be his future brother-in-law. Number 17, he possesses an immense power within him. This power far exceeds ours, so if possible, try not to engage. At that moment, number 16, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Moi. Number 17 was taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually taciturn number 16 to speak. However, his words were quite ridiculous. While it may be true that the Saiyan before them had strength surpassing that of the androids, it was a laughable notion. He confidently replied, Number 16, your joke isn't funny at all. There's no way anyone in this world possesses strength greater than mine, for I am the most powerful being in the universe. In number 17's subjective view, he truly was the strongest android. No Saiyan or other android could ever hope to rival him. But since you say that, I'm intrigued. Watching number 18 fight is rather dull. I could use a bit of exercise. Number 17 flexed his wrist, eager to test his abilities. Watching others fight was indeed a bit tedious. Do you want to fight me? You'd better think it through, number 17. Because what I carry within me is energy beyond your imagination. Trunks spoke in a calm, even tone. To be candid, number 17's strength was too weak to pique his interest much. But if number 17 was keen, he could indulge him. After all, he was feeling rather bored. Such arrogance. I'll let you experience the true power of an android. Number 17 wiped the smile from his face, seriousness taking over. Though he knew Trunks wouldn't be his match, after all, he was a Saiyan and might prove to be an entertaining opponent. Very well then. Let me witness the power of this universe's number 17. Trunks could only nod in agreement. Additionally, this might strengthen his bond with his future brother-in-law. At that moment, Piccolo and Trunks too were filled with curiosity and anticipation. I wonder how strong this Trunks really is. Can he defeat that android number 17? Piccolo glanced at Trunks too and inquired. I'm not sure either. This is my first time meeting him. Trunks too shook his head in response. If the other Trunks could eliminate the androids in the future timeline, then dealing with number 17 should pose no issue, right? Let's hope that Trunks can overcome the android. Krillin prayed earnestly, for that might be the only way for everyone to be saved. At that moment on the other side, Vegeta had clearly fallen behind 18. The power 18 wielded now far surpassed the early stages of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Vegeta pushed his strength to the limit, employing all sorts of cunning attacks, yet none posed any threat to 18. In fact, he failed to inflict any substantial damage on her throughout their confrontation. Meanwhile, 18 appeared utterly relaxed, intensifying Vegeta's frustration. He never imagined that his first battle as a Super Saiyan would lead to such repeated setbacks. His overwhelming pride could hardly tolerate this. On the other side, 17 had also taken up a combat stance. Hey, you're a Saiyan too. You should be able to transform like Vegeta, he said to Trunks. Hurry up and transform, or else this fight will be dreadfully boring. After all, the young man before him was certainly younger than Vegeta, implying that his fighting power was likely inferior. Since 18 could easily suppress Vegeta, and considering that 17 was stronger than 18, it followed that this young man could not possibly be his opponent. 17 was unwavering in his belief. There's no need for that. Trunks replied, his face still adorned with a warm smile, his tone remarkably calm. No one present posed a challenge that could stir even the slightest ripple within him. TCH, you seem to be even more arrogant than Vegeta, 17 retorted. But soon enough I'll show you that you're a bit too full of yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, 17's body suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Trunks. Clearly 17 possessed a speed that exceeded that of Super Saiyan Vegeta. He then launched a punch. This attack was executed with only 60% of his strength, as he had no intention of killing Trunks. Thus he did not go all out. Trunks merely smiled faintly, instinctively sidestepping the blow. This was the passive effect of his Ultra Instinct. He could sense imminent danger, allowing his body to react and evade without the need for conscious thought. 17's fist grazed past Trunks' ear without making contact. He actually dodged it. I underestimated his strength. This guy is stronger than I anticipated. 17 was taken aback, having initially believed that one punch would end the fight. However, it was evident that he had misjudged the capabilities of the young man before him. Yet merely dodging one attack was hardly enough to dissuade him. From this point on, he would fight with everything he had. Swish, swish, swish. 17 continuously shifted his position. With each change, he unleashed a series of 5 or 6 full-force attacks in rapid succession. Each punch sent shockwaves through the air. But after dozens of attempts, he still failed to touch Trunks. Impossible. How can this be happening? Are you kidding me? This guy has dodged all my attacks. And it seems so effortless. At this moment, 17's expression finally turned serious. If his first attack had been a probing one restrained in power, the subsequent ones were executed with all his might. Yet even then he couldn't land a hit on his opponent. Though reluctant to admit it, it was clear that this young man was significantly faster than him. There's nothing impossible, 17. I told you before, my strength far surpasses yours, reaching levels you can scarcely imagine. Observing 17's increasingly grim demeanor, Trunks remained calm. For 17, the heights of Super Saiyan 4 and perfected Ultra Instinct were realms forever beyond his reach. Indeed, for everyone present, such levels were unfathomable. Don't get too cocky. You think this guarantees your victory? 17 snapped, gritting his teeth. With his hands outstretched, 2 energy spheres quickly coalesced in his palms. Swish, swish. He unleashed them without hesitation. What made him and 18 formidable was their infinite energy. In other words, their bodies possessed an inexhaustible supply of power. This was their inherent advantage. Trunks did not dodge. He allowed the energy spheres to collide with him. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres exploded in rapid succession, engulfing Trunks in a thick cloud of smoke. How strong? Not a single attack from Android 17 has harmed Trunks. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. They could all sense that the energy waves unleashed by 17 were immensely powerful. Any single one of those energy blasts could severely injure them. Yet it was evident that Trunks remained completely unscathed, his energy unchanged. After a relentless barrage lasting 3 full minutes, 17 finally ceased his assault. The smoke in the sky began to dissipate. A figure re-emerged before Trunks, surrounded by a shimmering silver aura. This aura had deflected all the shockwaves from the earlier explosions. As a result, Trunks remained untouched, not even a speck of dust on him. You're kidding me. Is this guy really a Saiyan? 17 felt as though he were questioning his very existence. This guy was not only fast, but could also completely disregard his energy attacks. This meant he had no hope of winning this battle. Stop, 17, you cannot defeat him. If you continue like this, you might provoke him, and we could end up dead, 16 cautioned, looking sternly at 17. Although he was slightly stronger than 17, he realized through the earlier exchange that even the 3 of them combined would stand no chance against this individual. There was absolutely no prospect of victory. 17 turned to glance at the serious-looking 16, taking a deep breath. It was clear he had reached a decision. He had come to understand that no matter what, he could not defeat the person before him. His previous words were not mere arrogance. He indeed had the capital to be proud. Turning back to Trunks, he said, I concede. You're far stronger than I expected. Even if I continued, I wouldn't stand a chance. True to his character, 17 was straightforward. His words acknowledged his defeat. At that moment, Trunks slowly descended from the air. He actually conceded. Android 17 just admitted defeat. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The previously arrogant Android 17 had surrendered so easily and gracefully. The most astonished among them was Trunks too. Based on his understanding of androids, they were notoriously prideful. Even facing death, they would never concede. They certainly wouldn't surrender so gracefully. No, it can't be. 17 chose to concede voluntarily, and he seems not even angry. Impossible. This is absolutely unbelievable. Trunks felt his perception being entirely reshaped. This 17 seemed quite different from the one he knew. However, Trunks did not dwell on this. As a time traveler, he understood that this timeline 17 was entirely different from the one in his future. This version of 17 never indiscriminately killed the innocent and had a profound love for nature. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, he had even become a forest guardian. In contrast, the future 17 was a complete killing machine devoid of any emotion or humanity. The two were simply incomparable. My name is 17. That's the name I received after my modification. Of course, you can also call me Lapis, that was my name before. 17 seemed to harbor a favorable impression of Trunks voluntarily introducing himself. This scene left Trunks too and the others once again at a loss. Piccolo thought, is this truly the android known for slaughter? He certainly doesn't seem like it. He then shot a skeptical glance at Trunks too. My name is Trunks. I prefer to call you 17. Trunks introduced himself as well. Though he knew 17's original name was Lapis, it just didn't roll off the tongue like 17 did. It doesn't matter, it's just a name. Number 17 shrugged nonchalantly. To him, a name was merely a label. What it was called held no significance. Moreover, it had likely been a long time since anyone had called him by that name. Number 16 noticed that the two were no longer fighting and seemed to be getting along, which brought him a quiet sigh of relief. If a battle had truly erupted, his intuition warned him that all three of them could very well meet their end here. Fortunately, number 17 had made a very wise decision. On the other hand, Vegeta was far less fortunate. It was he who had instigated the confrontation. During the fight with number 18, he had continuously hurled insults, pushing her to unleash her full power. Before long, she had knocked him to the ground. After all, the current Vegeta was still significantly outmatched by number 18. Trunks too, and Piccolo could no longer bear to watch. Although Piccolo had no fondness for Vegeta, if he were to be killed, the Earth would lose a warrior. And the androids might act with impunity. While another Trunks had defeated Android 17, it was evident from his demeanor that he had no intention of handling the androids. Piccolo had sensed it earlier. Though the two Trunks looked identical, their gazes were entirely different. The other Trunks gave him an impression that was difficult to decipher, an aura of unfathomable depth. Seeing Vegeta down with an arm broken, Trunks, too, could no longer hold back. Father. After a call, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Drawing his sword from behind, he slashed at number 18. With effortless ease, number 18 used her 2 fingers to intercept Trunks' attack. Then with a precise energy wave, she sent Trunks flying. Piccolo and Tianjinhan were similarly dispatched with little effort. Fortunately, number 18 had not delivered a fatal blow. Otherwise, they would have likely become mere cold corpses by now. Only Krillin trembled in fear. Wow, amazing. Trunks' sword can cleave Frieza in half in an instant, yet it was so easily stopped by an android. Krillin knew that with his strength, he could offer no assistance. If he intervened now, it would be akin to seeking death. So he chose to remain frozen in place. At that moment, Vegeta realized that Trunks was indeed his son, the Trunks who had grown up in the future timeline. This revelation struck him deeply, especially when he looked at Trunks. His heart ached with unbearable pain. He never imagined he would be defeated by his own son, and so effortlessly at that. For Vegeta, this was clearly more difficult to accept than being bested by Kakarot. That other guy looks just like you. Why is his power so weak? Number 17 glanced at Trunks too, a hint of confusion in his tone. He had just experienced Trunks' formidable power firsthand. It was indeed difficult to fathom. Even if all 3 androids teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yet why was that identical-looking Trunks so weak? Easily defeated by number 18 in a single blow. Because we come from different places, our strengths naturally differ. Trunks could only offer a perfunctory response. After all, he bore a system within him. Without that system, he too might have crumbled before the androids, potentially facing death at their hands. Whoosh. At that moment, number 18 returned before number 17, her expression still calm. However, the battle with Vegeta had left her outfit somewhat tattered. She gently pushed a few strands of hair behind her ear and cast a curious glance at Trunks. There was no denying that Trunks was quite handsome, with striking features and sharp angles. Trunks also regarded number 18 earnestly. To be frank, aside from a slight flaw, she was nearly perfect. But such things are often influenced by later artificial enhancements. It's a bit strange. Clearly 2 identical individuals, yet their power disparity is so vast. Number 18 stared at Trunks with curiosity. She had certainly noticed the battle between Trunks and number 17. He displayed strength far beyond number 17's capabilities. But the other Trunks whom she had easily defeated seemed exceedingly weak. Curious are we? Trunks smiled and looked at number 18 inquiring. TCH. Number 18 scoffed. With her aloof personality, she certainly wouldn't admit to such feelings. Curiosity is the beginning of a woman's downfall. Trunks continued with a grin. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will surely want to explore further. Women are persistently inquisitive beings. It was evident that number 18 harbored some curiosity about Trunks. Perhaps witnessing the stark contrast in strengths between the two Trunks sparked this intrigue. Stop being so self-important. I have no interest in someone like you. Number 18 shot Trunks a cold glance, stubbornly asserting. Even if she was deeply curious, she would never admit it. Number 18, I actually find this Trunks quite intriguing. He's handsome and possesses formidable strength. If you have any interest in him as your brother, I have no objections. Number 17 chimed in cheerfully. He held no ill feelings towards Trunks. Simply the fact that this guy previously claimed that androids were also victims enhanced his likability. Moreover, Trunks' gaze towards them was not like that of others who looked at monsters. Finally, despite the power to eliminate all androids, he evidently had no such intentions. Thus, he genuinely liked Trunks. If he could become his brother-in-law, it would indeed be a rather pleasant affair. After all, in this world, finding a young man with strength surpassing the androids in good looks was undoubtedly rare. Number 16 looked on somewhat perplexed by the three of them. It seemed he didn't quite grasp the conversation. Shut up, number 17. If you keep babbling like this, I'll tear your mouth apart. Number 18 immediately reprimanded. She was taken aback that her own brother would speak out of turn at such a moment. Although this Trunks was undeniably attractive and powerful, she was not the type to fall for someone at first sight. Come with me to find some decent clothes. Number 18's tone remained frosty. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Trunks one more time. Then she leaped and instantly vanished like a spark of light. Trunks gazed in the direction where number 18 had disappeared. However, he had no intention of pursuing her. Sometimes matters of the heart require a slow simmer, one cannot rush. Number 17 watched Trunks with a sly glint in his eyes. Then with a mischievous smile he said, my sister's standards are quite high. If you want to be my brother-in-law, you'll need to step up your game. All right, until we meet again. With that, number 17 leaped into the air, chasing after number 18. Number 16 nodded at Trunks, offering a brief greeting before following suit. After all, the three of them were androids. It was likely that others would not welcome them at all. Thus, they naturally chose to stick together. At least they had two companions, reducing their loneliness. Watching the direction the three had departed, Trunks merely smiled faintly. He sensed that number 18 was indeed curious about him, so they would undoubtedly meet again soon. After witnessing the departure of the android, Clint, who had been frozen in fear, finally let out a sigh of relief. He hurried over to the injured group and distributed the senzu beans to them. His presence proved to be quite essential, at least for the moment. As long as the androids did not strike with lethal intent, he could offer them sustenance. Once they consumed the senzu beans, several of their injuries healed instantly, though their faces remained pale. The overwhelming power of the androids far exceeded their expectations, capable of defeating them in a heartbeat, an encounter they were utterly unprepared for. At that moment, both Vegeta and Piccolo instinctively turned their gazes toward Trunks. He was now their only hope for defeating the androids. The earlier battle between Trunks and Android 17 had already showcased his ability to crush androids with ease. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared before Trunks in a flash. With an icy tone, he demanded, "You little brat, you had the perfect chance to kill the androids just now. Why did you let them go?" Vegeta was seething with frustration. First, he had been defeated by this insolent boy, only to be further humiliated by the female android. For the proud prince of all Saiyans, this was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. To make matters worse, he had discovered that Trunks was his son from the future, igniting even greater ire within him. He never imagined that his own son could surpass him in strength. What stung more was how the boy had spoken to him earlier. "Mind your tone when you speak to me, Mr. Vegeta. You have no authority to give me orders," Trunks replied, his eyes cold as he regarded Vegeta. He was not the true Trunks from this timeline, and thus felt no obligation to acknowledge their familial bond. Vegeta's condescending tone had always irked him, and he felt that it was already generous of him to stand there listening to the prince's reproach. "Brat you." Vegeta ground his teeth in anger. He longed to retort that this insolent child had no right to speak to him that way. However, he refrained, realizing that this Trunks did not recognize him as his father. Moreover, the connection with the future Trunks was tenuous at best, leaving him without the standing to criticize. After a moment of silence filled with unspoken words, Vegeta turned away. Today had dealt him a severe blow and he needed to vent his frustrations elsewhere. At that moment, Piccolo spoke up. Trunks, coming from the future, you should understand how terrifying the androids are. Their purpose is to annihilate all of humanity and destroy the Earth. Letting them escape was not the wisest decision. Piccolo's words were veiled, but clearly expressed his disapproval of Trunks' earlier actions. He was the only one capable of killing the androids, yet ultimately, it was Trunks' choice. They could not interfere or alter his decision, as doing so would only provoke him. Angering someone of Trunks' unimaginable strength was a foolish endeavor. The androids in this timeline are different from those in the future. If they were the future androids, they would have killed you all without hesitation. Their failure to do so indicates they are not the same. Trunks explained, his tone softening considerably. He had a certain temperament. If others treated him with respect, he reciprocated. However, if someone attempted to criticize him from a position of superiority, he would not allow it. Fine. I understand, Piccolo conceded, nodding before turning to leave. He too felt the weight of today's events. The androids had vastly surpassed their expectations. 3 years of relentless training had not prepared them for the chasm that lay between them and the androids, nor the seemingly insurmountable gap between their strength and Trunks. They needed to elevate their power once more, perhaps to better protect the Earth. In that moment, Piccolo forgot his original aspirations as he departed. Soon only Trunks and Trunks too remained. Trunks, too wise beyond his years, refrained from questioning why Trunks had let the androids go. He sensed that Trunks must have his own reasons, perhaps believing that androids in this timeline differed from those in the future. More importantly, he sought guidance from Trunks on how to become stronger as a Saiyan. You are truly incredible. Please train me. Trunks too implored, bowing deeply. He understood that to seek wisdom, one must lower oneself. Trunks recognized this well. While Saiyans were proud, he knew that pride would not save his timeline, nor change anything. It would only worsen the situation. Very well. I will train you for a few days. There's not much going on anyway, Trunks agreed with a nod. Although he had successfully signed in, he could not return to the future yet, as the time machine's energy could only facilitate one round trip. He needed Bulma from this timeline to create a new energy source, allowing him to return. In the meantime, he could train this alternate Trunks. Though he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 4 and mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, his foundational combat power still lagged behind considerably. This was an opportunity to bolster his base strength. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Trunks too exclaimed, his eyes filled with hope. Let's go. We should head to Capsule Corp. I assume you don't have the energy to return to your time. Trunks suggested, recalling the scarcity of resources in the future due to the destruction wrought by the androids. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, Bulma quickly accepted the two Trunks. After all, she had felt an uncanny familiarity when she first met Trunks 3 years ago. Now learning that the two sons from the future were not only incredibly handsome, but also remarkably powerful filled her with joy. She promptly began working on the energy source for the time machine. With the design blueprints at hand, crafting the energy source was a trivial task for Bulma, the technological genius. In about a month, she could complete the energy sources for both time machines. Meanwhile, Vegeta, humiliated by 2 consecutive defeats, had vanished, likely to vent his frustrations elsewhere. Piccolo, on the other hand, returned to the Heavenly Temple. He was insistent on merging with Old Kai. His current strength felt woefully inadequate. Moreover, Namekians inherently lacked the prowess of Saiyans. Even with the same training regimen as Goku and the others, the results were still vastly disproportionate. In this scenario, the only way for him to unlock his true potential was to fuse with the Elder Kai and become the true Piccolo. However, Old Kai was adamantly opposed. He wasn't afraid of death, it was simply unnecessary at the moment. It wasn't until 3 days later, when an unprecedented catastrophe struck Earth, that he reconsidered his stance. Just an hour ago, an entire city's population had been annihilated. No one on Earth knew who or what was responsible. Yet the Elder Kai had witnessed it clearly. It was a grass-green monster covered in black spots, resembling a mutated mantis. From this creature's very being, the Elder Kai sensed an unprecedented aura of malevolence. Hey old man, what on earth are you looking at? I told you long ago this Earth has no need for a cowardly Kai. What it lacks is a formidable Namekian warrior. Piccolo, growing impatient, spoke up once more. He had been trying to reason with the old man for 3 days, only to find him utterly obstinate. Neither soft nor hard persuasion seemed to work. Piccolo felt utterly helpless. Fine, I agree to fuse with you. Taking a deep breath, the Elder Kai turned to Piccolo. What? Piccolo was taken aback. Clearly, he found it hard to believe the Elder Kai's sudden change of heart. Just moments ago, the Elder Kai had worn a resolute expression, utterly against the idea of fusion. What had caused this abrupt consent? You needn't be surprised, for Earth may soon face a cataclysmic disaster. A terrifying monster is gradually taking form. As you previously stated, Earth does not need a weak and inept Kai right now. It requires a warrior capable of resolving its crisis. Come on, Piccolo. My only hope is that after our fusion you will protect Earth with all your might. The Elder Kai spoke with utmost seriousness. Once they fused, the Elder Kai would still exist. The Dragon Balls of Earth would not vanish. In this situation, he truly could not assist Earth. Piccolo, understanding the gravity of the moment, agreed with alacrity. The two proceeded with the fusion. After merging, Piccolo felt a significant surge in his power. It was no exaggeration to say that he had now surpassed both Goku and Vegeta in strength. Even against the previous androids 17 and 18, he was confident he could defeat them. He was astonished at how powerful he had become after fusing with the Elder Kai. Having merged, Piccolo swiftly departed the Heavenly Temple. With the Elder Kai's memories now as he recalled the events that had transpired in those cities. In a single night, the entire population of a city had been absorbed by that green monster. Thus, the most pressing task was to eliminate that creature before it could harm more people. As days passed, 3 more days slipped by. Goku, having taken the special medicine brought by Trunks too, found his heart condition nearly resolved. Upon hearing about the androids, he immediately summoned Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber. With his current strength, he stood no chance against the androids or the monstrous entity that had recently begun slaughtering innocent civilians. The only way to expedite their growth and power was to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. In that place, a year of training equated to merely a day outside. Thus, Goku and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, the monster cell, having absorbed countless ordinary humans, had significantly enhanced his strength. Yet absorbing mere humans would not suffice for him to reach his perfect form. The only way to achieve that was by absorbing androids 17 and 18. This was the very purpose behind his killing of the future Trunks years ago, to come to this timeline and become the true perfect being, ultimately aiming to dominate the world. At the Capsule Corporation, the two Trunks were training in the gravity chamber. After 6 days of rigorous training, their foundational combat abilities had improved significantly. Trunks, your base power level has increased tremendously. At this rate, if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you'll easily be able to take down the 2 androids from the future. Trunks remarked to Trunks 2. After all, training daily under 3,000 times gravity, coupled with Trunks' guidance, had dramatically boosted Trunks 2's capabilities. At this point, Trunks 2 had already attained the power level of a Super Saiyan in its 2nd stage. Eliminating the future androids 17 and 18 posed no challenge for him. Even the future cell would be effortlessly dispatched. I feel a substantial increase in my strength as well. With my current power, I am indeed capable of defeating 17 and 18. Thank you once again for your guidance. Trunks 2 expressed his gratitude politely, as was his nature. Alright, we can step out now. On Earth there exists a training sanctuary where 1 year of training equates to a single day outside. It's immensely beneficial for training. If we can spend a day or 2 in there, our powers will elevate once more. Trunks continued, recognizing the necessity of training in the hyperbolic time chamber since they had arrived in this timeline. Though he could transform into a Super Saiyan 4, the significant boost in combat power it provided was ultimately tied to his foundational strength. The stronger that foundation, the greater the power that could be unleashed. Trunks, too, nodded vigorously. After all, the energy source for the time machine had yet to be created. During this period, he aimed to elevate his strength as much as possible. The foes in the future timeline would undoubtedly extend beyond androids 17 and 18. More formidable enemies could emerge, necessitating that he seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only then could he better safeguard the future. Let's go. We should check the situation outside. Since you can appear in this timeline, it's likely that the big boss you mentioned has made an appearance as well, Trunks continued. If the future timeline only consisted of himself, then Cell would have already been dealt with. Its likelihood of emergence was slim. However, with the appearance of another Trunks from a different future timeline, Cell's emergence became increasingly probable. To attain his perfect form, Cell needed to absorb androids 17 and 18, a scenario Trunks would not allow. After all, android 18 was to become his partner. How could he allow her to fall into Cell's grasp? Especially when he recalled certain visuals from the future, Trunks felt an even greater urgency to prevent such an occurrence. The big boss. Trunks too looked puzzled, as he had no understanding of what a big boss entailed. To him, the greatest threats were androids 17 and 18. Yet in this timeline, they seemed devoid of any murderous instincts, a stark contrast to the future he knew. You'll see soon enough, Trunks replied, and exited the gravity chamber. The two quickly washed up and enjoyed a meal with this timeline's Bulma being exceptionally attentive to their needs. After lunch, Trunks suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. I feel a powerful presence. Could it be the big boss you just mentioned? Trunks, too, spoke up anxiously, for the aura was indeed formidable. Had he not trained in the gravity chamber, the force that had just appeared might have killed him in an instant. However, now, despite its strength, he felt confident in his ability to triumph. Yes, it seems to be, Trunks nodded. I can sense its aura. Cell's presence felt particularly malevolent, and more importantly, it was imbued with the cells of numerous warriors, including the tyrant Frieza and his father. Thus, Cell's energy was easily recognizable. Let's go take a look. With that, both Trunks vanished from Capsule Corp, reappearing on a small island in the East Sea. In the sky loomed a figure. It was Cell, having completed another evolution. What's that monster? Trunks, too, exclaimed, gazing up in astonishment. He had never encountered such a creature in his future timeline. That's Cell, a creation of Dr. Gero. After Dr. Gero was killed, Cell continued to be developed using his computer. This version of Cell hasn't fully matured. It appears as an embryo, while the monster before us likely killed other versions of Trunks from parallel timelines and used their time machines to arrive here. From the looks of it, it has already absorbed one android. Trunks explained, familiar with the narrative as a time traveler. Trunks, too, appeared completely bewildered, grasping only the essential points. That this creature was also a product of Dr. Gero and had come from other future timelines. Trunks began searching for Android 18. Now that Cell had undergone an evolution according to the original story, it should have absorbed Android 17. At that moment, Cell was also on the hunt for 18, as absorbing her would allow it to achieve its long-desired perfect form, enabling it to conquer the world without rivals. Surrounding islands had already been obliterated by Cell. 18. I found you, Cell declared, diving down towards the last island. Although 18 and 16 were hidden well, they were soon located by Cell. Oh no. 18, run. I'll hold off this monster, 16 urged, determined to prevent Cell from achieving its perfect form, lest the entire Earth descend into hell. 16, with half of his head obliterated and electric currents coursing from the wound, still prepared to confront Cell Hedon. 18 was terrified. With 17 already absorbed, she was reluctant to fight back, knowing that resistance would only lead to her own absorption by this grotesque creature. Absolutely not. With that, 18 took off in the opposite direction, while 16 charged at Cell, only to be sent flying with a single kick. Cell, having completed an evolution, had far surpassed 16 in strength, especially since 16 was injured. After dispatching 16, Cell quickly approached 18. Don't struggle, 18. This is your fate. You were created to help me achieve my perfect form. To be part of my perfect self is an honor you should accept gracefully. A greedy glimmer crossed. How? How could it be you? The astonishment on the face of number 18 was evident as she stood behind him. Just moments ago, she had felt utterly hopeless. In this world, aside from number 17 and number 16, she had no family or friends left. As a being loathed by everyone, it was inconceivable that anyone would come to her rescue. She had believed she was about to be consumed by that hideous monster. Yet to her surprise, at the critical moment, it was Trunks who intervened. Am I that surprising? He asked lightly. Do you think anyone else has any fondness for you? Trunks turned his head and smiled faintly. The truth was, the other warriors on Earth harbored considerable fear toward number 18 and her companions. They would never dare to save them. Number 18 remained silent, tacitly agreeing with this reality. It was indeed impossible for anyone else to come to their aid. Trunks had previously possessed the power to destroy them, yet he had refrained from doing so. Now his willingness to save her didn't seem so shocking after all. But what was his true intention? What did he seek? Trunks, I advise you not to meddle. I can transform into my perfect form at any moment. If you dare to stop me now, I will kill you without hesitation, just as I killed the other versions of you. After a brief moment of shock, Cell immediately threatened him. This was the final step for him to achieve his perfect form, and there could be no room for error. No one could impede his transformation. At that moment, Trunks arrived as well. Upon seeing Cell, he was understandably astonished, having never encountered him before. The aura emanating from Cell was peculiar, a mix of various energies. More importantly, he was extraordinarily powerful now. Is that so? Trunks replied calmly. If you truly believe you have that kind of ability, feel free to try. Even the perfect form of Cell was something Trunks could easily obliterate. How much easier would it be to deal with a Cell who had merely absorbed number 17 and evolved once? It was no exaggeration to say he could annihilate Cell with a mere finger. You vile bastard. No one can stop me from achieving my perfect form. Anyone who tries will disappear from this world forever. With an utterly indifferent tone, Cell unleashed a powerful attack toward Trunks. Trunks evaded the attack effortlessly with a slight shift of his body. Suddenly, a terrifying divine aura erupted from him. In an instant, it felt as though the very fabric of space had warped. Cell was propelled backward, crashing through countless mountains and leaving a long trail on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Number 18 remained unharmed throughout. Wow, that's incredible, she exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. She understood all too well the strength of the monster before her, capable of absorbing number 17 and easily defeating number 16 afterward. This alone demonstrated the monster's might. Yet Trunks had sent that creature flying with just a hint of his energy. The difference was staggering, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Take a moment to rest, Trunks instructed number 18. With her current strength, she was of no assistance, and he didn't need help. That monster just absorbed number 17, she exclaimed. Can I ask you to save him? He is my younger brother, my only family. Clearly asking for help was not something number 18 was accustomed to. Her tone was awkward. But Trunks seemed to be her only hope for number 17. As he was now her sole kin, she needed to rescue him, no matter what. Don't worry, Trunks assured her with a nod. He held a good impression of number 17, especially after their parting words a few days ago, which indicated that he had no objections to becoming his brother-in-law. A brother-in-law like that was hard to come by. He couldn't just stand by and watch him be completely absorbed by Cell. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of number 17, she said, her tone somewhat stiff, especially when expressing gratitude. Clearly saying thank you was not easy for her. It seemed that only for number 17 would she utter those words. Trunks smiled lightly and then leaped forward, positioning himself before Cell. Damn it, Cell muttered, struggling to rise. He had completed his first evolution. There was no way he could be defeated by this brat Trunks. That was absolutely impossible. After all, before his evolution, he had killed a version of Trunks from another timeline. This humiliation must be wiped away by thoroughly dispatching this little brat. With a roar, golden flames erupted from Cell's body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Possessing the cells of Goku and Vegeta, it was not difficult for him to achieve this form. In an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Trunks, launching a surprise attack with all his might. Swish, swish, swish. The punches came like a tempest, fast beyond belief. Yet it seemed as though Trunks had eyes on the back of his head, evading every single one of Cell's attacks with precision. What nonsense is this? Cell exclaimed, bewildered. Does this guy have eyes on his back? How can he dodge all my attacks? Cell was utterly flabbergasted. To unleash his full power and strike from behind, yet not land a single blow on Trunks, was unfathomable. Though he had inherited the arrogance of Vegeta and Frieza, he had also received their intelligence. After multiple failed attempts, he began to realize the gap between himself and Trunks. Throughout, Trunks had not even fought seriously. This realization dawned on him: if Trunks truly wanted to kill him, it might be an incredibly easy task. Just then, accompanied by the sound of the air being sliced, several figures appeared in the sky. It was Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Goku and Vegeta had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their powers significantly heightened. Training together yielded far better results than training with others, and they had spent 2 days in the chamber. Of course, Goku had spent an additional month there, as he had entered in his youth. Gohan had also been in the chamber and had experienced considerable growth, though he was still much weaker compared to Goku and Vegeta. Seeing Trunks evade all of Cell's attacks, the three of them wore expressions of astonishment. Is that kid really Trunks? Goku asked, bewildered. How did he become so strong? 3 years ago, Trunks had been powerful, but he had not reached this level. Dad, the one fighting the monster is not the Trunks we met 3 years ago, but another Trunks from a different timeline. Gohan explained, pointing out the Trunks who was not fighting. That one over there is the Trunks we know from 3 years ago. Now I see. That Trunks is incredibly strong. Perhaps even now Vegeta and I might not be his match, Goku said solemnly. His instincts told him that even with their significant increase in strength from the hyperbolic time chamber, they would still not be able to compete with the other Trunks. Silence, Kakarot. Don't even think of comparing me to you. After 2 years of training, my power has long surpassed yours. That little brat, I must teach him a lesson. Vegeta immediately berated son Goku. Trunks was his son, and the last time he had made him look foolish in front of others. Now, after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. He had even broken through the limits of Super Saiyan and reached a higher level. This time he had to show that little Trunks who truly was the strongest. I must prove to everyone that I am the mightiest Saiyan. As the prince of all Saiyans with the strongest talent and the purest bloodline, how could he possibly lose to his own son? That was simply absurd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cell had launched over 100 attacks. Yet the outcome remained the same. He hadn't even grazed Trunks. At this moment, Cell's expression was grim, as if he had foreseen his impending fate. You should have had enough by now, right? If so, it's my turn. Trunks suddenly turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. There was no need to waste more time on Cell, who hadn't even transformed into his perfect form yet. What a... Cell was taken aback. Though Trunks' gaze was calm, he felt the call of death. Before Cell could react, Trunks appeared right in front of him, unleashing a punch without warning. Boom. Cell had no chance to evade. He was struck directly in the abdomen. Gasping, he doubled over, clutching his stomach, and began to retch violently. The blow had been too much for him. Puke. A mix of bile and purple blood spewed from his mouth. He was heaving and writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by the pain. With each convulsion, he vomited bile and blood, soon expelling the absorbed Android 17. The sight was utterly grotesque. Android 17. Yet Android 18's face lit up with excitement. You can disappear now, Cell. Seeing Cell finally expel Android 17, Trunks wasted no more time. He concentrated energy in his palm, forming a ki blast. Then he unleashed it at Cell. Boom. With a tremor of the ground and a deafening explosion, Cell's body vanished without a trace. All that remained was a massive crater shrouded in wisps of black smoke. Is that it, eh? Trunks could hardly believe the scene before him. The other Trunks had acted with such decisiveness, effortlessly obliterating the creature known as Cell. Feed this Senza bean to Android 17. He was just absorbed not long ago. I can sense his life signs. Trunks tossed a Senza bean to Android 18. If too much time passed after absorption, Android 17 would surely die. Fortunately, it had only been a short period, and he was only temporarily unconscious. After all, Android 17 was still human, albeit modified. Thus, the Senza bean would still be effective. Okay, got it. Android 18 nodded and quickly fed the Senza bean to Android 17. Before long, Android 17 regained consciousness. What? What happened? Wasn't I just absorbed by that disgusting monster? He looked confused, having clearly been consumed by Cell just moments ago. Yet here he was alive and questioning the situation. Yes, you were indeed absorbed by that monster. Trunks saved you just now. Android 18 explained, glancing gratefully at Trunks. Without his intervention, not only would Android 17 have been completely absorbed, but she too would have faced a grim fate. Just the thought of being absorbed by that hideous creature sent chills down her spine. Huh, Trunks. Android 17 paused for a moment. Turning to Trunks, he smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me, Trunks. I owe you a huge favor." The gratitude was genuine. In that moment of being absorbed, he never imagined he would live to tell the tale. It was just a small effort. Trunks replied, genuinely humbled. At this moment, with another rush of air, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared before Trunks. Hey, Trunks, I'm Son Goku. Son Goku greeted him with a bright smile. Hello. Trunks returned the greeting with a smile. After all, who could resist such a cheerful face? Your strength is incredible. You destroyed that monster so effortlessly. It's hard to believe how you trained to achieve such power. With astonishment, Son Goku asked, curiosity piqued. They had never stopped training, and only just now had they broken through the limits of Super Saiyan. Yet here was Trunks, so young and already possessing such formidable strength. Trunks could only chuckle awkwardly. His strength wasn't solely the result of his own training. It was a reward from the system. Though such power was incomparable to what Goku and the others had achieved through hard work, it wasn't something to be ashamed of. In a world where strength reigned supreme, power was the ultimate truth. Whether it came from his own efforts or a reward mattered little. You brat. I want to fight you again. At this moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward to address Trunks. Clearly, after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta felt ready for the challenge. Mr. Vegeta, there's no denying your strength has indeed increased. It seems you trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. However, I must say you still can't possibly be my opponent. This will only bring you humiliation. If I were you, I wouldn't seek such futility. Trunks spoke calmly, eyeing the confidently brimming Vegeta. He still referred to him as Mr. Vegeta. The word father simply couldn't escape his lips. Moreover, at this stage, Vegeta was somewhat unworthy of that title. Do not be too proud of yourself, you little brat. Do you think I've just been lying at home watching television these past 2 days? Now let me show you the results of my training over these 2 days. Vegeta cursed under his breath, a confident smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To others, it seemed they had merely vanished for 2 days. But only they knew the truth. In the hyperbolic time chamber, they had trained for a full 2 years. Carrying the weight of humiliation fueled their determination, driving them to train harder. Their power surged more rapidly as a result. Moreover, in these 2 years, they had completely shattered the limits of Super Saiyan. They had transcended beyond the Super Saiyan existence. Oh, you really have grown stronger. Then let me see if you truly possess the audacity to boast so. Trunks remained calm. He could naturally sense the strength of Goku and Vegeta. It was undoubtedly beyond the level of a Super Saiyan. They might have even reached Super Saiyan 2. Without the system, Trunks would stand no chance against either of them. However, no matter how hard they trained, it was impossible for them to reach Super Saiyan 4 in such a short time. He hadn't been idle during these 6 days either. He had been pushing himself hard in the gravity room alongside future Trunks. His foundational combat power had indeed undergone a qualitative transformation. That Vegeta really overestimates himself. With his meager strength, he couldn't even defeat me, and yet he dares to provoke Trunks. Android 18 scoffed from the sidelines. After all, just a few days ago, she could easily pin Vegeta down. So she had no faith that his power could change significantly in just a few days. Oh, I don't believe it either. Nonetheless, Saiyans are indeed an incredibly proud race. Especially Vegeta, who seems to be even more arrogant than the others. Android 17 nodded in agreement. If Vegeta truly had such formidable training talent, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated by Android 18 a few days ago. As a proud Saiyan, he would never hold back in battle. Dad's energy has changed significantly, and Uncle Goku too. Both have become incredibly strong. In just a few days, how could their power have transformed so drastically? What on earth happened? Future Trunks wore a puzzled expression. Unlike the androids, he could vaguely sense the energy of Goku and Vegeta. Their energy had undergone a considerable change. This indicated they had grown stronger despite the short time frame. Yet it left him utterly baffled. Just as everyone was dismissive and confused, a deep roar erupted from Vegeta's throat. Whoosh! In the next moment, a golden aura exploded forth from his body. His hair transformed into a golden hue. It was the unmistakable form of a Super Saiyan. Listen well, you little brat. Now I will demonstrate the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. This is a level no Saiyan has ever reached before. Vegeta's prideful grin nearly stretched to his ears. Then his expression shifted. His fists clenched once more. With another deep roar, the golden aura surged again. The fiery energy erupted like a jet, engulfed in arcs of blue lightning that burst around him. Simultaneously, Vegeta's presence underwent an earth-shattering change. Wow, so powerful. How could Dad become this strong? Could this be the Super Saiyan 2 that Trunks mentioned, which transcends Super Saiyan? How is this possible? In just 6 days, Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 that surpasses Super Saiyan. Future Trunks was utterly astonished. In the past 6 days, he thought his own progress was remarkable. Yet he never expected his father's improvement to be this extraordinary. Looking at him now, surrounded by flickering blue arcs of energy, it was clear he had reached the level of Super Saiyan 2 that Future Trunks had spoken of before. Gohan and Goku, however, remained relatively calm. After all, they had long anticipated that Vegeta could achieve this form. Trunks also maintained a composed demeanor. This was well within his expectations. It was evident that they had indeed trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, and the results of their training were exceptionally fruitful. Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan 2, radiated even more confidence. The powerful energy surging within him filled him with a sense of exhilaration. What do you think, you little brat? Didn't expect I'd surpass the limits of Super Saiyan, did you? Vegeta boasted proudly. In his eyes, having mastered this form made him and Kakarot the strongest beings in existence. Certainly, this transformation was beyond Trunks' reach. I must admit, it's quite impressive. To break through to Super Saiyan 2 in just 2 years is indeed surprising. However, that's about it. Trunks' tone remained calm. In the original story, it took Vegeta many years to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Now to achieve it in just 2 years was unexpected. Yet this level was nowhere near comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Still talking tough, are we? Your stubbornness reminds me a bit of myself. But the harder you talk, the worse I'll make it for you later. Vegeta believed Trunks was merely posturing. There was no way he could possess a power greater than his own. However, Goku and Gohan thought differently. Dad, that Trunks might really have a power greater than you and Uncle Vegeta. But, in the future timeline, he's the only warrior. How did he achieve this? Gohan inquired. He felt Trunks was not putting on a brave front. Rather, he truly possessed the strength to defeat Uncle Vegeta. I'm not quite sure about that either. However, I am very curious about Trunks' power. I wonder how strong his limits are. Goku shook his head, then pursed his lips, watching Trunks with keen interest. Perhaps beyond the transformation that surpassed Super Saiyan, there lay an even stronger form. And maybe Trunks had mastered it. Then Goku turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, you must have mastered a form stronger than ours, right? Can you show me just how powerful you are now? Indeed, he was very curious about Trunks' ultimate power. My power? All right. If that's the case, then I'll showcase another Super Saiyan transformation. Seeing Goku's excitement, Trunks nodded. Perhaps letting them see the form of Super Saiyan 4 would greatly aid their future power enhancement. Other transformations of the Saiyans. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. Then anticipation began to flicker across their faces. Naturally, they were immensely interested in the other transformations of the Saiyans. As battle maniacs, they were eager to witness the higher-level transformations of their kind. This little brat, is he just boasting? Is there a form stronger than what I and Kakarot have achieved? Though Vegeta felt a tinge of excitement, skepticism lingered in his heart. After all, they had trained tirelessly for years, and at their age they had only just broken through to their current forms. Trunks was merely 17 years old. How could he possibly surpass them? This was something he could not believe. As for Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, they felt Trunks was not lying. Perhaps he indeed possessed a higher-level transformation of the Saiyans. In the midst of everyone's expectant gazes, Trunks let out a fierce roar, clenched his fists, and assumed a stance. Buzz! Golden energy erupted from his body, manifesting as a fiery aura. In the next moment, Trunks underwent a tremendous transformation. Now transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was something he had become quite adept at. The golden aura swirled wildly around him. At this moment, Trunks' upper body was covered in red fur. His hair had grown coarser than before. The tail behind him transformed to red, swaying agilely back and forth. His pupils turned a light blue, while the eye sockets became a deep crimson. This was undeniably the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Damn it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is this even considered a transformation of the Super Saiyan? At the moment Trunks transformed, Vegeta seemed to be hit by 1,000 blows. He had never seen this form of the Saiyans before. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had never even heard of it. But how did this brat manage to accomplish such a feat? Such a powerful aura. Trunks has become this strong. Dad, do you know what this form is? Son Gohan asked Wukong, astonished. What shocked him the most wasn't just Trunks' appearance. It was the overwhelming aura that filled the entire planet. No, this is my first time seeing it. This aura is simply too powerful. It is beyond anything I or Vegeta could contend with. Sun Wukong shook his head, his eyes glimmering with indescribable excitement. The strength of this form was staggering. It was incomparably greater than what they had achieved as Super Saiyan 2s. Impressive. Is this Trunks' true power? Though I can't sense his energy, the feeling of danger is unmistakably clear, Number 17 said, equally astonished. Thank goodness he hadn't become an opponent of this guy. Otherwise he might have been wiped out in an instant. How handsome. Number 18 was also secretly amazed. After transforming, Trunks' features were sharper and more defined. He was indeed striking. Though 18 had a cool demeanor, she was still a young girl at heart. Seeing Trunks, who was so powerful and so charming, it was impossible for her to remain unaffected. 18 Trunks is quite a good choice. If you miss out on him, there might not be another opportunity. Finding someone comparable to Trunks will likely not be easy in the future. Number 17 kindly reminded her. He knew his sister had high standards for her partner, but Trunks certainly met those criteria. Whether it was his looks or his strength, he was undoubtedly worthy of number 18. This time 18 did not refute or scold number 17. She understood he was right. Among their peers, finding someone stronger than Trunks was nearly impossible. And it was clear that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta could never match Trunks. Damn. How could this little brat become so strong? In the future timeline, he is the only Saiyan. How did he manage this? Vegeta was at his wit's end. From the moment he was born, he had devoted himself to relentless training. And yet his own power was still so minimal. To think his son possessed such formidable strength. For him, this was not a source of pride, but a blatant humiliation. He felt as though the dignity of Prince Vegeta had been trampled into the dust. Trunks, your transformation is simply too powerful. I never imagined the Saiyans could reach this level. Sun Wukong excitedly stepped forward to Trunks, eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. His thoughts were different from Vegeta's. He felt no jealousy over Trunks' form. Instead, he believed that if Trunks could achieve such a level, then so could he. This was the essential difference in mindset between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Trunks, what transformation is this? Son Gohan rushed over, his youthful voice inquiring. This is the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. And what you both have mastered is merely Super Saiyan 2, Trunks replied. In truth, Super Saiyan 4 was fundamentally different from Super Saiyan 2 and 3. This form had undergone a qualitative change. The Super Saiyan 4 form was exceptionally stable. After transforming, the energy consumption was minimal. It could be utilized as a regular state. Unless energy and stamina were completely exhausted, one would not revert from the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. However, other Super Saiyan forms were not the same. If energy was excessively drained, maintaining the transformation became exceedingly difficult. This was the greatest advantage of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. So you're saying that we still have 2 transformations to catch up to you. This is unbelievable. You are truly remarkable, Trunks. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Sun Wukong was even more astonished. They could only transform into Super Saiyan. This meant there was still a gap of 1 transformation Super Saiyan 3 between them. They understood well the immense effort required to reach each form. To attain the level of Super Saiyan 4 might take them another 10 years if not more. Yet Trunks at such a young age had already reached this point. It was undeniable that he was worthy of admiration. Honestly, it's nothing special. I just had some fortunate encounters, Trunks awkwardly replied. It was undeniable that he possessed strength far superior to that of Sun Wukong and the others. However, this power was not solely a result of his training. Thus, hearing Sun Wukong's praise made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I refuse to believe in this nonsense about Super Saiyan 4. Trunks, let me see the strength of this so-called Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, burning with rage, issued a challenge to Trunks. Though he sensed Trunks' formidable aura, he simply could not accept it. Do not act impulsively, Vegeta. Can't you feel Trunks' power right now? Goku quickly interjected, observing the impulsive Vegeta. Though he too was a battle fanatic who relished fighting strong opponents, the power Trunks had recently unleashed was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what either he or Vegeta could contend with. Trunks had already mentioned that this was his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, a level that was 2 significant tiers above their current Super Saiyan 2 forms, a gap that was virtually unbridgeable. Vegeta, stubborn as ever, was far too concerned with his pride. Shut up, Kakarot. I refuse to believe such nonsense. With that, Vegeta summoned the energy within him once more. His golden aura crackled with blue lightning, intensifying with each pulse. Foul brat, show me all you've got in this battle. Don't expect me to go easy on you. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, his speed astounding at least to androids 17 and 18. He appeared before Trunks in the blink of an eye. What incredible speed. Vegeta has truly grown stronger. Are you joking? Just a few days ago when he fought me, he barely had a fraction of this power. 17 and 18 were left in utter shock. For the moment Vegeta disappeared, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of his afterimage. This indicated the vast disparity in their strengths. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his full power in a strike. Boom. As Vegeta felt confident about his punch, a deep collision echoed in response. Trunks remained motionless, effortlessly absorbing the impact. No. It can't be. This is absolutely impossible. How could this brat possess such formidable strength? Vegeta was utterly bewildered, his mind a tempest of disbelief. Despite his enhancements, the outcome mirrored that of a few days prior. Trunks remained unmoved, casually catching the full force of his attack. Goku and Gohan exchanged serious glances, recognizing that Trunks' ability to easily receive Vegeta's mighty blow spoke volumes of his strength. I told you battling me is a futile endeavor, Trunks said calmly before vanishing from Vegeta's sight. He reappeared behind him, hand raised, delivering a gentle chop. Bang! Accompanied by a faint collision sound, Vegeta's pupils dilated, his golden aura dissipating, hair reverting to black. Weak and lifeless, he collapsed to the ground, entirely unconscious. Vegeta? Uncle Vegeta. Dad. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks too expressed their astonishment, yet they understood that Trunks had not killed Vegeta, he had merely knocked him out. Unbelievable. Is this the power mastered by Super Saiyan 4? Trunks, your strength has once again reshaped my understanding of the Saiyans, Goku remarked, awe still evident on his face. Even if he and Vegeta had combined their powers, they would have stood no chance against Trunks. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. Actually, this isn't all of my power, Trunks replied. I have even greater strength yet to be unleashed, but that is not a power unique to Saiyans. He was referring to Ultra Instinct, but he saw no need to divulge so much to Goku. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, Goku would eventually master it. Incredible. It seems we still know too little about the Saiyans. Goku mused, reaffirming his belief that they had yet to touch upon the limits of Saiyan potential, heightening his anticipation of discovering just where those limits lay. Beyond Trunks' Super Saiyan 4, there were surely other forms. After effortlessly knocking out Vegeta, Trunks turned his gaze toward androids 17 and 18. So what are your plans next? He inquired. None really. We're just wandering aimlessly, 17 replied with a shrug. What? Want to join our team? 17 shook his head but smiled, considering it a wonderful opportunity if Trunks could indeed join them. With his overwhelming strength, no one would be able to threaten them, ensuring they would never face the fate of being absorbed by that grotesque monster. I don't belong to this timeline. I will return shortly, Trunks explained. Would you like to join me for a glimpse into the future? The time machine's energy source was nearing completion, and soon he would depart this timeline as the future held other crises that he needed to confront. Sure, 17 replied eagerly. For us it doesn't matter where we are. Besides, it seems you're the only one who considers us friends. The other warriors on Earth appeared to harbor animosity towards them, lacking any semblance of goodwill. Being around Trunks at least guaranteed them a friend, and moreover Trunks was their savior. What do you think, 18? As your younger brother, I'd like to remind you that a man as exceptional as Trunks is hard to come by. In the entire world, it's probably just us two left. He added with a smirk, urging 18 to consider carefully. Ugh, how shameless. 18 rolled her eyes at 17's audacity to include himself in the equation. However, there was truth in his words. Trunks was indeed remarkable, and more importantly, he had saved them in their darkest hour, which endeared him to 18 far more than anyone else. All right, if that's the case, let's go see the future. With 18's unexpected agreement, 17 immediately spoke up. It was clear she was also interested. The only issue now was to heal Android 16's injuries. As they were all androids, it would be better for them to stay together. Don't worry, it'll help repair 16, Trunks assured them. Though creating 16 had been a monumental task, Bulma and Dr. Briefs should be capable of repairing him. Trunks returned to Capsule Corporation with androids 16, 17, and 18. In truth, Trunks was quite apprehensive about the androids before him. Since he could remember, androids 17 and 18 had been the embodiment of terror and slaughter in his world. They were the very essence of horror and death. Although the versions of androids 17 and 18 in this timeline differed somewhat from those in his own, the deep-seated fear and disdain he harbored since childhood would not be easily altered. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend why Trunks from the other timeline would choose to do this. Naturally, Trunks had no intention of explaining, nor did he feel it necessary to do so. Trunks, are these two the androids 17 and 18 you mentioned earlier? Bulma asked as she observed them. They looked quite amiable. Initially, she had expected the so-called androids to be fearsome, ruthless beings. To her surprise, they appeared to be two young individuals of similar age to Trunks. Yes, they are, he replied. However, Android 16 has sustained serious injuries. Could you assist in treating him? Trunks nodded, and then continued. Fortunately, Android 16 is an artificial being, otherwise such severe injuries would have been fatal. Are Senzu beans ineffective for him? Bulma inquired, glancing at Android 16. Being a member of the Dragon Ball protagonist group, she was well aware of the existence of Senzu beans and their remarkable healing properties. Unfortunately, they won't work since Android 16 is a pure robot, Trunks said, shaking his head. Senzu beans have no effect on him. If that's the case, I'll do my best to try. Bulma nodded and began her examination. After a while, she couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Jiro's genius. If he had chosen to be a hero, he certainly would have achieved great things. However, it was a pity that Dr. Jiro was a villain fixated on world domination. Days passed by swiftly, and soon a week had gone by. Throughout this time, Trunks had been training in the gravity room. This time, besides Trunks from the alternate timeline, androids 17 and 18 joined in on the training as well. Their power was simply too weak, and as they progressed, they would encounter increasingly formidable opponents. With their current strength, they wouldn't even qualify to protect themselves. Fortunately, both were modified from normal humans, allowing them to enhance their abilities through training. Their week of training in the hyperbolic time chamber had indeed improved their strength. Although their progress was not as rapid as that of the Saiyans, it was certainly much faster than that of ordinary humans. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Trunks' training, and he stepped outside to find Bulma standing there. Trunks, the energy source for the time machine, has been successfully researched, she informed him. It's enough for the two of you to return to your timeline. Also, Android 16 has been fully repaired. Trunks felt a surge of excitement and gratitude. He knew that once the time machine was complete, the two Trunks might leave him, but they were meant to return to their own timeline, where the Bulma of the future would undoubtedly need them even more. Really, thank you so much. Trunks expressed his heartfelt thanks. Bulma, despite her relatively young age and impeccable maintenance, seemed remarkably youthful. Trunks found it difficult to call her mother, as it felt strangely awkward, so he simply refrained from addressing her that way. Why so formal? After all, you are my son from a different timeline, Bulma said with a warm smile. The group exited the gravity room and took quick showers before returning to the lab, where they found that Android 16 had indeed been repaired. Thank you, Trunks and Ms. Bulma, for helping me be restored, Android 16 expressed sincerely. And thank you for saving Android 17 and 18, they are good people. Though merely a robot, he had been implanted with emotions, enabling him to discern right from wrong and feel gratitude. Had Trunks not rescued them, Android 17 and 18 would have been completely absorbed by Cell by now, and he himself would likely have been reduced to scrap metal. There's no need for such formality, Android 16, Trunks replied. By the way, both 17 and 18 plan to accompany me to the future timeline. What about you? Trunks was straightforward, recognizing that Android 16's abilities were quite impressive. With further modification and training, his strength would undoubtedly increase, making him a formidable asset in the future timeline. Given his unique circumstances, Trunks might not always be able to remain on Earth, and protecting it would need to be entrusted to others. Androids 16 and 17 were excellent choices. I will join you as well. I can sense that you are good people, Android 16 stated earnestly. In this timeline, he had little to hold him back. Originally created with the intent to kill Goku, he had come to understand after their last battle that he could never achieve that goal. Furthermore, with Dr. Gero dead, it was time to abandon his original directive. Once the energy source for the time machine was ready, Trunks from the alternate timeline returned to his own, while Trunks used the Dragon Balls to deactivate the emergency power shutdown devices within Androids 17 and 18. This device was akin to a ticking time bomb. If they encountered a powerful enemy with technological prowess, it could be easily used against them. To eliminate this threat, removing the devices was the most prudent course of action. Trunks' meticulousness only deepened Android 18's fondness for him. After bidding farewell to Bulma and exchanging brief pleasantries with Goku and others, Trunks departed with the three androids. When they arrived once more, they found themselves in the future timeline in a city near West City. However, the city had been ravaged by android attacks, leaving no survivors. The devastation was evident, with ruins strewn about, a testament to the countless lives lost. What happened here? Androids 17 and 16 surveyed the destruction, their expressions growing serious. They could sense that many humans had perished in this place. It was caused by the androids 17 and 18 of this timeline, Trunks explained. But it has nothing to do with you. Let's move to West City. Though he had brought androids 17 and 18 along, it was clear that the people of this timeline would still harbor immense fear towards them. A lengthy period of adjustment would be necessary. Shidu, Capsule Corporation. A piercing scream echoed from Capsule Corporation. Trunks, didn't you say you had already eradicated the androids? What's happening? Bulma looked at the newly arrived androids 17 and 18 with fear. She then turned to Trunks and asked, Mom, they're not the androids from this timeline. They are completely different from the previous androids 17 and 18. You don't have to be so scared. Trunks quickly explained, feeling a bit awkward. He had anticipated Bulma's reaction. After all, everyone on Earth still harbored deep fears regarding the androids. However, this apprehension would surely dissipate gradually. So the versions of us in this timeline were exterminated by you. Android 18 glanced at Trunks and said softly. This made Trunks feel somewhat embarrassed, but there was no alternative. He couldn't just allow them to destroy Earth. Of course, Android 18 was merely jesting. The androids in this timeline had nothing to do with them. Seeing the ravaged cities filled with destruction had genuinely left an impression on them. Thus, they were entirely different from the androids of this timeline. It was only natural for the androids here to meet such a fate. Really? Bulma still asked with a face full of fear. After all, the terror imprinted deep within her heart for over a decade could not be easily dispelled. Yes, it is. This is the 17 and 18 that I brought back from the past timeline. And he is 16. They are all good people. In the future, perhaps when I am not on Earth, they will help protect it. Trunks spoke earnestly, emphasizing his purpose for bringing 17 and 16 over. As for 18, she was meant to be his partner. All right then. That's good. Bulma could only nod in response. She then glanced at 17 and 18. Indeed, although the two appeared somewhat aloof, their eyes seemed completely different from the previous androids who knew only slaughter. She knew Trunks would never deceive her. By the way, you must be hungry after just arriving, right? I'll go prepare something for you. Bulma immediately said as she dashed into the kitchen. Clearly, she still felt a bit wary of 17 and 18. Once Bulma entered the kitchen, Android 18 calmly stated, it seems bringing us here wasn't a wise decision. You could have become the savior of this world, but our appearance might instill fear in others. Her voice was somewhat cold, yet it was apparent she was considering Trunks' feelings. In truth, Trunks had no need to bring them along. This way, he would still be regarded as a hero and savior of humanity. However, their presence could potentially lead humanity to fear him. It doesn't matter. I couldn't care less about their opinions or thoughts. I believe they will understand. If they truly cannot, then it's best they keep it to themselves. Trunks shrugged, responding nonchalantly. At the very least, he had saved everyone from the androids. He was undoubtedly the savior in this regard. Trunks was unapologetic about this. If after his explanations they still made an issue of 17 and 18, that would be their fault for being too narrow-minded. You. Android 18 shot Trunks a look of exasperation. Yet inside she felt pleased. It was evident that Trunks had no regrets about bringing them from that timeline. It seems our reputation in this timeline is quite poor. Well, to ensure Trunks isn't wrongfully accused in the future, it looks like we need to behave ourselves. Android 17 joked. Android 16 nodded seriously. This Earth in this timeline was in dire need of rejuvenation. Perhaps they could genuinely lend a hand. Just then Bulma emerged from the kitchen with some food. Her expression was noticeably brighter than before. It seemed she had begun to accept this reality. After a simple meal, they resumed their training. Trunks knew that both Super Saiyan 4 and Perfect Ultra Instinct were abilities rewarded by the system. They were not acquired through his training. Therefore, his current goal was to exert his utmost effort and work diligently to enhance his fundamentals. Only then could Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Instinct unleash greater power. At the same time, he would be worthy of these two forces. Thus, half a year quickly passed. Trunks' foundational battle strength had significantly improved. As for 17 and 18, their strength had also seen substantial growth. During this half-year, people began to vigorously reconstruct the destroyed buildings. Signs of life began to emerge in the cities that had been devastated. 17 and 16 helped the people in rebuilding the shattered cities. Initially, the populace was indeed wary of these two androids. However, as time passed, they gradually began to accept 17 and 16. As for 18, she didn't seem to share that same leisurely sentiment. Bulma had completely embraced 17 and 18, recognizing their differences from the previous androids. Especially after Trunks shared the experiences of 17 and 18 with her, she expressed great sympathy for them. In truth, all of this was the doing of that old coot Dr. Gero. Originally, two blissful youths had been turned into machines of slaughter by Dr. Gero. After a morning of training, Trunks and the others were having lunch. Android 18, are you full? Should I get you some more rice? Bulma said cheerfully. After spending half a year together, she could see that her son seemed to like 18. And it appeared that 18 also had feelings for Trunks. Perhaps that was why Trunks had brought the 18 from the past timeline. As a mother and a woman of experience, she naturally couldn't overlook these matters. Thank you. Android 18 blushed and expressed her gratitude. In these past few months, Bulma had treated her exceptionally well. Clearly, she regarded her as a future daughter-in-law. Android 18 wasn't oblivious, she certainly noticed. However, rather than feeling repulsed by it, she sometimes felt quite happy. At that moment, Trunks, who had been quietly eating, suddenly changed his expression. What's wrong, Trunks? Seeing the change in his demeanor, Android 18 immediately asked. I just sensed an incredibly powerful divine energy, and it's very close to Earth. Trunks said, his expression grave, because in that brief moment, he had felt an overwhelmingly powerful divine force descending near Earth. It was likely on a nearby planet. This divine energy exerted immense pressure on him, a strength he had never felt before. Such a powerful divine aura could never belong to a supreme Kai. Divine energy. What is that? Number 18 asked, a mix of surprise and confusion in her voice. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time training with Trunks, she had never heard him mention divine energy before, and thus was not well informed about it. It is the aura of a god. This indicates that a deity has appeared near Earth. From the energy I sensed just now, this divine aura is extraordinarily powerful, surpassing even me. Trunks spoke with a grave expression, his seriousness palpable. If it were an ordinary deity, it would not exert such pressure on him. The Kaioshin could never achieve this. Even the 4 Kaioshin who survived Majin Buu combined would not reach this level, unless it were the Supreme Kai during his peak time. But that is now a thing of the past. Therefore, the only being in the entire 7th universe who could possess such a terrifying and potent divine aura would be Beerus, the god of destruction. No one else could possibly match that. As for the angel Whis, while he is indeed a deity, his realm and power far exceed that of the gods of destruction. The aura of an angel is something he could never perceive at his current level. Of course, other powerful deities have emerged in the alternate timelines, such as Black Goku, who is the candidate for Kaioshin of Universe 10 in the main timeline. However, if that individual had just appeared, his strength would not be sufficient to create such a sense of pressure. Even with the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, he could not possibly instill such a feeling in Trunks, who had mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct. The only remaining possibility is that Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, has awakened and come near Earth. Divine aura. Is it strong? Number 18 inquired with concern. Do you have confidence in handling it? Although they had not yet defined their relationship, over the past few months both of them were aware of their mutual feelings, even if number 18's aloof personality prevented her from expressing it openly. For his part, Trunks had been patiently nurturing their bond without breaking the final barrier. Seeing the serious expression on Trunks' face, number 18 naturally felt worried. To be honest, this is the most powerful energy I have sensed to date. I have no assurance that I could defeat such a strong divine presence, Trunks admitted with a shake of his head, his tone somber. Even though he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 and had mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct, defeating a god of destruction would not be an easy feat. Moreover, beside the god of destruction stood an angel with even more outrageous power. Although angels always emphasize their neutral stance, who can guarantee they won't intervene if the life of a god of destruction is threatened? What are we going to do? Should we just avoid provoking them? Number 18 advised sternly. As long as they do not attack Earth, there is no need to confront such a terrifying existence directly. She did not want Trunks to place himself in danger. If such a formidable enemy posed no threat to Earth and had not caused any harm, Trunks could easily ignore them. At this moment, I truly do not wish to engage with these beings too closely. However, I must confirm whether it is indeed Beerus, Trunks replied. Don't worry, I won't confront them, Hedon. With a smile, he reassured number 18. Since these entities had come so close to Earth, there was a high likelihood they would cause destruction. If a god of destruction wished to annihilate a planet, it could be done with a mere flick of a finger in an instant. If Trunks waited until that moment to intervene, he would have no opportunity to stop them. This feeling left Trunks quite uncomfortable. The thought of Earth being destroyed while unprepared was intolerable. However, if he could assess the situation now, he could at least take some precautionary measures. Well, all right, then take me with you. I know my strength is still weak and I may not be of much help, but in such a dangerous situation, I hope to be by your side. Number 18 declared, her tone resolute. She was self-aware enough to recognize that she could not assist Trunks due to their vast difference in strength. Yet she did not want him to face such peril alone. All right then, if you want to go, then come with me. Trunks consented after a moment's hesitation. After all, if those beings truly intend to destroy Earth, it would be hard to stop them. In that case, everyone's fate would be the same. Considering the potential for conflict and the consequences of angering a god of destruction, Trunks knew that the repercussions could devastate much of the northern galaxy. Earth being so close would certainly not escape unscathed. Furthermore, he had to account for the angel by his side, who was fully aware of Trunks' existence on Earth. Number 18 nodded firmly. To be honest, as an artificial being, she had no fear of death. If she could die alongside Trunks, that would actually be a rather fortunate outcome. With that thought, she stepped out of the living room. Trunks lifted number 18 into his arms, and they soared into the sky like a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. A layer of silvery energy enveloped them, ensuring number 18's survival in the vacuum, as she was still a human-based artificial being. In less than a minute, they had entered the cosmos, hovering above the surrounding planets. Is this what it's like to overlook the planets from space? It's beautiful. Number 18 exclaimed, marveling at the sparkling celestial bodies. Indeed, from this perspective, the universe appeared incredibly stunning. Honestly, this is also my first time observing the universe from within it, Trunks admitted with a smile. Alright, I've pinpointed the planet from which the divine energy emanates. Let's head there. With that, they vanished, once more reappearing on a somewhat desolate planet. Although there were sparse patches of vegetation on the surface, they had long since withered. It was clear that no other life could be felt on this planet, indicating it had become a dead world. And this transformation had likely taken a long time. Upon entering the surface of the planet, Trunks immediately concealed his presence as much as possible. However, even with such precautions, they could not avoid detection. After all, the strength of the destroyer and the angel was simply beyond comprehension. Especially the angel, whose perceptive abilities and superpowers were unimaginable to ordinary beings. One could estimate that even a mosquito entering this planet would be easily noticed. At that moment, in a desolate valley on this barren planet, two peculiar figures emerged. To be precise, it was one person and one cat. Standing on the left was a tall and voluptuous woman with strikingly beautiful features. She appeared to be nearly 180 centimeters tall, her long, slender legs encased in green stockings. She donned an oddly futuristic outfit and held a celestial staff in her hand. Her most distinguishing characteristics were her light blue skin and a long silver ponytail that cascaded down to her waist. Beside her stood a plump purple cat. Plump was indeed an understatement. It was as if it had the girth of a barrel, but lacked in height, its body resembling a bulging waist with a narrow neck. However, this cat had evidently attained sentience, standing upright on its hind legs, dressed in equally strange attire. Its most notable feature, apart from its corpulence, was a golden earring dangling from one ear. Additionally, its tail was half broken, lending it a comically awkward appearance. If Trunks had been present, he would have recognized them instantly. They were none other than Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6, and Vados, the angel of Universe 6. Lord Kampa, it seems that this time our judgment was mistaken. This is merely an ordinary planet. Vados spoke in a cool and indifferent tone. Indeed, their covert mission to Universe 7 was primarily to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Over the years, they had secretly ventured here several times and had already taken 2 Super Dragon Balls belonging to Universe 7. However, those had been found on planets at the edge of the South Galaxy. This time arriving in the North Galaxy, they had encountered setbacks and had failed to locate any Super Dragon Balls. TCH. How infuriating. I can't believe I've wasted so much time without finding a single Super Dragon Ball. Kampa complained, irritation etched across his face, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He turned to Vados and said, I've expended so many calories on this trip. Vados quickly bring out my drink. As a hefty individual, long journeys like this were particularly exhausting for him. Even though flying was usually Vados' responsibility, sitting in the back still burned a significant amount of calories. Lord Kampa, you have already consumed more than enough calories today, Vados gently reminded him. The amount far exceeds what you should intake in a single day. If you drink any more, you will only gain more weight. Kampa's obsession with food had reached a near manic level. His long-standing excessive calorie consumption coupled with a lack of training had led to severe deterioration of his physique. Continuing down this path would not bode well for him. Moreover, having such a beautiful angel accompanying a plump and unwieldy destroyer was a source of embarrassment for Vados. Thus, she constantly reminded Kampa to manage his weight. However, it seemed he paid little heed to her advice. TCH. Enough of your nonsense. I'm parched, Kampa retorted. I just calculated that I've walked about 1 kilometer and the calories I previously consumed are completely digested. Now I'm in the negative. Drinking a can of soda would just replenish those lost calories. Kampa was quick to counter. Vados was simply too irritating. He had to monitor his food intake every day while also enduring her constant nagging, which was quite unbearable. Yet there was little he could do, as the guiding angel Vados had the authority to chastise him. Their immense strength and powers far surpassed those of a destroyer, making it impossible for him to argue back without submission. But my dear Lord Kampa, you truly know how to calculate. Vados replied, maintaining her calm demeanor. If you continue to gain weight like this, the next time we encounter Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, I will certainly report you. Her tone remained flat, but she understood well what frightened the destroyer the most. Those who stood at the pinnacle of all universes, Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. Using their names to intimidate Kampa had proven effective time and again. Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. Kampa's expression changed drastically, fear evident on his face. The mere mention of these names was enough to invoke deep-seated dread within him. No destroyer was unafraid of Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, whose powers could obliterate a destroyer and their entire universe in an instant. Fine. I suddenly feel unthirsty. Kampa conceded, though he shot a resentful glare at Vados. This incessant reminder of Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest was tiresome. I knew you weren't thirsty, Lord Kampa. Vados chuckled gleefully. Now that you've decided you're no longer thirsty, let us continue to explore the surrounding planets. She let out a pleased giggle, reveling in her success. This tactic was simply too effective. Kampa grumbled. I am in a terribly foul mood. Thus, this disappointing trash of a planet need not exist any longer. With a cold huff, he raised his hand, and a purple energy sphere quickly coalesced in his palm. Not only had he failed to find the Super Dragon Balls, but now he was deprived of his drink, which fueled his anger. Thus, this useless planet would serve as an outlet for his frustration. For a destroyer, the splendid fireworks produced by the explosion of each planet were an endlessly enjoyable sight. Oh dear, here we go again with the anger, Vados remarked helplessly. This was always Kampa's response. Whenever he was upset, he would destroy a planet. But it didn't matter. After all, a lifeless planet such as this was inconsequential to obliterate. At this moment, on a mountainside several hundred zhang away from Xiangpa and Vados. Are those 2 guys the gods you just mentioned? Number 18 whispered, sensing the gravity in Trunks' voice earlier. The cautious movements now indicated that despite their unusual appearance, these 2 possessed extraordinary power. Indeed, that fat cat is the god of destruction. Trunks nodded, glancing at Vados and Xiangpa in the distance, his tone still somber. I misjudged earlier. I thought it was the god of destruction from our 7th universe, but it turns out to be the god of destruction from the 6th universe. This revelation made Trunks uneasy. While Xiangpa was not considered strong among the 12 gods of destruction, often viewed as the weakest, he was still a deity. Confronting him would be a foolish decision, especially given his ruthless nature and notorious jealousy. The 6th universe. Number 18 replied, puzzled. She lacked a deep understanding of the universes, but sensed the urgency in their situation. If Trunks was not as powerful as that cat, they were in peril. Shouldn't we leave quickly? She suggested. That guy seems intent on destroying this planet. We won't be able to escape then. Trunks shook his head. It might be too late for that. We've already been detected. Even if we were to leave now, the threat to Earth remains. That guy may continue his destruction after annihilating this planet. They were merely a few hundred zhang from Xiangpa, and while the god of destruction might not have noticed them Bados as an angel surely had. Leaving now might endanger Earth given their proximity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiangpa was about to obliterate the planet when Bados suddenly intervened. Lord Xiangpa, please wait a moment. 2 life forms just landed on this planet. He had sensed the presence of 2 life forces moments ago. Although they had tried to conceal their power, an angel could easily perceive it and had pinpointed their exact location. Oh, Xiangpa expressed surprise. Why didn't I sense anything? Typically, he could detect the energy of other beings effortlessly. They possess a unique mission that exceeds that of ordinary beings and are deliberately masking their power, which is why you couldn't sense them, Bados explained, pointing to a nearby peak. They are right over there. Oomph. Xiangpa sneered, his mood soured. I don't know what they are, but let's eliminate them. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he redirected the gathered energy sphere towards the mountain peak, where Trunks and number 18 were located. With a swift motion, the purple energy sphere shot forth, causing a deafening explosion as it struck the mountain, reducing it to rubble. Xiangpa did not employ his full destruction powers. If he had, there would have been no explosive force. Destruction, in essence, is the process of rendering something from existence without generating any energy, merely vanishing as if it had never been. In the instant the mountain erupted, a red figure shot skyward, appearing before Bados and Xiangpa in the blink of an eye. Oh, you managed to dodge it. How interesting, Xiangpa remarked, his surprise evident as he observed the 2 figures before him. In the 6th and 7th universes, few could evade such an attack. Is that a transformation? Bados noted, intrigued. It seems like a race from the 6th universe that I haven't encountered before. The moment the 2 figures arrived, she felt their presence distinctly. The one before her lacked the characteristic red fur, a clear indication of transformation. In the vast universe, many races can transform, but this particular form was unfamiliar to her. The 6th universe had never seen such beings. Hey, what are you 2? Xiangpa demanded, his voice calm, yet commanding. Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? They had not been present when he and Bados arrived, leading to the conclusion that they had come to eavesdrop. Trunks, unfazed by Xiangpa's arrogance, replied coolly, we were just passing by. The condescending attitude was irritating, but what could be done? The might of the god of destruction was undeniable. Lord Kampa, it appears these 2 are merely passing through this planet and did not overhear our previous conversation. I certainly did not sense their presence while we were speaking. Beside them, Beerus glanced at Trunks and then spoke up, not out of support for Trunks and Android 18, but because he truly had not heard anything. This indicated that the 2 individuals had been completely unaware of their earlier discussion. Shut up, Beerus. Whether they heard us or not, since they know we have arrived in the 7th universe, we cannot let them go. Besides, I do not believe in mere coincidences. Kampa's tone was icy as he spoke. In his eyes, these ordinary humans were nothing more than insects. Crushing 2 insects would be an effortless task for him. Perhaps these 2 did not recognize Beerus, and they might not even be aware of the very existence of a god of destruction. However, to be safe, it would be best to eliminate them both. You remain as unreasonable as ever. Beerus could only mutter. Though the angels indeed possessed greater power than the gods of destruction, they could not intervene in the decisions made by them. If Lord Kampa truly intended to kill the 2 humans before him, even as an angel, Beerus could not stop him. And there was no reason to intervene. TCH. Gods of destruction are indeed so unreasonable, Trunks thought, furrowing his brow. Although he knew that with his current power, defeating a god of destruction was beyond his reach, even gaining the upper hand seemed implausible. But if this fat pig Kampa wanted to kill him, it would not be that simple. You 2 can only blame your bad luck. Not only did I discover you, but coincidentally my mood is quite foul right now. Kampa clenched his fists and cast a cold glance at Trunks and Android 18. Perhaps annihilating these 2 would improve his mood. A god of destruction was inherently unreasonable, and these unfortunate humans had no means to counter such a being. Trunks, what do we do now? Is there any chance for us to escape? Android 18 looked at Trunks, her face grave. Though this outcome had been anticipated, she honestly did not want to die. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Trunks grasped Android 18's hand, his tone resolutely serious. The situation was clear. Even if he wished to avoid conflict with a god of destruction, it was evident that this creature had no intention of letting them go. Moreover, even if they had not approached Earth, would still be in danger. They had only one path to take. Fight. Oh, such an overconfident little insect. Do you still intend to resist? Hearing the exchange between Trunks and Android 18, the god of destruction Kampa coldly mocked them. Humans were always so self-assured, completely oblivious to their own positions, until the moment of death. If that was the case, then let this oblivious human experience the depths of despair. Kampa, do not be so full of yourself. You know better than anyone that a god of destruction is not all-powerful. When faced with certain important figures, do you not bow and scrape, living like a dog? There is truly no need for you to elevate yourself above humans, as in the eyes of others you gods of destruction are no different from mere ants. Seeing the dismissive expression on Kampa's face, Trunks was willing to risk it all. In this situation, Kampa would not spare them. Even if they begged on their knees, this creature would likely remain unmoved, and such actions were something Trunks would never consider. Furthermore, even if there was a disparity in strength, it was not to the extent of being instantly obliterated. Wah! What? This trash knows I am a god of destruction? Upon hearing Trunks' words, Kampa's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. The existence of a god of destruction was shrouded in mystery. Aside from divine beings, no human could possibly know of their existence. Those who knew of the gods of destruction had mostly been wiped out. Yet this insect seemed fully aware of the gods of destruction. Moreover, judging by his tone and the words he spoke, he seemed to know not just of the gods of destruction, but likely of the Omni King and the Grand Priest as well. Otherwise, he could not have made such a statement about gods of destruction being ants before certain powerful figures. Oh my, I am rather surprised. You actually know that Lord Kampa is a god of destruction. Beerus also wore a shocked expression. In the entirety of the 6th universe, very few humans were aware of the existence of a god of destruction. And for a human from the 7th universe to know of the god of destruction from the 6th universe was even more improbable. After all, under normal circumstances, the gods of destruction from the 12 universes rarely visited one another. This human before them not only knew of the gods of destruction, but evidently had greater knowledge of divine matters. Lord Kampa, it seems these two humans are not simple. They may be aware of the existence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, so I believe it is best not to kill them lest we invite trouble. Beerus again urged Kampa with a serious tone. Though these two were humans without any divine aura, if they truly knew of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, they could not possibly be ordinary humans. Kampa did not respond, but continued to regard Trunks with a frosty demeanor, asking, "Insect, tell me how you came to know that I am a god of destruction. And while you're at it, reveal what other divine beings you are aware of. If you provide a satisfactory account, perhaps I will show mercy and spare your lives." His tone remained commanding and arrogant. Android 18 furrowed her brows tightly. No matter how powerful this being was, his manner and posture were simply unbearable. Moreover, she was well aware that Trunks was also a proud person. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. "Huh, show mercy." Trunks scoffed. His gaze gradually turned cold as he continued, "Perhaps your power is indeed far greater than mine, and you may have the capability to kill us both. But I can clearly tell you, if anything happens to us, your life will likely not be spared either." Trunks' words were aimed at threatening Kampa, for even gods of destruction had those whom they feared. Such statements could easily intimidate some gods of destruction. In a situation where the disparity in power was so vast, confronting them head-on, no matter how furious one might be, was certainly not a wise choice. Damn it! Trunks' threat ignited a furious blaze within Kampa's eyes. Having been a god of destruction for over 1 billion years, he had never before been threatened by a human. This was completely unacceptable to him. Vile little insect, you will soon learn the price of threatening a god of destruction. Oh no, it seems that Lord Kampa is truly angry this time. The situation appears to be rather dire. Bardoss sighed nearby, sensing the wrath of Kampa as well. As gods of destruction, they had never regarded humans with any seriousness. Now being threatened by a human was completely unacceptable for a god of destruction that once held such lofty status. "Ms. Bardoss, please take care of my beloved." Trunks realized that the impending battle was unavoidable. If that was the case, then let the fight commence. However, with Android 18 present, he clearly could not unleash his full strength in battle, because he had to find ways to protect her. In doing so, the gap between him and the god of destruction Kampa would only widen. "Very well. I can guarantee her safety until your battle concludes. But if you lose, I'm afraid your beloved may also face death." Bardoss nodded. She then gently tapped the ground with her staff. A grass-green energy barrier instantly materialized, enveloping both of them within. Bardoss leaped gracefully into the air. The energy barrier ascended to a height of several hundred feet. "Thank you." Trunks expressed his gratitude to Bardoss. He then clenched his fists. Golden flames erupted from his body in an instant. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was thoroughly revealed. At first, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he was not particularly strong. However, after extensive training in the main timeline, and in the hyperbolic time chamber coupled with half a year of rigorous training, his foundational combat power had experienced a qualitative leap. Every day's training was conducted in a gravity chamber with 3,000 times Earth's gravity. Such high-intensity training had elevated Trunks' foundational combat strength tremendously. Now having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his power was indeed a far cry from what it once was. His light purple hair billowed in the wind. The aura surrounding his body crackled ominously. Roar. Not bad. A mere little insect can unleash such formidable power. No wonder you dare to threaten a god of destruction. It seems you possess some semblance of worth. However, soon I will show you that no matter how strong you are in the eyes of a god of destruction, you will always be akin to an ant. To kill you, I need only lift a finger. Kampa's face revealed a fleeting look of surprise. However, this surprise vanished almost instantly. Among humans, one who could reach such strength was indeed a rare exception. Yet in the eyes of a god of destruction, such power was still insufficient. To obliterate this individual before him remained an effortlessly simple task. Then come. The battle is already unavoidable. Let me see what strength the god of destruction from Universe 6 truly possesses. Trunks was all in. With the battle being inevitable, the only thing left for him to do was to fight with all his might. To preserve both his own life and that of Android 18. You arrogant fool. Kampa snorted softly. In an instant, a purple aura flared around him. Whoosh! Accompanied by a faint sound of air being sliced, Kampa's body vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Trunks. Despite his bulky physique, it seemed to pose no hindrance to his speed. In a flash, Trunks barely caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by. Die? You presumptuous little insect. A contemptuous mocking voice rang out from behind. Kampa's fist was hurled towards the back of Trunks. He was confident that this blow would thoroughly eliminate this oblivious human. Yet Trunks sensed the danger looming behind him. He quickly propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already several dozen feet away. Swish! Kampa's punch met only air. The ferocious wind from his punch created a slight whistle in the air. What a... He was astonished that his first attack had completely missed. A look of surprise appeared on Kampa's face, but it swiftly morphed into cruelty. He had not expected this guy to evade his attack. This not only surprised Kampa, but also struck a blow to his pride as a god of destruction. After all, in his view, he could effortlessly dispose of this individual in an instant. Insignificant insect, allow me to finish this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kampa raised his right hand high, and a massive energy ball suddenly materialized above his head. As the energy coalesced, the ball grew larger by the second. In the blink of an eye, its diameter reached several dozen feet. Crackle! Black arcs of electricity crackled around the energy ball. At this moment, the energy ball was truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could easily obliterate an entire galaxy. And this was not even Kampa's full power. Perhaps in his eyes, dealing with a single human did not require him to exert all his might. Such terrifying energy. Can I endure this, eh? Gazing at the colossal energy ball, Trunks' expression grew exceedingly grave. Although he possessed the strength to evade the attack of this energy ball entirely, if he chose to do so, he would likely have to spend the entire battle in retreat. Not only would he lose the ability to confront Kampa Hedon, but he might also lose the courage to do so. For a cultivator, this was not merely a disgrace. It could profoundly affect his mentality in future training and battles. I absolutely cannot evade. Clenching his teeth tightly, a manic expression crossed Trunks' face. To break through his limits, he must seek survival in the face of extreme danger. This pain could awaken the latent potential of a Saiyan. Moreover, he still had 18 senzu beans with him. This meant that as long as he was not killed in an instant, his injuries could heal rapidly. Saions possess a unique trait. When they recover from the brink of death, their battle power experiences a significant boost. This was particularly evident when Son Goku and Vegeta faced Frieza on Namek. Ant. Disappear completely. This is the power of a god. You weak humans can never fathom such strength. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A sharp cackle echoed from Kampa's throat. Trunks, hurry and dodge. Quick! Android 18 could also sense the immense energy contained within that energy ball. Her instincts told her that this energy ball could very likely kill Trunks. This filled her with an overwhelming sense of panic and fear as she shouted at Trunks. Yet Trunks seemed as if he hadn't heard her. Come on, what god of destruction? I couldn't care less. Now, I just want to fight with all my might. Until the very last moment, until I completely defeat you. Trunks roared, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. At that moment it seemed as if he had awakened the proud spirit of the Saiyans within him. Although Trunks' aura showed no sign of increase, his fighting spirit surged like a vast ocean in an instant. A colossal purple energy sphere descended from the heavens. In that moment Trunks appeared minuscule before it, akin to an ant. Yet at this moment Trunks' battle awareness was exceptionally heightened. He focused intently on the massive purple energy sphere, neither dodging nor retreating. Instead, he gritted his teeth, prepared to withstand the energy ball heat. If he chose to evade this time, it would become increasingly difficult to enhance his strength through cultivation in the future. Oh, how utterly foolish, you wretched ant. You dare to think that your insignificant body can withstand my energy sphere. That's no different than seeking death. Seeing Trunks refuse to evade the god of destruction, Kampa scoffed with disdain. In his eyes, Trunks had already become a lifeless corpse. No human could withstand the god of destruction's attack with mere physical strength. Such a being did not exist in Universe 6, and certainly not in Universe 7. Thus to him, Trunks' current actions were nothing short of suicidal. Boom. Before the massive purple energy sphere even touched the ground, a terrifying pressure began to create an overwhelming sense of oppression. Crack, crack. The ground started to fracture and collapse. Cracks spread outward like a spider's web in all directions. Yet the spot beneath Trunks' feet remained unchanged. A fierce wind howled, and surrounding debris shot out like bullets. Each piece of rubble struck the nearby mountains with the force of cannonballs piercing through them. A cacophony of explosions erupted as the ground around Trunks began to collapse rapidly. This scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. Kampa coldly observed as the gigantic energy sphere enveloped Trunks. After eliminating this oblivious fool, he would enjoy destroying a few planets in Universe 7, which would surely improve his foul mood. Then he could return to Universe 6. Trunks. No. Let me out now. As the massive purple energy sphere continued to collapse, it had fully made contact with the ground. Trunks' body was now completely engulfed by the purple energy sphere. 18's face turned pale as she shouted desperately. She relentlessly attacked the energy barrier created by Beerus. She knew that even if she joined the fray, it would have no effect. The final outcome would remain unchanged. But even in death, she wanted to share the same fate as Trunks. However, how could her energy attacks possibly breach the barrier forged by an angel? It was simply impossible. Everything was merely a futile exertion of effort. Let me out now. Trunks is about to be killed. Seeing that her strength could not break the barrier, 18 immediately yelled at Beerus. Trunks was in imminent danger. At this moment, 18 had completely lost her usual composure. Her eyes were filled with tears of desperation. She realized her true feelings within her heart. When Trunks was in danger, she was more anxious than anyone else. This was because she cared for Trunks as she loved him. Thus, witnessing Trunks in peril caused her profound worry. It even brought about an intense heartache. Let me out now. Seeing that Beerus showed no signs of action, evidently unwilling to release her, 18 launched an assault. She unleashed energy blasts as if they were free. But such energy could never harm the angel Beerus. Beerus simply ignored her. You wretch. Let me out now. 18 became increasingly agitated. Trunks' situation was worsening by the moment. If things continued like this, he would undoubtedly be killed. Even if she couldn't help, she wanted to die alongside Trunks. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the most blissful way to perish. You had better cease your insolent behavior. Although I promised that boy I would protect your safety for now, if you keep up this nonsense, I may just eliminate you first. Beerus' expression darkened, and a chilling gaze shot forth from her eyes. It was as if she was staring directly into the depths of hell. Regardless, Beerus was an angel. Angels exude an innate aura of power and intimidation. This was undoubtedly beyond what 18 could compare to. Huh. If you have the ability, then kill me. You think I fear death? If Trunks dies, do you think I would live on? Even in death, I will ensure you pay dearly. 18 continued her assault. If Trunks were to be killed, she would not survive either. She would expend every last ounce of her strength to inflict the greatest harm on these two wretches before her. Even if it might not affect them at all. Huh. Are all humans this foolish? Beerus coldly sneered at 18. She was astonished that this woman was not afraid of death. She found it difficult to comprehend. Was this what humans called emotions? Then she calmly spoke. That boy has not yet been killed. His aura remains unchanged. However, if you continue your antics, I will eliminate you first. He is not dead. 18 paused in surprise. She immediately turned her gaze toward the massive energy sphere. At that moment, the energy sphere was rapidly descending. The ground was being forced into a vast pit resembling a crater created by a falling meteor. Meanwhile, Trunks' body was now several hundred meters below the surface. The enormous energy sphere weighed heavily like a planet. Damn it. I will not die in this worthless place. I absolutely refuse. With all his strength, Trunks pushed against the vast purple energy sphere. Sweat poured down his face as his golden aura intensified. Huh. With a roar that echoed like a primal scream, the golden aura surrounding Trunks surged once more. In an instant, it became a torrent. And at that moment, the descending purple energy sphere abruptly halted. In midair, Kampa calmly gazed at the immense pit. If all went as expected, that foolish human would vanish along with the planet. Beerus, we can leave now. This planet will explode in a few seconds. Kampa cast a cold glance at Beerus before speaking. A mere human could not possibly survive the shockwave of a planet's explosion. Although he acknowledged this human was somewhat different from others, that was all there was to it. Buzzing. The moment the voice of the god of destruction Xiangpa fell, the ground began to tremble violently. What's happening? Xiangpa's expression shifted slightly. He had not fully detonated the energy ball yet. Why was the ground shaking so intensely? Before he could process this, a purple glow emerged from the enormous pit. The purple energy ball slowly ascended into the air. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? That damn ant is still alive. As Xiangpa watched the purple energy ball rise away from the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. Although that human was somewhat different from the others, he had assumed the guy lacked the capability to catch his energy ball. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. In Xiangpa's shock, the purple energy ball was now at their eye level. At the bottom of the energy ball, Trunks supported it with both hands. Despite being drenched in sweat, his expression and gaze were resolute. Trunks. Thank goodness. Seeing Trunks safe and holding the energy ball aloft, number 18's face lit up with excitement. It seemed that the woman beside her had not deceived her. Interesting. He can actually lift Lord Xiangpa's energy ball. With such strength, even our strongest assassin hit from Universe 6 would not achieve this. What a fascinating character. I seem to have developed a bit of interest in him. Bardos looked at Trunks with a mix of surprise and admiration, acknowledging his unwavering determination. It was rare to find someone with such formidable power between the two universes. Even hit the most powerful assassin in Universe 6 could not reach this level. This guy not only possessed immense strength, but also exhibited commendable courage, daring to challenge Xiangpa, the god of destruction, without fear. At this moment, his gaze was resolute. Perhaps the very reason he could hold the energy ball was his unyielding spirit. After all, a determined heart could unleash hidden potential within. Damn it. Your persistence is meaningless. It only angers me further. Soon I will ensure your death is even more miserable. Xiangpa felt as though he had been slapped in the face once again. His rage boiled over. If that damn ant had simply died comfortably earlier, it might have shown him some mercy. But now the guy had the audacity to rise again. This left Xiangpa feeling humiliated, and the consequences would only lead to a more brutal demise for the damned ant. Xiangpa, if you want to kill me, you have a long way to go. Here, take this back. Trunks spoke with a chilling tone. As he withdrew his hands from the energy ball, he spun in a complete circle and kicked the energy ball toward Xiangpa. Hearing this, Xiangpa's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Although his complexion was already similar, the sight of his own energy ball hurtling back towards him was unbearable. With a quick flick of his fingers, the energy ball vanished without a trace, clearly indicating that he had utilized the god of destruction's divine ability, destruction. Ant, I must admit your ability to infuriate me is remarkable. Having been a god of destruction for countless eons, you are the first human to evoke such rage within me. You should feel proud. Yet you will pay a painful price for your foolishness. I intended to grant you a swift death. But now I will relish in torturing you to death slowly. Xiangpa's expression was frosty as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, come at me. Trunks retorted coldly. In an instant, he gathered energy into his palms, forming a massive light blue energy ball, which he hurled at Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blur, appearing directly behind Xiangpa. Xiangpa flicked his fingers again, and the energy wave vanished as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Trunks launched a punch from behind. Swish! The force of the punch reverberated through the air, piercing through Xiangpa's body. Phantom! Trunks' face changed dramatically. Clearly, even with the power of Super Saiyan, for he could not inflict any harm on the god of destruction. Hitting him at all seemed nearly impossible. Bug, realize your place. The greatness of a god is an existence you can never fathom. Xiangpa's voice echoed, not allowing Trunks a moment to react. He clasped his hands together and brought them crashing down upon Trunks' head. Bang! As the sound of the impact reverberated, Trunks' body plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! With a spray of debris, the earth was once again carved into a massive pit. Trunks knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his hands as a trickle of crimson blood dripped from his lips onto the ground. His head throbbed with a constant buzz, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Yet his indomitable will quickly brought him back to clarity. Spit. Trunks expelled a mixture of blood and saliva, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. At that moment, deep crimson cracks appeared in his eyes. Damn it. Is this filthy ant's body forged of steel? Xiangpa furrowed his brow again. Such an attack would have turned steel to dust. Yet this brat not only survived the blow, but also managed to stand again. He felt humiliated once more. As Trunks rose, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Xiangpa, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. It seemed to say, is this all the power a god of destruction possesses? Such a gaze ignited Xiangpa's fury anew. And I wonder how much longer you can endure. Xiangpa roared, and his body lunged forward like an eagle swooping down. Boom. With a deafening crash, the enormous pit expanded once more as both Trunks and Xiangpa plunged into the ground. Buzzing. The sounds of the collision echoed relentlessly. Crack. Boom. In the next moment, the ground split open. Trunks' body was flung out, appearing disheveled and battered. Countless wounds marred his form, with blood continuously oozing from each gash. Whoosh. Following that, Kampa emerged from the ground, instantly surpassing Trunks in speed. With a dazzling spinning kick, his foot struck Trunks hard in the chest. Bang. Crack. The deep sound of collision and the cracking of bones resonated almost simultaneously as Trunks was once again slammed into the ground. The planet now looked ravaged and battered, with crimson lava erupting from the massive pit. It seemed as if the planet could explode at any moment. Had Kampa considered destroying it, it would have already been reduced to cosmic dust. Rumbling. Trunks landed heavily, utterly devoid of the strength to rise again. Kampa's assault had been too brutal. At that moment, he could still maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, a trait of that transformation. As long as he had even a sliver of energy left, he could sustain this state. Cough. Cough. These injuries are grave. He coughed violently, enduring the excruciating pain as he struggled to rise. His hands pressed against the ground, sweat and blood mingling, cascading down from his chin and nose. Soon the ground was soaked with crimson. This level of injury was surely on the brink of death. If he endured a few more attacks like that, it was quite likely that this grotesque creature could kill him. It was time to use a senzu bean. Hopefully it would prove effective. Trunks quickly retrieved a senzu bean from his system pack, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Fortunately, it was stored in the system. Had he kept it on him during that terrifying assault, he would likely have been defeated long before. Crack. Gulp. The moment the senzu bean was swallowed, an immense surge of power erupted from his body. In an instant, Trunks' wounds healed, and he felt revitalized, clearly stronger than before. Is this the trait of a Saiyan? He exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. My power has increased significantly. This passive effect is indeed incredibly useful. As Trunks stood clenching his fists in exhilaration, number 18's expression mirrored his excitement upon witnessing his recovery. She had been so worried that she forgot he possessed senzu beans. As long as he had breath, they could heal all his wounds instantly. What's happening? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. That pesky insect actually recovered from all its injuries. And its energy is even stronger than before. What is going on? The god of destruction. Kampa was baffled. Just moments ago, this insignificant insect had been on the brink of death, yet now it had completely revitalized, stronger than before. Was this a trait of its race? Yet he had never encountered such a race in Universe 6. He glanced at Beerus, silently asking if he understood this phenomenon. After all, Beerus, as an angel, possessed power and knowledge far surpassing that of a god of destruction. However, to his disappointment, Beerus simply shook his head. He had no idea why Trunks had suddenly regained strength and even surpassed his previous capabilities, having never encountered such a race in Universe 6. Forget it. Although I'm immensely curious, it's just a slight increase in power. Kampa thought dismissively. Before a god of destruction, it remains nothing but an insect. Though surprised, Kampa decided not to delve further into the matter. An increase in power so insignificant was inconsequential to him. An insect was still an insect, no matter how much its strength increased. It could never compare to the might of a great god of destruction. Meanwhile, on the ground, feeling the overwhelming surge of power within him, Trunks muttered to himself, "Let me see if I can transcend Super Saiyan 4 and attain a higher form." He knew that the power of Super Saiyan 4 was insufficient to defeat Kampa, and the Ultra Instinct was his final trump card, one he wouldn't reveal until the last moment. I hope I can break through. Hawa. After a fervent prayer, Trunks unleashed a furious roar. Rumble. With his roar, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Crack. Crack. The ground split with cracks resembling a spider's web rapidly spreading outwards. Trunks' energy continued to escalate. Howa! The roar persisted. Kampa and Beerus exchanged astonished glances, sensing Trunks' energy soaring without limits, as if he had no end. Sizzle! At that moment, wisps of light purple arcs of electricity emerged around Trunks' body, intensifying in both number and vibrancy. In the next instant, Trunks' hair changed dramatically. The light purple strands transitioned into a deep crimson hue, while his irises shifted from light blue to the same striking purple. This color bore a striking resemblance to Goku's initial transformation into Super Saiyan God. Simultaneously, the golden aura surrounding him vanished, replaced by a red energy imbued with purple arcs. Divine energy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This insect's body is radiating divine energy. What on earth is happening? This time, Kampa was utterly stunned. It wasn't merely the strength of Trunks' energy that shocked him, it was the fact that in that fleeting moment the insect had emanated divine energy, something utterly unheard of. The notion of a human ascending to divinity was nothing short of astounding. Never did he expect to witness such an absurd occurrence unfold before him. Even Beerus stood speechless. Having been an angel for eons, he had never encountered anything like this. In a moment of sheer disbelief, a divine aura emerged from within a human body, right under their very noses. Such an occurrence was indeed astonishing. If this young man had undergone training under the gods or angels, the emergence of such divine essence within him would hardly be surprising. At this point, Trunks' roar came to an abrupt halt. The planet, once trembling as if it were on the brink of apocalypse, fell into complete stillness. In this instant, he had undergone a transformation. A layer of fine purple-pink electric arcs enveloped his body, crackling audibly. His hair had fully turned a vibrant shade of purplered, and the aura surrounding him had shifted to a striking purple-pink hue. This essence had undeniably become that of a god. Trunks! Android 18 exclaimed in surprise. Having spent over half a year with Trunks, she had never witnessed him transform in such a manner. His hair had always been a light purple, even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, maintaining that same color. Yet now it had morphed into a deep purplered. This appearance and color were entirely unfamiliar to her. Moreover, the crackling arcs surrounding him radiated an impressive power that even she could sense. This clearly indicated that Trunks had achieved yet another evolution, growing stronger than before. For them, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Perhaps the newly transformed Trunks possessed the power necessary to defeat the two adversaries before him. Damn it! I may not comprehend how your body has come to host the essence of a god, came the cold voice of Kampa, but to do so is a blasphemy against the great divinity. After gradually calming his astonishment, Kampa's expression darkened. The fact that this individual could break through during combat was infuriating. More critically, he had acquired the essence of a god within him. Though reluctant to admit it, Trunks' talent was indeed extraordinary. Allowing him to continue developing in this manner would clearly not be wise. What is happening? How has divine essence manifested within my body? Trunks examined himself, noticing that every inch of his skin shimmered with those purple-pink electric arcs. The sensation was extraordinarily pleasant, filling him with power unlike anything he had felt before. This was a completely different experience from his previous Super Saiyan 4 form. He had anticipated becoming a stronger Super Saiyan 5, but instead he had transformed into this form. A closer inspection revealed that this state was not simply the full energy form of Super Saiyan 4, but rather akin to the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 showcased in the Dragon Ball game promotional anime Dragon Ball Heroes. In that series, the Time Patrollers Goku and Vegeta had transformed into a similar state, and the resemblance was strikingly accurate. However, they had achieved this form by absorbing the Saiyan power of time-traveling versions of themselves and Trunks, as well as Gohan. Yet he had not received any Saiyan power from anyone just moments ago. To attain this form with such extraordinary strength was truly remarkable, marking a qualitative leap from his previous Super Saiyan 4 state. Since it bears such similarity, I shall name it Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4. Trunks resolved in his heart. With divine essence now residing within him and his appearance nearly identical, it was fitting to bestow this name upon himself. Perhaps he was the first Saiyan to reach such a form. In an instant, Kampa reappeared before Trunks, his demeanor icy. And I do not know how you managed to enhance your power or how divine essence manifested within you, but I swear you will perish here today. His tone and posture conveyed an unwavering determination. Despite his frustration, he had to keep his strength suppressed. This was the 7th universe. He and Beerus had secretly ventured here to seek the Super Dragon Balls, a matter that could not reach Beerus' ears. Throughout their lives, although they were twin brothers, their relationship had been tumultuous, often leading to arguments at the slightest provocation. Should Beerus learn of his quest for the Super Dragon Balls, it would complicate any future attempts to claim them from the 7th universe. Thus, during their battle, he had to restrain his true power. If he fought with full force, it would inevitably attract the attention of the angel Whis. Awakening Beerus would only cause trouble. This was the source of his immense frustration. Had this confrontation occurred in the 6th universe, he would have obliterated this insignificant insect in an instant. Let's continue. Trunks declared with unwavering resolve. His visit was driven not only by concern for Earth, but also by a deep-seated desire to witness the power of a god of destruction. He hoped that through battling Kampa he might push beyond his limits. Although dangerous opportunity often lay intertwined with risk, and now he had indeed achieved that. Through his combat with Kampa, he had successfully attained the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form. Continuing to fight would only enhance his strength further. As a time traveler, he held an innate advantage. He could easily placate Kampa and Beerus with food, avoiding conflict altogether. However, that would mean forfeiting a remarkable opportunity to enhance his power, a prospect he found unacceptable. Seeking death, Kampa muttered through clenched teeth before vanishing again, his speed remarkable. In an instant, he was before Trunks, launching a straightforward punch without any flourish. Kampa refrained from increasing his power further, knowing that doing so would risk detection by Whis, and awakening Beerus would lead to even greater complications. This time Trunks was fully aware of Kampa's movements. He extended his right hand, grasping Kampa's wrist firmly. Suddenly Kampa's fist halted, unable to advance an inch. Nanny! Impossible! This insect actually blocked my attack. Kampa was taken aback. Although he had not unleashed his full strength, he had exerted at least 60% of it. This level of power could easily obliterate an entire universe, yet it had been effortlessly countered by this individual. It seemed that the breakthrough had significantly enhanced this insect's strength. As the god of destruction, Kampa stood in utter disbelief. Trunks seized the moment. He yanked Kampa's wrist back with tremendous force, pulling the corpulent figure toward him. In an instant, Trunks drove his right knee upward, crashing it into Kampa's abdomen with such ferocity that the impact caused Kampa's pupils to constrict in pain. The next moment, Kampa's body was sent hurtling backward, uncontrollably flying through the air. In a flash, Trunks vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind, yet he reappeared directly behind Kampa. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to Kampa's back, sending him soaring into the air. The sequence of events transpired in a heartbeat, as if Kampa had not reacted at all. Looking up, Kampa saw a shadow descending from above. Trunks clenched his fists, channeling every ounce of energy within him. He brought his fists down with a tremendous force. "This blow is for you," Trunks roared as his fists crashed into Kampa's chest. Kampa's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing down into the ground in a diagonal arc. The earth trembled as it exploded, a mushroom cloud rising dramatically into the sky. The display seemed to surpass the destructive power of 10 nuclear bombs. "Wow, Kampa has been suppressed," exclaimed Beerus, his tone tinged with surprise. "This is the first time in billions of years that such a thing has happened." Vados, her expression a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, murmured to herself. She felt no concern for Kampa's safety, fully aware that a god of destruction could not be so easily vanquished. Even such an assault may not inflict significant harm on him. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that this human from Universe 7 Trunks possessed such formidable strength. Although Kampa had not utilized his full power, the very fact that he was being suppressed to this extent spoke volumes about Trunks' might. He was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional humans across the 12 universes. However, this display of power would only serve to incite Kampa's wrath further. From the outset of the battle, Kampa had clearly been cautious of being discovered by Whis and Beerus, refraining from unleashing his full potential. Yet if he were to truly become enraged, even the presence of Whis and Beerus would not suffice to save Trunks from annihilation. At that moment, Trunks, suspended in the air, realized that such an assault could not possibly kill Kampa. The earlier attack had likely caused him minimal harm. With a fierce roar, he once again surged his energy to its peak, his palms quickly coming together to form a colossal purplish-red energy sphere. He exclaimed as he thrust it toward Kampa's position. Since he had already made an enemy of Kampa, he resolved to eliminate him if given the chance. Although the presence of the angel Vados made such a likelihood slim, survival in this battle necessitated such drastic measures. As the terrifying energy struck the ground, it pierced through the entire planet, creating a vast gaping hole at its center. Crimson magma flowed from the abyss into the cosmos. In the next instant, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, and a stunning display of fireworks erupted in the universe. Nearby planets were violently shaken by the force, trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, as the fireworks faded, the cosmos returned to an eerie calm. Trunks watched with a composed gaze as the remnants of the explosive wave dissipated. When a purple silhouette materialized amidst the chaos, he furrowed his brow in dismay. Damn it, I didn't even inflict any real damage, he thought, his heart racing. I can't believe that even after breaking through to the limit and achieving Super Saiyan God form, I still can't harm this guy. Narrowing his eyes, Trunks realized that to truly defeat Champa, he would need to ascend even further, reaching a higher level of power to have any hope of success. Meanwhile, Champa's expression darkened significantly. A smirk of disdain and menace curled at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Trunks. Insect, is this really all the power you possess? Such a feeble display cannot inflict any harm on a god of destruction. However, you have certainly stirred the full wrath of a god of destruction. Prepare to endure my fury, or I will make you experience terror more despairing than hell itself. This time Champa was undoubtedly furious. While Trunks' prior attack had not caused him any substantive harm, it was an affront to his dignity as a god of destruction. If Beerus were to learn of this, it would surely become a source of mockery for him, an outcome Champa would never allow. Meanwhile, Trunks' expression grew increasingly grave. Champa's power was indeed overwhelming, far exceeding his expectations. In the original story, Champa had appeared rather weak, especially during the chaotic battle among the 12 gods of destruction in Dragon Ball Super, where he seemed to be the weakest. This left a misleading impression. However, after engaging in battle, Trunks realized that Champa's perceived weakness stemmed from the overwhelming strength of the other gods of destruction. Compared to them, he seemed lacking, but against humans his power remained unfathomably deep and formidable. Furthermore, the destructive force of their battle threatened to obliterate any planet in its path. Trunks was determined to avoid Earth's destruction, one of his main motivations for fighting. If Earth were to be annihilated, the purpose of their conflict would be rendered meaningless. With this thought, Trunks glanced at Android 18, then suddenly pivoted, propelling himself away at breakneck speed. If the battle were to continue, he needed to relocate to a safer area to prevent further devastation to the Earth. With a surge of crimson energy surrounding him, Trunks darted through the vastness of space like an arrow released from a bow. Android 18 swiftly understood his intentions. He was not fleeing, but seeking to distance the battle from Earth to avert its annihilation. Nanny. Champa was momentarily taken aback. This opponent had been so fervently engaged in battle just moments ago. Why the sudden retreat? And without any warning. TCH. It's too late to think of escape now, insect. You have successfully provoked my wrath. No matter where you hide, you are doomed. Champa's voice was icy as he unleashed a powerful purple aura around him, chasing after Trunks. The Angel Battles alongside number 18 began to pursue. After breaking through the limits and achieving Super Saiyan God 4, Trunks not only became significantly stronger, but also astonishingly faster. He zipped through the universe like a streak of red lightning, determined to distance himself from Earth before the battle commenced to avoid causing any destruction to his home. Damn it. I never anticipated this little ant would be so fast. Xiangpa exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he chased closely behind. 10 minutes had passed, yet he still hadn't caught up with the boy. However, this dull pursuit was about to come to an end. In the next moment, the purple aura surrounding the god of destruction surged powerfully. With a flash, his speed escalated dramatically. He vanished from sight, only to reappear right in front of Trunks. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a vicious kick toward Trunks. His patience had worn thin. It was time for this human from Universe 7 to pay for his arrogance and ignorance. What a... Trunks gasped in shock as Xiangpa suddenly materialized before him, leaving him no time to react. Attempting to dodge was no longer an option. He could only raise his arms defensively in front of his chest. Bang! The moment his arms were up, Xiangpa's leg crashed down upon them with tremendous force, releasing a terrifying power akin to the overwhelming ocean. Whoosh! Trunks was sent hurtling backward at a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye, soaring thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye, heading straight for a distant planet. Clenching his fists, Trunks summoned a fiery aura within him, stabilizing his body just in time. Although he avoided direct contact with the planet, the sheer force had already created a circular crater on its surface. What a terrifying power! Trunks thought, feeling his arms go completely numb and lose sensation. Xiangpa had unleashed his full strength, determined to kill him. The next battle would undoubtedly be even more perilous, with the danger level escalating. Whoosh! But Xiangpa clearly had no intention of granting Trunks a moment to think. He was upon him again in an instant, delivering another heavy punch the very moment he appeared before Trunks. This time Trunks had no chance to block. He could only watch helplessly as the fist struck his chest. Bang! Crack! The deep sound of collision and the cracking of bones resonated simultaneously. The brutal impact caused Trunks' chest to cave in. Gasp! A mouthful of blood spewed from him, and he plummeted like a meteor. Boom! With a resounding crash, he smashed into the planet behind him, leaving a massive indentation on its surface. Trunks had already hit the ground. Pain seared through his chest, and his numb arms struggled to support his battered body as he fought to stand. In a moment of clarity, he reached into his system pack and retrieved a senzu bean. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it whole. Xiangpa was now fighting seriously, giving it his all. If he couldn't maintain peak physical condition, a single misstep could lead to his demise. Just as Trunks regained his footing and used the senzu bean, Xiangpa closed in once more. Battles and number 18 also appeared in the air. Huh? What's happening? Trunks seems to have recovered. It looks like he has some ability or item for healing, Battles murmured in surprise, her eyes wide as she beheld the unscathed Trunks. She had witnessed the previous exchange. Clearly, Xiangpa's punch had nearly crushed Trunks' chest. Without a doubt, if he hadn't attacked again, Trunks would have suffered severe injury. Yet here he was completely unharmed, as if he had healed from his previous wounds. This little ant truly continues to astonish me, Xiangpa remarked, equally surprised. He hadn't encountered such a resilient opponent in a long time. This extraordinary healing ability was even beyond what the gods of destruction possessed. Trunks was indeed a troublesome adversary. If his strength were to increase further, it could lead to more complications, thus this situation must be nipped in the bud. Huff! After recovering, Trunks exhaled deeply. The fiery aura around him vanished without a trace, and he released his transformation, returning to his normal state. He knew full well that the Super Saiyan God 4 form could never rival Xiangpa. Continuing like this would likely lead to his death. He had no choice but to employ his final trump card, the Ultra Instinct. The perfect Ultra Instinct was not to be underestimated. It not only enhanced speed and evasive maneuvers, but also maximized every function of his body. If Ultra Instinct merely improved speed and dodging, then Goku would never have been able to stand toe-to-toe with Jiren in the Tournament of Power. During the early stages of the tournament, even with a 20-fold Kaioken boost on top of his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku couldn't inflict any damage on Jiren, who barely regarded him. However, after mastering Ultra Instinct, he was able to hold his own against an upgraded Jiren, demonstrating that the strength of Ultra Instinct was not merely about speed and evasion. Moreover, in the second season of the Dragon Ball Super manga, the perfect Ultra Instinct could significantly enhance physical strength, as evidenced by Goku's ability to shatter Moro's arm. An ant. Have you finally realized the gap between yourself and a god of destruction ready to abandon your futile resistance? Xiangpa smirked, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips as he observed Trunks revert to his normal form. To the gods of destruction, humans were always like insects. Yet even at this moment, this little insect's realization was far too late. Such disrespect towards the gods could never be forgiven. Give up resistance. You may be disappointed. Trunks slowly raised his head, his gaze settling into an unyielding calm. His tone was devoid of any tremor. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a silver glimmer flashed across Trunks' pupils. In an instant, they transformed into a silvery gray. Trunks' hair transformed instantaneously from a light purple to a brilliant silver. Simultaneously, a serene aura of divinity surged forth from Trunks' being. What kind of joke is this? Another divine aura. This bastard. What on earth is happening? Feeling the divine energy emanating once more from Trunks, the god of destruction, Kampa was visibly taken aback. This individual was indeed a source of continuous astonishment for him. How could an ordinary human harbor such divine essence within? Despite having reverted from his transformation, why had the divine energy re-emerged in his body? This series of questions left Kampa utterly bewildered. What is that? The Ultra Instinct. How can this be? Trunks is merely a human from Universe 7. How is he able to master Ultra Instinct? Even the watching Angel Vados displayed an expression of sheer incredulity. It is known that Ultra Instinct is a divine skill inherent to angels. Without guidance from an angel, a human could never hope to grasp Ultra Instinct. Moreover, humans have no knowledge of Ultra Instinct's existence, let alone the means to cultivate it. The training required for Ultra Instinct is exceedingly arduous, demanding an exceptionally high level of mental discipline. Without a tranquil mind free from distractions, mastering Ultra Instinct would be utterly impossible. It was evident that Trunks had achieved a flawless command of Ultra Instinct, something even the 12 gods of destruction could not claim. Among the 12, only Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, had reached a foundational understanding of Ultra Instinct. As for the other 11 gods, none had even approached that level. This starkly illustrated the stringent conditions necessary for mastering Ultra Instinct. Yet here we had a human from Universe 7 who had completely comprehended it. This alone was enough to astonish even the usually unflappable angel. Could it be that Trunks is a disciple of Whis? Or perhaps a candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7? Vados began to speculate within himself. Although he had never heard of any candidates for the god of destruction in Universe 7 nor of Whis taking on a disciple, it was evident that only Whis had mastered Ultra Instinct to perfection. Without Whis guidance, it was impossible for a human to even know about Ultra Instinct, let alone practice it. Your name is Android 18, right? I have a question for you. Does Trunks know the god of destruction and the angels of this universe? Their attire and demeanor are strikingly similar to ours. Vados glanced at Android 18 and inquired, eager to confirm whether Trunks truly knew Lord Beerus and Whis. If they were indeed acquainted, and if Trunks were a candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7, then his mastery of Ultra Instinct would be less surprising. No, we have never encountered beings like you, and we certainly do not know you. Furthermore, Trunks would never associate with those who casually destroy other planets. Android 18 replied indignantly. Although she was unsure whether Trunks actually knew Lord Beerus and Whis, after all, she had only known him for just over half a year. What is going on here? Vados was increasingly perplexed. If he did not know Whis, how could he have comprehended Ultra Instinct? It was hard for her to believe that a mere human could master Ultra Instinct purely through self-awareness. That was simply impossible, even if Trunks were a prodigious genius. Meanwhile, on the other side, the god of destruction Kampa had also caught on to some clues. Could this bastard be using Ultra Instinct? No way. Absolutely impossible. Ultra Instinct is a realm beyond even the deity's reach. How could a mere insect like him possibly master it? If that were true, it would be a monumental disgrace to all gods. In truth, upon seeing Trunks' form, Kampa had already formed an answer in his heart. He just did not want to accept such a reality, a realm unattainable even by the gods. How could a mere human comprehend it? That would be tantamount to admitting that all their gods of destruction were inferior to a human. Such a preposterous notion was unacceptable to him. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction in Universe 7, the angel Whis observed the battle between Kampa and Trunks through the image reflected by his staff. Upon witnessing Trunks executing a flawless Ultra Instinct, his expression reflected immense astonishment. He murmured in disbelief, this is truly remarkable. That Trunks has actually mastered Ultra Instinct to perfection. What could this mean? He is a human from Universe 7. Why was I unaware of this development? For decades, while Lord Beerus had been in slumber, Whis had closely monitored the changes in Universe 7. However, he had not sensed any divine energy emanating from the universe. Yet what was going on with Trunks? Why did he not only possess a divine aura, but also comprehend Ultra Instinct to perfection? It was well known that without the guidance of an angel, a human could never master Ultra Instinct. This was nothing short of shocking. To grasp a skill that even the gods of destruction cannot, he is indeed a prodigious warrior. He may one day become Lord Beerus' ideal successor. Should I inform Lord Beerus about this? Whis continued to ponder. Trunks exhibited formidable combat prowess, and his natural talent was exceptional. Achieving such strength in just a few decades of training was remarkable. If nurtured further, he could undoubtedly ascend to the level of a god of destruction. It would be a pity for such a powerful warrior to perish without recognition. Moreover, Universe 7 was in need of a candidate for the god of destruction. This sudden emergence of Trunks was clearly a promising option. However, Whis was also mindful that this matter involved Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. If he were to awaken Lord Beerus, a conflict between the two gods might arise. That would create trouble for them as angels. After contemplating for a moment, Whis decided against waking Lord Beerus. The complications that would arise from doing so would be excessive. It was better to let him remain in slumber. He could go and observe. If such a promising candidate for god of destruction were to be destroyed by Kampa, that would be a great loss. With this thought, Whis gently tapped the ground with his staff. A silvery light enveloped his form in an instant. The next moment, he vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. And whether or not you truly comprehend the ultimate mastery of Zizai Jia Gong, today marks your end. Xiang Pa murmured softly. His arms trembled, and a terrifying purple aura erupted from his body. This time he was determined to eradicate this scoundrel once and for all. After all, achieving a perfect understanding of Zizai Jia Gong was a humiliation to every god of destruction. Whoosh! Xiang Pa's body suddenly flickered. His speed was astonishing. In an instant he was in front of Trunks. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. However, Trunks, who had activated Zizai Jia Gong, was no longer the same as before in terms of evasion. The essence of Zizai Jia Gong is that it requires no mental deliberation The body instinctively predicts and dodges danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiangpa fists rained down like a machine gun. Each punch seemed capable of tearing through space itself. This was sufficient evidence of the might of a god of destruction. Even if Xiangpa was considered the weakest among them, his power remained unfathomable. Xiangpa's speed increased exponentially. Although Trunks had mastered the perfect Zizai Jiai Gong, dodging amid such a dense onslaught became increasingly strenuous. Zizai Jiai Gong was indeed formidable. Yet when the disparity in strength was too great, its efficacy gradually diminished. Bang! Caught off guard, Trunks took a heavy punch to the shoulder. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, he penetrated several mountain peaks. His feet dug into the ground, skidding backward for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a stop. His entire arm went numb, completely losing sensation. Damn it. Even with the perfect Zizai Jiai Gong, I still can't match the speed of a god of destruction. What must I do to manage this battle? How do I defeat a god of destruction? At this moment, Trunks' mind raced. Yet he could not conceive a viable method to overcome Xiangpa. In the face of absolute power, it seemed that any clever tricks would be futile, unless he could transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and reach Super Saiyan 5. Only then might he stand a chance against Xiangpa. While Trunks is indeed a rare talent capable of mastering Zizai Jiai Gong, their base combat power differs too greatly. Even so, he can never be a match for Lord Xiangpa. Beerus commented in a calm tone. After all, the god of destruction had lived for countless eons. Each god of destruction possessed notable talent, though otherwise they could not attain such a status. With billions of years of cultivation, their strength was absolutely unfathomable. Nonetheless, Trunks reaching this stage was already remarkable. And, if I'm not mistaken, the skill you're using is the divine technique Zizai Jiai Gong. Yet even if you truly mastered it, what difference does it make? Before a god of destruction, you will forever remain a pitiful ant. To conquer a god of destruction, even if granted 1,000 years of training, you would never succeed. After repelling Trunks with a punch, Xiangpa proclaimed from his lofty position once more. Trunks clenched his teeth tightly. Though filled with resentment, he had to admit that part of what Xiangpa said was true. Even now, even with the perfect Zizai Jiai Gong, he still could not defeat a god of destruction. More critically, throughout the battle, Xiangpa had yet to utilize any divine abilities. Perhaps due to the constraints of the 7th universe, he bore his own reservations. Ant, next say goodbye to this world. You have wasted too much of my time. As Xiangpa's voice faded, a purple energy sphere began to form in his palm. In an instant, it grew to the size of a soccer field. Within it contained the power to obliterate the world. Though it did not carry destruction, this energy sphere could likely annihilate half the universe. Open, what nonsense. I refuse to die in such a place. I will not perish at the hands of a gluttonous pig like you, absolutely not. Trunks gritted his teeth, and in that instant a brilliant silver aura surged around him. The silver energy enveloped his body, and the divine essence within him grew more potent. His silver hair danced in the wind. His aura blazed like silver flames, raising the temperature of the entire space in an instant. Whoosh! The moment his divine essence heightened, Trunks' body suddenly vanished. His speed was unfathomable. Xiangpa was taken aback once more. Bang! Before he could recover from his astonishment, a piercing pain erupted from his back. Immediately his body was sent flying. The energy sphere he had gathered in his palm dispersed in an instant. Trying to kill me. Dream on. After sending Xiangpa flying with a punch, Trunks leaped high once more. He could feel his stamina and energy burning rapidly within him. This sensation was akin to his body transforming into an insatiable void. The energy within him was far from sufficient to fill this abyss. He quickly retrieved 2 senzu beans and tossed them into his mouth. The instant they entered his stomach, the lost energy surged back. Then he landed heavily on Xiangpa. Boom! Xiangpa's body was driven into the ground. Then he plummeted at light speed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did this ant's power escalate to such an extent? What on earth has happened? Feeling the excruciating pain within his body, sensing the overwhelmingly vast divine aura emanating from Trunks, the god of destruction, Xiangpa felt a twinge of panic. In that brief moment, Trunks' power had soared to unprecedented heights. It left him feeling uneasy. What kind of nonsense is this god of destruction? Die. With that, Trunks unleashed all his strength, launching a frenzied assault on the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Boom boom, punch after punch. Facing the onslaught of these frantic blows, Xiangpa crossed his arms defensively across his chest. He simply could not comprehend how within mere seconds this ant's strength had grown so formidable. It resembled a frenzied beast akin to a desperate last stand, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Rumbling. Amidst the chaotic barrage, another planet exploded. Seizing the opportunity created by the explosion, Xiang Pa hastily withdrew. Huff huff. He began to breathe heavily, slightly out of rhythm. That bout of fervent aggression from Trunks had genuinely caught him off guard. His own energy began to spiral out of control in that instant. Meanwhile, Trunks appeared increasingly distressed. The aura within him was in utter disarray. Like a deflating balloon, his energy continuously dissipated. Trunks swiftly consumed 2 more Senzu beans to replenish the energy and strength within his body. Damn it, Ant. You have truly angered a god of destruction. This time I will not grant you any further chances. Xiang Pa's expression darkened ominously. He sensed that if this continued, he might very well find himself in dire straits. This guy's surge in power was simply too unusual. In a mere short span from an ant he could crush with a pinky, he had grown to this level. It was evident that he could not allow this to persist. As his voice fell, a purple energy sphere rapidly coalesced. This time the energy was entirely different. It contained a chilling aura of destruction. Indeed, this time he would unleash the god of destruction's ultimate move, obliteration, to completely eradicate this ant. A sphere of energy congealed in the palm, a purple orb swelling until it seemed to pulse with apocalyptic force. It was as if that single sphere might at any moment erase an entire cosmos. Wretched ant, the god of destruction, Xiang Pa snarled. Everything ends now. Admittedly, you are the most tenacious human I have encountered. Only by invoking destruction itself could I hope to kill you. Take pride in that if you must. The energy in Xiang Pa's hand had grown to the size of a basketball. Though not immense to the eye, it was the essence of annihilation. One touch, and all would be utterly undone. So it comes to this. Destructive energy, Tai Lang Qi muttered, his brow knitting in concern. Nothing unnerved him more than the ruinous might of a god of destruction. Once tainted by such power, one could vanish without a trace. That was the law of the universe. No force could stand against it. Yet Tai Lang Qi refused to surrender. His hands moved in an instant, and a terrifying silver chi coalesced into his palms, forming an unparalleled sphere of his own. It might not match Xiang Pa's devastation, but he would not yield. Vanish, human. Xiang Pa cast the destructive orb forward. He had already passed sentence. No matter how extraordinary Tai Lang Qi had been, how outrageous his feats before destruction, all was insectal and inconsequential. No human could possibly withstand such power. With a roar, Tai Lang Qi hurled his gathered sphere straight at Xiang Pa. In moments like these, one could only unleash all one's strength and stake everything on the throw. It's over, someone nearby said softly. It looks like Tai Lang Qi will be slain. His divine aura is formidable, but it cannot contend with destruction. Bajuosi furrowed her brow and spoke in a low voice. The power of destruction embodied the very force of cosmic law, a force incomparable to any other gods included. Even though Tai Lang Qi had mastered divine energy, he was still no match for a god of destruction. The two energies sped toward each other, meteoric in their haste. But as they neared collision, a faint ripping of the void sounded. A white radiance bloomed and intercepted them at their center. The silver-white light faded, revealing a familiar silhouette. Whis, the angel of the seventh universe, standing effortlessly between the converging powers. Whis. Tai Lang Qi stared at the newcomer, astonishment overtaking him. Damn it, Whis shows up now. Xiang Pa muttered under his breath, anger tightening his features. Precise timing as always. Is he doing this on purpose? Whis' presence was a clear attempt to halt the duel. If an angel intervened, even a god of destruction would be constrained. So you came after all, Bajuosi admitted, surprise flickering across her face before she composed herself. Tai Lang Qi was a human of rare potential. With cultivation, he might soon rival a god of destruction, an ideal candidate for that office. Given that Whis' intervention ceased to be so unexpected, Whis flicked his staff and both energies dissipated as if they had been illusions. Even a god of destruction's menace held no weight before an angel's gaze. Xiang Pa, this has gone far enough. You are in the seventh universe, Whis said, turning toward him with a measured calm. Your fighting has shattered several planets. If Lord Bai Lucy learns of this, it will be troublesome. I presume you understand that. Mind your business, Whis, Xiang Pa retorted angrily. You know as well as I do that angels, notwithstanding their superior power, have no right to meddle in a god of destruction's affairs. Xiang Pa's resolve was iron. If he did not kill this human today, the man might become a future threat. The look in the human's eyes suggested he would not forget any humiliation, an ever-present danger. Today was the perfect opportunity to end him. This is the seventh universe, Whis countered, eyes flashing. Tai Lang Qi is Lord Bai Lucy's disciple and a candidate to become our universe's god of destruction. He cannot die by your hand. The angel had thought quickly. While angels ordinarily did not interfere in conflicts between gods of destruction, a candidate for that office warranted protection. And for Xiang Pa to wantonly destroy planets in the 7th universe and then slay one of its prospective gods of destruction would be intolerable, especially if Lord Bai Lucy were to discover it. What? You're telling me this ant is your candidate? Xiang Pa barked incredulous. You expect me to believe that? I've never heard of such a thing. Even Bajuosi. How could you not have mentioned it? Xiang Pa's surprise was evident, though he had harbored suspicions when Tai Langkisi's body radiated divine aura. We're not hiding it, you simply wouldn't know, Wei replied calmly. Why else would Tai Langkisi possess a divine aura and be capable of mastering the Zizai Ji Gong? Without angelic tutelage, how could a human attain such mastery? Tai Langkisi indeed possessed exceptional potential, a human of rare aptitude perfectly suited to be a candidate for a god of destruction. Thus far the 7th universe had found no mortal superior to him. Upon hearing the words of the angel, Whis Trunks displayed a look of astonishment. He was utterly perplexed as to why Whis would choose to assist him. Angels have always maintained a position of neutrality. Unless commanded by a god of destruction to intervene, they would typically refrain from taking action. However, considering the personality of Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, if he were to learn that Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, was causing trouble in Universe 7, he would undoubtedly come himself. Then he would likely give Kampa a harsh reprimand. This only deepened Trunks' confusion. What was Whis' reason for intervening? Moreover, to defend him, Whis had even resorted to such a fabrication. When had he become the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7? When had he ever been a disciple of Beerus? Humph. Kampa's expression had soured to an extreme degree. With Whis saying such things, it was evident that he could no longer eliminate Trunks under the angel's protection. Yet today was the best opportunity to eradicate this pest. If he did not destroy him completely, given Trunks' strength and potential, he could very well become a future threat. Lord Kampa, you have already destroyed several planets in Universe 7. And in the past few decades, you and your sister have visited Universe 7 multiple times. It's just that you didn't commit any outrageous acts at the time, so I didn't pay much attention. Surely you wouldn't want Lord Beerus to find out about this, would you? Seeing Kampa's darkened expression, Whis spoke once more. Upon hearing these words, Kampa's face shifted yet again. It had grown even more severe. The matter of collecting the Super Dragon Balls must remain hidden from Beerus at all costs. Moreover, they had not yet gathered all the Dragon Balls. This meant he would still need to venture into Universe 7 in the future. If Beerus found out about this, it would no longer be so simple to return to Universe 7. It seemed today was not the day to deal with this little bug. Vados, clenching his teeth, a look of reluctance crossed Kampa's face. He called out to Vados. Vados's form flickered lightly. She soon appeared before the god of destruction, Kampa. Lord Kampa, shall we return? Vados inquired. In this situation, it was evident that Lord Kampa would no longer be able to kill Trunks. After all, they were in Universe 7. If matters escalated, it would not benefit Kampa at all. Return. Kampa cast a deeply sullen glance at Trunks. Then, gritting his teeth, he spat out the words. Whis, we must take our leave. I must admit you and Lord Beerus have excellent judgment. This Trunks possesses strength and talent that is indeed among the very best across all 12 universes. If he were to become the god of destruction of Universe 7 in the future, he would surely rival Lord Beerus as the mightiest god of destruction. Vados said with a smile. She then glanced at Trunks. With a gentle tap of her staff upon the ground, a brilliant light enveloped them both. In the next moment, they transformed into a silver streak of light and vanished into the cosmos. Once Vados and Kampa had disappeared, Trunks instantly reverted from his Ultra Instinct form. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming weakness. He had expended too much energy previously, and the constant use of Senza beans had left his foundation feeling somewhat compromised. Just then, Android 18 quickly flashed to his side. Immediately, she supported him. Are you all right? She asked with concern. I'm fine. Trunks shook his head. However, the power he had just unleashed seemed to have pushed his body beyond its limits. Now he felt a tearing pain throughout his entire being. He then turned his gaze towards Whis. With a strained smile, he said, I never expected that an angel of this universe would resort to lying. Ho ho. Whis turned with a beaming smile and replied, if I hadn't lied just now, you might have been killed by Lord Kampa. Undeniably, you are formidable. There are indeed few among humans who can reach your level. However, no matter how strong, your survival against a god of destruction is impossible. Although Trunks was exceptionally powerful, even among the 12 universes there were hardly any humans who could rival him. Yet that was still insufficient to face a true god of destruction. Had Kampa unleashed his destructive powers from the beginning, Trunks would likely have been obliterated by now. And regardless, he could never hope to survive such destruction. You speak the truth, Whis. If it weren't for your intervention, just now I would indeed have been killed by Compa. So thank you. Trunks nodded earnestly. Regardless of Whis' motives for helping him, he had indeed saved his life. Trunks felt it was only right to express his gratitude. Not at all. Trunks, your power is indeed impressive. You are more than qualified to be a candidate for our Universe 7's God of Destruction. I wonder if you have any interest in this position. Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor as he posed the question. Perhaps in all of Universe 7 no one was better suited for this role than Trunks. More importantly, Trunks had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Whis found this astonishing. To achieve such mastery without the guidance of an angel was unprecedented. Candidate for God of Destruction? Trunks was taken aback. He then replied, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. And if I'm not mistaken, Lord Beerus should be unaware of this matter, correct? I wonder if an angel can make this decision. While becoming a candidate for God of Destruction would grant certain divine privileges, they were minimal. More importantly, if he became a candidate or a God of Destruction, he would be subjected to numerous constraints. After all, his superiors would be the immensely powerful Grand Minister and Xeno. These entities could obliterate a God of Destruction or even the entire universe at a moment's notice. In the face of such overwhelming power, dealing with them would be exceedingly unwise. Mr. Trunks, please don't be so quick to refuse. There are many benefits to becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction in Universe 7, and you would receive personal guidance from an angel. Though I am unsure how you have mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, are you aware that Ultra Instinct itself is graded? Under the guidance of an angel, your Ultra Instinct would become even more refined, and as a candidate for the God of Destruction, you would qualify to learn the skills of a God of Destruction. Once you have mastered those skills, should you encounter a situation like today's, you would not find yourself in such a passive position. Whis continued, making it evident that he harbored great hopes for Trunks to become their candidate for the God of Destruction in Universe 7. After all, such a talent was rare to find. I will consider it carefully, Mr. Whis. Thank you once again for your assistance. Trunks nodded in response. He knew that even though he had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, there was still a distinction between his abilities and those of the angels and Grand Priest. In the second part of the Dragon Ball Super manga, Whis had once told Son Goku that while the apprentice angels and the Grand Priest all possessed the perfect Ultra Instinct, their levels were entirely different. This meant that there were indeed grades within Ultra Instinct. As for the destruction energy that Whis mentioned, Trunks, equipped with a system, did not pay much heed to it. Perhaps one day the system would reward him with destruction energy. Once he mastered it, if he were to encounter someone like Compa again, he would certainly not be so passive. Very well. Since that's the case, Mr. Trunks, please take your time to consider it. I shall take my leave for now. Whis maintained a warm smile, and after speaking gently tapped his staff against the ground. In an instant his figure vanished from the universe. After Whis disappeared, Trunks promptly retrieved a senzu bean and consumed it. The excruciating pain within him gradually subsided, yet his energy recovery was notably slow. It was clear that the consumption of energy had been excessively overwhelming, even damaging his foundational strength. Thus, even a senzu bean could not restore his energy instantaneously. Let's head back. Having regained a portion of his energy, Trunks took Android 18 back to Earth. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 16 had arrived at Capsule Corp. They sensed the tremor on Earth moments ago and immediately knew it had to be related to Trunks, prompting them to rush over to investigate. However, upon arriving, they found that Trunks and Android 18 were not there, and Bulma was unaware of their whereabouts. Trunks, 18, are you alright? What was that tremor just now? Seeing the two suddenly appear, 17 immediately inquired with concern. After all, one was his older sister, and the other was his future brother-in-law. They were his closest family, so naturally he was very worried. 16 also wore a concerned expression for 18, and Trunks were among his few friends. We encountered a very powerful deity. Trunks fought against him. That guy was incredibly strong, and we nearly didn't make it back. Fortunately, another individual came to our rescue. Android 18 looked at 17 and quickly explained. If it hadn't been for that guy named Whis intervening today, perhaps both of them might have perished in the cosmos. A deity. Trunks couldn't even defeat him. My goodness. There exists such a powerful deity in this universe. Both 17 and 16 were visibly astonished. They had not heard much about the existence of deities before, and in their minds Trunks was the strongest being. They never imagined that such formidable deities could exist, ones that even Trunks struggled against. There are many powerful beings in this universe. There are countless foes I find difficult to contend with. Do you think I train so hard for no reason? I want to become strong enough to face these entities without feeling so helpless. However, it seems my training is still far from sufficient compared to those gods of destruction and angels, my strength remains pitifully weak. Trunks spoke calmly, yet his expression was determined. Despite his relentless training, it was evident that it was still not enough. He needed to enhance his foundational combat power swiftly. Each transformation of a Saiyan was contingent upon amplifying their foundational power. Upon hearing this and witnessing Trunks' serious demeanor, 17 and 16 also adopted grave expressions silently, making a resolution in their hearts. They too would train together and enhance their combat abilities, for only in this way could they ensure that next time they would not leave Trunks to face a powerful enemy alone. Trunks, we want to train alongside you. This Earth is our shared home. You shouldn't bear this burden alone. Although our training pace may never match yours, at least next time there will be more of us to fight by your side. At that moment, 16 spoke with unwavering conviction. He was an artificial human who deeply cherished Earth and nature, wishing for neither the planet to be destroyed nor his friends to be harmed. Thus he desired to elevate his combat strength swiftly. Yes, I agree. I initially thought you were the invincible being on this planet, so I never considered improving my strength further. However, it seems my thoughts were rather naive. I will train with you all as well. 17 responded earnestly. Even as artificial beings, their strength was not fixed. Through training, they too could achieve a qualitative enhancement in power. I will too. Android 18 nodded resolutely. What transpired today had deeply impressed upon her the reality of their situation. Witnessing Trunks grappling with helplessness while she was unable to assist was an experience she never wished to endure again, filled with shame, guilt, and powerlessness. Observing the unwavering determination in the three of them, Trunks could only nod in agreement. Very well. From now on we shall train together. In his heart, he set a goal: the next time they met he would trample that fat pig beneath his feet, allowing it to truly understand the feeling of humiliation. Soon the four individuals once again entered the gravity chamber to commence their training. In this time and space, both the Temple of the Gods and the Korin Tower had been destroyed. As a result, training in the Room of Spirit and Time was not an option. However, training within the gravity chamber was still immensely beneficial for enhancing their foundational combat prowess. The resolve of the group to train was unwavering. Aside from their meals, they spent nearly all their time training in the gravity chamber. Thus 9 months swiftly passed. During these 9 months, the god of destruction Kampa and the angel Vados from Universe 6 did not visit Universe 7 again. Whis also had not sent any word, nor had he sought out Trunks. Earth continued to enjoy a period of peace. After more than a year of repairs and reconstruction, although Earth had not fully regained its former vibrancy and magnificence, it was gradually progressing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, in the sky above, two figures suddenly materialized. One bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, while the other had a punkish silver hairstyle and green skin adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai. Zamas, is this the Earth of Universe 7 in the future? It seems there's no trace of Sun Wukong or those Saiyans. The figure resembling Sun Wukong, known as Black Wukong, spoke up. He had sensed the surroundings, but found no trace of Sun Wukong, which left him somewhat disappointed. The fact was, the original Sun Wukong had committed unreasonable acts against the gods in other timelines. His aim was not only to dominate the entire universe, but also to eliminate every incarnation of Sun Wukong. It was truly unfortunate that at this moment there appeared to be no sign of Sun Wukong's presence. Indeed, this individual had swapped bodies with Sun Wukong, using the Super Dragon Balls, and had arrived in the future timeline utilizing the Supreme Kai's time ring, becoming Black Wukong, the candidate Supreme Kai, from Universe 10 of another timeline. According to the information I acquired earlier, the Earth of Universe 7 seems to have suffered a significant catastrophe in the past. Many warriors on Earth were killed. It's highly probable that the Sun Wukong you mentioned also perished during that time. The Greenskin Zamas casually remarked. Given that their Zero Mortals plan would initiate in Universe 7, it was natural for him to gather more information about the state of this universe. Black Wukong, however, appeared particularly concerned about the Sun Wukong of Universe 7. What a pity. It seems I cannot kill this parallel universe's Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, it matters not. Let us first dominate this Universe 7. Black Wukong's gaze was icy. Despite his intense hatred for Sun Wukong, his immediate priority was to complete the Zero Mortals plan. As for killing Sun Wukong, there were still many versions of him across different timelines. They could simply eliminate them one by one later on. Completely controlling Universe 7 is no trivial task. The god of destruction Beerus is the most powerful among them. Even the god of destruction from Universe 11 Belmid would likely be no match for him. With our current strength, we are worlds apart from the realm of the gods of destruction. Though you have gained Sun Wukong's body, you cannot fully harness the power it holds. My immortality too offers little advantage against the god of destruction. Zama's furrowed his brow and continued, while I loathe these incompetent deities for allowing such lowly beings as humans to exist. Overthrowing them and realizing our plan for humanity is no simple feat. After all, each god of destruction across the 12 universes possesses the strength to easily annihilate them. At present, they were still too weak. In true combat, immortality would be of no use and would render them helpless. More importantly, each god of destruction wields the power of the universal laws. It's likely that my immortality would be powerless against the destructive force of a god of destruction. Huh, it's surprising you're still a candidate for Supreme Kai. How could you forget such crucial information? Have you forgotten that the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are linked by fate? If we kill the Supreme Kais of each universe, the gods of destruction will naturally perish alongside them. Although it's challenging for us to slay the gods of destruction, eliminating other Supreme Kais should be a trivial endeavor. Black Wukong spoke with a cold demeanor. If they were to execute their plan to eliminate all gods of destruction and achieve the Zero Mortals plan, they had to be thoroughly prepared. While they might not be able to kill the gods of destruction, they certainly could eliminate the Supreme Kais. Once the Supreme Kais fell, the gods of destruction would follow suit. As for the angels, once the gods of destruction were dead, the angels' functions would cease to be of any consequence. It seems you are indeed well prepared. You are right. With our current strength, killing the Supreme Kais of other universes will be a piece of cake. Let's start with Universe 7. Once Beerus is gone, this universe will swiftly fall into our grasp. Zama's nodded in agreement. With this in mind, they were not far from dominating this universe. At that point, those filthy humans would no longer have the right to taint this beautiful universe. They would create a true paradise devoid of such base beings. Subsequently, the two suppressed their energy signatures. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Their target was the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Once they eliminated the Supreme Kai, controlling Universe 7 would be a simple task. After all, they understood all too well that the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 was remarkably weak. As for the attendant Jebbet, he was even weaker and could be dispatched in under a minute. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber of Capsule Corporation, Trunks, who had been training fiercely, suddenly halted his training. What's wrong, Trunks? What happened? Number 18 immediately noticed Trunks' change and inquired. From Trunks' expression, it seemed something was amiss. I suddenly sensed two divine energies. They only appeared for a brief moment, and now they seemed to have vanished. Trunks slightly furrowed his brow and spoke. These two energies were entirely different from that of the gods of destruction, lacking even a fraction of Compa's power. But they were not gods of destruction, divine beings. Are they the ones related to that Compa? Number 18's brow furrowed in concern as she asked anxiously. If it were indeed that individual, the situation could be dire. After all, they had only trained for 9 months. Their combat strength had not significantly improved. No, it's not Compa. This energy is very weak. Could it be? Trunks shook his head. Suddenly, two faces surfaced in his mind. Who are they? Number 17 and number 16 hurriedly approached. Is it Zama's and Black Wukong? Trunks continued to murmur quietly. He could ascertain that these two divine energies were not from the gods of destruction, nor were they from the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Thus, based on his speculation, it was highly likely they belonged to Zama's and Black Wukong. After all, according to the original story, Zama's would appear in the future timeline and bring about destruction. Zama's and Black Goku. Who are they? I've never heard of them before. Are they formidable? Number 17 asked with a puzzled expression. He had heard of Sun Wukong, but Black Goku was entirely unfamiliar to him. As for Zama's, this was the first time he had encountered that name. Number 18 and number 16 also looked equally surprised and confused. They had no idea who these two characters were either. Just two minor figures, Trunks replied with a smile, his tone nonchalant. However, their appearance is quite timely. It provides you an opportunity to test your skills. It will also allow you to experience your current strength in a real battle. Although Zama's had stirred up a bit of a commotion in Dragon Ball Super, Trunks remained confident in his ability to defeat them. Even if they merged into Zama's, he believed he could eliminate them without issue. After all, they had yet to reach the power level of a Super Saiyan god. From their earlier training, it was clear they were still quite weak, barely matching the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 2 forms. Having trained tirelessly for so long, Trunks and number 16 had made significant progress. Defeating Zama's and Black Goku should pose no problem. After hearing you say that, I'm feeling quite intrigued, number 17 remarked. We've been training in a monotonous routine for so long. Wasn't it all for the thrill of battle? This is the perfect opportunity to test our combat abilities and refine our skills in a real fight. Number 17's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, training alone could be rather dull, but battling an opponent added a sense of excitement. Then let's hurry. Trunks urged. Their energy signatures have already vanished from Earth. If we delay, we might not catch up to them. Trunks quickly changed into the combat suit designed by Bulma. While it might not absorb power entirely, it would certainly help mitigate some energy, especially against opponents as relatively weak as Zama's and Black Goku. After donning their gear and exchanging a few words with Bulma, the four of them instantly vanished from Capsule Corporation. As they approached the atmosphere, Trunks summoned an energy shield with his divine power, mindful that number 17 and number 18 were still human and could not survive in space. Trunks accelerated rapidly, leaving Earth in mere seconds. Trunks, can you sense those two's energy? Number 17 inquired eagerly, his desire for real combat intense after such prolonged training. Yes, I can feel it, Trunks nodded, quickening his pace. A flash of silver light streaked through the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin and Kaioshin Aizen observed the unfolding scene through a crystal ball. Reflected within were Zama's and Black Goku. Lord Ancestor, who are those two? Aizen asked, perplexed. Why do they emanate divine energy? And one of them is wearing our Kaioshin's custom outfit. Could he also be a Kaioshin? The elder Kaioshin frowned at Aizen's words. The early deaths of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in this timeline meant they had never met them, so their focus shifted solely to Zama's. The strong divine energy he radiated and his attire suggested a connection to the Kaioshin. Fool, can't you see? The elder Kaioshin scolded. That individual is likely a Kaioshin or a candidate from another universe. However, I'm familiar with the Kaioshin of the other 11 universes, and none match him. It seems he might be a candidate or a Kaioshin I do not recognize. Could it be that during your long imprisonment, other universes have changed their Kaioshin? Jebet suggested. That is possible, the elder Kaioshin conceded. However, judging by their appearance, they seem to be headed toward our Kaioshin realm. We'll find out when they arrive. He nodded, unable to dismiss the notion that if they were indeed Kaioshin, they likely bore no ill will. Yet Aizen couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. I can't help but think, those two don't seem to have good intentions. Half an hour later, a whooshing sound pierced the air as two figures appeared before the elder Kaioshin and Aizen. It was none other than Black Goku and Zama's. Hey, who are you two? What brings you to my realm? Jebet demanded sternly, his intimidating appearance belying his actual strength. What's going on? Doesn't this universe's Kaioshin recognize you? Black Goku asked Zama's with surprise. In their timeline, Kaioshin were typically familiar with one another. Black Goku had met the Kaioshin of the 7th universe several times before, yet it appeared that Zama's from this timeline was unfamiliar with Jebet. Never met him, Zama's replied, shaking his head. Oh, I see. A sinister grin spread across Black Goku's face. If they were unfamiliar, that made things easier. Hey, who exactly are you, and what do you want here? Aizen demanded, standing firm as the ruler of the Kaioshin realm. If you have no business here, please leave. This is the realm of the gods. Don't worry, Kaioshin of the 7th universe. We will leave, Black Goku stated, a chilling smile playing on his lips. But before we do, I will kill all of you. A bloodthirsty aura erupted from his body, overwhelming both the Kaioshin and Jebet in an instant. Divine energy. This guy is also a deity. The old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin Asin were taken aback. Before them, this individual was emanating divine energy from within his very being. What was even more alarming was his immense strength. The sheer intensity of his aura alone exerted tremendous pressure upon them. Who exactly are you? Why have you come here? What is your purpose in trying to kill us? Kaioshin Asin once again queried with a grim expression. These two scoundrels had the audacity to claim they wanted to slay them. It was well known that they were the Kaioshin of an entire universe. If they were to fall, the cosmos would descend into chaos. In a matter of time, one universe could very well face decline or even annihilation. Though their individual powers were not formidable as the highest deities in the universe, their role was undeniably significant. Without their creation and maintenance, the entire universe would gradually deteriorate. From which universe do you hail? Do you understand the consequences of attempting to kill a Kaioshin? The old Kaioshin questioned, his demeanor darkening. The earlier mention of the god of destruction from the 7th universe indicated that they were not deities from that realm. However, as deities, they should have known that striking against the gods of other universes was a violation of divine principles. Such actions would undoubtedly invite severe repercussions. It was rather unexpected. Once he had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword by Lord Beerus. Recently, these two fools had inadvertently freed him from that sword. Of course, that had been sheer luck. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse had allowed him to escape. But to think that mere moments after emerging from the sword, he would find himself facing imminent death. It was utterly depressing. He felt so unwilling. Silence, you old fool. Once the entire universe is within our grasp, no one will be able to punish us. Black Goku declared with unwavering confidence. Their Human Zero plan was undeniably foolproof. The only difficulties lay with the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Aside from the two of them, the so-called angels and gods of destruction could be dealt with by various means to ensure their demise or incapacitation. Zamasu, kill them. Clearly Black Goku had no desire for further dialogue. After all, villains often perish from excessive chatter. Continuing to converse could lead to unforeseen complications, and he would not allow for any such eventuality. No matter what, today they had to eliminate the Kaioshin of the 7th universe. With the god of destruction Beerus dead, the entire 7th universe would become theirs to command. Understood. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zamasu nodded. It was evident that this version of Zamasu lacked the ruthless resolve of Black Goku. At that moment, a burst of purple energy erupted from his body. Although their strength was not particularly great, to Trunks they resembled mere insects. Yet they were more than sufficient to deal with the Kaioshin and Jebet. As for the aging old Kaioshin, he posed no threat whatsoever. Black Goku had no regard for him. In the next instant, the two moved in perfect synchrony, vanishing from sight. Within moments, they stood directly before Jebet and Kaioshin Asin. Then they unleashed a powerful punch. The speed was astonishing, and neither had any intention of holding back. From the very first strike, they went all out. Kaioshin Asin and Jebet were utterly unprepared for combat. Having lived in the Kaioshin realm for thousands of years, they had not fought in ages. Though one could not say they had rusted, their reaction times had undeniably diminished. With fists approaching at breakneck speed, they had no opportunity to evade. They could only raise their arms in a desperate attempt to block, positioning them defensively against their chests. Bang! Bang! Two deep thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Immediately after, Kaioshin Asin and Jebet found themselves propelled backward. Their feet skidded across the ground, and they were sent tumbling several dozen yards. The solid earth was gouged, leaving behind ghastly marks. What? Such immense power! These two are far too strong. Kaioshin Asin panicked in an instant. Fear washed over him. Just that one punch had left his arms feeling numb. In this battle, there was no possibility of victory for them. What do we do now? If this continues, these two will be killed. But right now we have no means to contact Lord Beerus. The old Kaioshin stomped in frustration. Yet he was of no assistance, for his frail state rendered him powerless. In such a confrontation, he was utterly ineffective. If it were Lord Beerus, he could easily eliminate these two. The problem was they had no way to reach Lord Beerus. Black Goku and Zamasu clearly intended to deny Jebet and Kaioshin Asin any respite. Black Goku understood that they possessed the ability to teleport. If they managed to teleport for help, or even summon Beerus, their plans would be completely thwarted. They could even end up dead here. Black Goku was well aware of Beerus' nature. Killing a candidate for Kaioshin was as simple as squashing an ant. Before Jebet and Kaioshin Asin could steady themselves, a relentless barrage of attacks followed. Fist after fist came at them, the speed accelerating. Kaioshin Asin and Jebet could only react defensively, dodging and blocking. At that moment, they were reduced to mere defense, lacking any means to retaliate. Despair had already taken root in their hearts. For with their combined strength, there was no way to overcome these two adversaries. Moreover, their synergy was alarmingly well coordinated. It was likely that within 2 minutes, they would be utterly annihilated. Bang! Bang! Just as their minds raced for a strategy, Zamasu and Black Goku each delivered a powerful kick. The blows landed squarely on Jebet and Kaioshin Asin's chests. Their bodies were sent hurtling backward. Black Goku and Zamasu leaped into the air in perfect unison. With their palms pressed together, they rapidly conjured spheres of purple and black energy. This time they poured all their energy into these orbs. Their intention was a single decisive strike to eliminate the Kaioshin of the 7th universe. To them, it was akin to a life-and-death battle. If they failed to kill the Kaioshin of the 7th universe, they knew all too well what awaited them. They would likely face complete obliteration at the hands of Beerus. Disappear! Black Goku shouted sharply. The black energy sphere was launched with tremendous force. Immediately following, Zamasu's purple energy sphere followed suit. In that moment, Kaioshin Asin and Jebet felt a surge of hopelessness. There was no way they could withstand these two energy blasts. In an instant, the two of them summoned the energy within their bodies. Then they engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. However, the gap between them was evidently vast. As the energy spheres collided, the attacks from the Kaioshin and Jebet were swiftly suppressed and subsequently devoured. The two braced themselves against the ground, beginning to retreat rapidly. Is this it? Are we done for? At this moment, Kaioshin Asin was engulfed in despair. This was the realm of the gods, and it was impossible for anyone to come to their rescue. With their limited strength, they were utterly incomparable to the two adversaries before them. The only fate that awaited them was death. If that happened, the entire universe would lose its Kaishin, spiraling into chaos and ultimately facing annihilation. Stubborn fools vanished completely. Black Goku roared triumphantly. It seemed his Zero plan was off to a perfect start. Kaishin and Jebet were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling as they retreated. At this moment, their arms quivered, and they could barely hold on any longer. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Old Kaishin instinctively lifted his head, only to see a protective barrier enveloped in silver energy. Inside the barrier, 4 figures emerged. That's the one who fought against Lord Kampa from the 6th universe. Old Kaishin recognized Trunks immediately. Just months ago, a fierce battle had erupted in the 7th universe, instigated by Lord Kampa of the 6th universe and the youth known as Trunks. Now Trunks unexpectedly appeared in their realm of gods. Was this a blessing or a curse? However, upon reflection, with death looming so close, it seemed there could be no worse outcome than this. In that instant, as Trunks and his companions appeared, they flashed directly in front of Kaishin and Jebet. With a mere wave of his hand, the energy spheres of Black Goku and Jebet were sent flying. "Nanny, who are you?" Black Goku and Zama's were taken aback. This was the realm of the 7th universe's Kaishin. Logically, no one else apart from the Kaishin and his attendants should be able to enter such a place. Yet the individuals before them were clearly not gods. Kaishin and Jebet were equally bewildered, but relief flooded their hearts. It seemed they had been saved. Indeed, it's these 2 foolish beings. Trunks looked up, casting a casual glance at Zama's and Black Goku, before speaking with an air of indifference. It appeared his previous assumptions had been entirely correct. These 2 were Zama's and Black Goku. Their audacious decision to come here and attempt to kill the Kaishin was remarkably clever. After all, the power of Beerus was not something they could contend with. To go after Beerus was tantamount to courting death. Trunks then glanced at the old Kaishin in the distance, his eyes reflecting surprise and suspicion. According to logic, the old Kaishin should have been sealed within the divine sword at this time. In the main timeline of the Dragon Ball saga, the old Kaishin was inadvertently released when Son Goku broke the divine sword. Yet it seemed that the Kaishin and Jebet before him did not possess such capability. How had this old fellow managed to escape? It appeared that this timeline was different from both his own future timeline and the one where Son Goku resided. "Hey, do you insects know what you're doing? Foolish, ignorant, lowly beings daring to obstruct the affairs of a god." Black Goku's eyes blazed with fury at the sudden appearance of Trunks and his companions. How dare these mere insects interfere with his plans? They would be dealt with first. Son Goku. 17 and 18 exchanged glances, surprised by Black Goku's resemblance to Son Goku. Aside from their differing attire, it was nearly impossible to discern any differences. Upon seeing Black Goku, 16 clenched his fist tightly. After all, he had been created for the sole purpose of killing Son Goku. A mere candidate Kaishin from the 10th universe dares to boast here. "With your kind of trash, you have no qualification to shout before me." Trunks spoke with a look of disdain. This statement astounded not only Black Goku and Zama's, but even the old Kaishin and the current Kaishin. They had not anticipated that these 2 were candidates for the 10th universe's Kaishin. However, Black Goku and Zama's expressions darkened further. This brat actually knew their true identities. They would not let them escape today. Let them be buried here alongside the Kaishin of the 7th universe forever. 16-17, give these 2 a good beating. Make them regret ever showing up. Trunks, not wishing to dirty his hands with such insignificant characters, felt that 17 and 16 were more than sufficient. "All right, after training for so long, it's time to see the results." 17 nodded excitedly. After all, the purpose of training was for practical combat. Such a prime opportunity must not be missed. She held no fondness for the 2 before her, especially that green-skinned one who for some reason always made her feel uncomfortable. Today she would make him regret his existence. As for 16, he nodded earnestly. Perhaps it was due to the directives implanted in his mind by Dr. Gero that he felt a sense of enmity towards Son Goku, even though this one was not the real Son Goku. Yet since he looked just like Goku, defeating him seemed no different. In an instant, Android 16 and Android 17 appeared before Black Goku and Zamasu, their speed astonishingly swift. Compared to a year ago, their strength had undergone a significant transformation. "Nanny, how can these 2 lowly humans move so fast?" Zamasu's green visage expressed surprise. In his subjective view, humans were nothing more than a pack of barbaric, greedy, and lowly creatures willing to resort to any means to achieve their aims. He had never regarded humans seriously. To his disbelief, these 2 human beings possessed such formidable power. He barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before they manifested before him. Black Goku, however, was not particularly taken aback. Having previously battled against Sun Wukong, he was aware that many powerful beings existed among humans. His past thoughts mirrored Zamasu's in this realm, believing humans to be merely a bunch of greedy creatures whose strength could never surpass that of gods. Yet Sun Wukong's appearance had entirely altered his perspective. But what did it matter how strong these beings were? They could never be his opponents. No one could halt their zero plan. While Zamasu remained astonished, Android 17 and Android 16 simultaneously unleashed their fists. Zamasu, already weak in power, had no time to defend himself. 17's fist slammed heavily into his face. Boom. Whoosh. With just a single punch, Zamasu was sent flying, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Black Goku, who possessed Sun Wukong's body, demonstrated slightly greater strength. When Android 16's punch came barreling in, he met it with a fist of his own. Boom. At the moment their fists collided, ripples surged through the air. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in all directions, followed by waves of hurricane-like energy. The old Kai was sent hurtling away. Both Android 16 and Black Goku staggered back several meters from the force. Damn it. This lowly insect possesses such strength, but I can't sense any ki from him. Is this guy a robot? Black Goku's expression darkened. After acquiring Sun Wukong's body, he had also learned to perceive ki. From the opponent's body, he sensed none of the ki that Sun Wukong and the others spoke of. This indicated that the being before him was likely a robot. After all, even divine ki was detectable to him. A mere pile of scrap metal, a robot possessed such power. It was indeed hard for him to believe. Yet that was all there was to it. While he had obtained Sun Wukong's body, he had not yet completely acclimated to it. In other words, he could not fully unleash the power inherent in this body. Through the course of battle, the true strength of this form would gradually awaken, allowing him to master it in due time. By then, a mere robot would be easily obliterated with a single punch. Meanwhile, Android 17 unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks upon Zamasu, who could only defend against them, entirely lacking the ability to retaliate. After more than a year of training, 17's strength had qualitatively improved. This Zamasu was certainly no match for him. Weren't you just boasting? Is this all the so-called divine power amounts to? As 17 continued his frenzied assault, he taunted. The thrill of such combat was exhilarating, especially after enduring prolonged training and restraint. Now he could unleash his pent-up energy. You lowly creatures, do not presume to act superior before the great divine. Zamasu was seething with rage, having always looked down upon humans. Now being treated in such a manner by one, his pride was utterly shattered. Yet there was nothing he could do. After all, his strength still fell short of 17's. Divine? Just garbage. 17 scoffed, then grasped Zamasu's face with one hand. With a forceful press, Zamasu's body was driven into the ground. Though his body trembled violently, he was utterly unable to escape 17's grasp. Insect, remove your filthy hands from the divine. Zamasu roared in fury, only to be met with relentless punches from 17. On the other side, Android 16 was locked in a fierce battle with Black Goku. Their strengths seemed evenly matched, trading blows in a relentless exchange. However, as time passed, within just 5 minutes, Trunks could distinctly feel Black Goku's strength accelerating rapidly. From an initial standoff to now, Black Goku was able to completely overpower Android 16. Trunks, the guy who resembles Sun Wukong, is a bit outrageous. Within just a few minutes, his strength seems to have undergone a significant change. Android 16 is no longer his opponent. Android 18, on noticing the shift, spoke to Trunks. If this continued, 16 would surely be defeated. He might even be killed. Indeed, that guy gained Sun Wukong's body, and at first he couldn't adapt. In battle, the strength within this body will quickly awaken and hell rapidly adjust to Sun Wukong's form. That's why his power is soaring so quickly, but it matters not today, he's doomed. Trunks said calmly. Even if Zamasu obtained all of Sun Wukong's power, even if he transformed into Super Saiyan Rose, he would still be no match for Trunks. Killing Black Goku would be a simple task. Bang! Almost as soon as Trunks finished speaking, with a deep crashing sound, Android 16 was sent flying. He landed heavily before Trunks and Android 18. Yet almost immediately 16 stood up again, his gaze fiercely determined. At that moment, Black Goku was conjuring a massive purple-black energy sphere in midair, clearly intent on obliterating Android 16. Android 16 gritted his teeth, instinctively sensing the danger emanating from the energy sphere. Enough, Android 16, your battle is over. This guy's strength is escalating too rapidly, you cannot match him. Leave the rest to me. Trunks gently patted 16's arm, stepping forward. Continuing the fight would yield no different a result it would only inflict more injuries upon 16. Thus Trunks resolved to handle it himself. Okay, 16 nodded, stepping back to stand beside Android 18. Filthy insects. Disappear completely. To die at the hands of the universe's greatest divine being is your utmost honor. The purple-black energy sphere intensified and Black Goku's expression turned frenzied. This energy sphere was sufficient to annihilate the entire divine realm. And all these beings would be slaughtered. Such pitiful confidence. Allow me to send you on your way. Trunks glanced at the crazed Black Goku with indifference. As he spoke, Trunks' pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue, and his hair instantaneously became silver white. While employing the Ultra Instinct against someone like Black Goku seemed excessive, he decided to resolve it in an instant to save time. In an instant, Trunks' body vanished like a specter. Before Black Goku could react, Trunks reappeared before him. Nanny, how are you so fast? Black Goku was immediately thrown into a panic, feeling utterly bewildered. However, Trunks said nothing more. He merely flicked his finger lightly against the energy sphere Black Goku had conjured. In an instant, the purple-black energy sphere vanished without a trace. No, it's impossible. You can die now? As Trunks' cold, emotionless voice echoed, once more he unleashed a punch, without mercy. With such force, wrapped in silver energy, his fist pierced straight through Black Goku's chest. One strike, and it was over. How despicable. How could I possibly die at the hands of such a wretched human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst the excruciating agony coursing through his body, Black Wukong found it hard to believe the reality unfolding before him. He had obtained the body of Sun Wukong and possessed immense power. Yet why was this scoundrel so strong? With just a single punch, his body had been pierced through. At this moment, beyond disbelief, shock, and pain, a wave of regret surged within Zamasu. Why had he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls so hastily back then? Why hadn't he wished for an immortal body for himself? If he had done so, this lowly human could never have killed him. To perish at the hands of a mere human, such a disgrace and absolute humiliation. But as the torment intensified, blood was drawn from his body in torrents. His vitality began to dissipate rapidly. Trunks looked coldly at the agonized Black Wukong before him. Then in a frigid tone he declared, "A waste like you, even if you seize another's body through filthy means, will never become a true power. You are destined to remain a pitiful insect, forever unable to conquer a Saiyan. Regardless of the timeline, you will die at the hands of a Saiyan." Self-righteous deity vanished from this world entirely. As Trunks' merciless words fell, he retracted his fist. Blood gushed from the wound on Black Wukong's chest. However, Trunks offered him no respite. With his palm aimed at Black Wukong's body, an energy wave rapidly coalesced. Whoosh! As the energy wave was unleashed, Black Wukong's body was instantly engulfed. Like a wisp of smoke in a tempest, he vanished without a trace. This? Incredible! The old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin stood dumbfounded. They knew well that the being just slain was immensely powerful. Yet in the presence of Trunks, he had proven utterly helpless. In the blink of an eye, he was annihilated. For Android 18 and Android 16, their expressions remained calm. They understood Trunks' strength well. Perhaps Trunks was not yet a match for a god of destruction, but dealing with such minor characters was well within his capabilities. Zamasu. Upon sensing Black Wukong's demise, the green-skinned Zamasu revealed shock and fear on his face. To effortlessly erase another Zamasu was certainly not something just anyone could accomplish. Besides gods of destruction and angels, few possessed such power. Yet the individuals before him were merely humans. The very lowly humans they held in disdain. Greenskin freak, you should focus on taking care of yourself. At that moment of Zamasu's shock and fear, Android 17's voice echoed in his ears. Immediately after, a single punch sent the green-skinned Zamasu flying. His body skidded along the ground for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a stop. Though he bore some scrapes, they quickly healed. Earlier, the two had gathered the Super Dragon Balls and wished for an immortal body from the dragon. Thus no one could kill him. It was likely that even a god of destruction's destruction could not entirely obliterate him. That guy seems a bit strange. Android 17 has inflicted countless injuries upon him, each time with significant force. Yet he shows no signs of any wounds. Android 18 observed in surprise as she looked at the green-skinned Zamasu. After training, Android 17's power had surged dramatically. In this battle, he was completely overwhelming the green-skinned freak. Yet despite landing numerous blows, it appeared he was causing no actual harm. Aside from some tattered clothing, Zamasu bore no injuries. This was utterly absurd. No, that guy has indeed been hurt, but he seems to possess an incredibly strong self-repair function. Thus, after each injury, he heals rapidly. Android 16 interjected with an explanation, having observed the situation clearly. 17's attacks were not ineffective. It was simply that the green-skinned freak's recovery ability was too formidable. TCH. What on earth is this guy? How can he be like chewing gum? Though I inflict damage every time he quickly recovers. Android 17 also sensed the anomaly, his brow furrowing slightly. Though he and Android 18 were both infinite energy androids, if this continued they would gain no advantage. The green-skinned freak's self-repair capability was simply too strong. Foolish, filthy humans, this is the greatness of a god. How can you wretched insects hope to kill the greatest deity? As Zama stood up, his face twisted with madness as he taunted. With his immortal body, he could act without restraint. Unless a god of destruction's destruction could annihilate his immortality, no one could accomplish that. Undeniably, these insects possessed great power surpassing all Kaioshin's. But to kill him, that was an impossibility. You shameless creature, even in such a battered state, your tongue remains sharp. I want to see if you can recover from this kind of damage. With gritted teeth, Android 17 charged at Zama's, once more unleashing a flurry of punches. However, the freak's recovery ability was indeed remarkable. Every time he was struck, he healed swiftly. This only fueled Android 17's frustration. Enough, Android 17. This guy has an immortal body, and with our current strength, it is indeed difficult to deal with him. Come back. Trunks instructed Android 17. With 17's current power, he could not inflict significant damage on Zama's. An immortal body was indeed formidable, but it only meant invulnerability to death, not pain. Reluctantly, Android 17 returned to Trunks' side. Possessing power far exceeding that of the green-skinned freak, yet unable to kill him, felt extremely uncomfortable. Have you finally come to your senses, insects? Your power will never be enough to kill me. Zama's proclaimed triumphantly. He seemed to have completely forgotten that his companion had just been obliterated by a single punch. At this moment, aside from Trunks, everyone else bore serious expressions. If this guy truly had an immortal body, killing him would indeed be challenging. Yet seeing Zama's so self-satisfied, Trunks stepped forward. Then he spoke. While we may not be able to destroy your immortal body, surely you feel pain, right? I am curious to see whether you prefer a swift death or a tormenting existence that is worse than death. After finishing his words, Trunks raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Though he might not be able to utterly destroy Zamasu at this moment, there were ways to torment a person that extended beyond mere death. Sometimes killing someone could be far too merciful. Since Zamasu believed he could not kill him, then he would not do so. Living in a manner worse than death could often be more decisive and satisfying than simply dying outright. Nanny. The green-skinned Zamasu was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had not quite grasped what Trunks intended to convey. Before he could fully react, Trunks' right hand clenched into a fist, and a shimmering silver energy shield instantly enveloped Zamasu's body. It tightly wrapped around him. With a gentle squeeze of his fist, the silver energy shield began to contract immediately. Zamasu's body shrank in tandem. The sound of his anguished screams echoed throughout the entire realm of the gods at that moment. As the energy barrier continued to constrict, Zamasu's form had already diminished by half. Blood-red cracks appeared in his pupils. It was evident that he was enduring unimaginable torment. Though his body was indestructible, this form of suffering was far more painful than death itself. How does it feel, great deity? Isn't this sensation quite pleasant? Would you like me to add a little more spice? Trunks asked with a smile. Suddenly, sharp silver needles appeared on the inner side of the energy barrier. They pierced directly into Zamasu's body. Zamasu's screams grew increasingly shrill. Old Kaioshin and Kaioshin Asin recoiled in fear, gazing at Trunks with terror. This guy who appeared so harmless like a handsome neighbor was unexpectedly cruel. Even though Zamasu was no saint and had nearly killed them, they could never bring themselves to torment him so. Kill me. You insignificant bug, if you have the ability, then do it. Zamasu was clearly unable to withstand the excruciating pain any longer. Every inch of his skin was ablaze with torment. Even a deity could hardly endure such agony. At this moment, he fully understood the human's earlier words. To die a swift death was preferable to living in relentless torment. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose a quick demise. This suffering was far too unbearable. Yet even in such pain, Zamasu's defiance remained. Trunks had to marvel at this peculiar creature. While his entire being was soft, his stubbornness was remarkably hard. Bug, just go ahead and kill me. Zamasu screamed in agony. Trunks stepped closer to Zamasu, feeling a twinge of guilt at the sight of his torment. But there was nothing he could do. With his strength, he could not grant Zamasu a quick end. Thus he stood helpless. Kill me. Hurry and kill me. Zamasu's features had contorted beyond recognition. Pain. Tearing excruciating pain. It was unbearable. More agonizing than when Virago lost his beloved. I'm truly sorry, great deity. As you can see, it's not that I don't want to help you. I am simply powerless. After all, you possess an immortal body, and I cannot kill you. Trunks shrugged with a nonchalant expression. Zamasu was now filled with both pain and rage. Wanting to die yet being unable to do so. You bug, ant filthy lowly creature. Zamasu continued to curse furiously. However, the more vehement his curses became, the tighter the energy barrier constricted. The agony intensified as though countless golden needles were piercing his heart. And in truth they were. The silver energy had indeed materialized into needles that had already pierced his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. I initially thought your body would be as resilient as your mouth, but it seems that is not the case. Enjoy this pain thoroughly. You will live in this torment forever, forever, and ever. The life of a deity is long, perhaps this suffering will accompany you until the end of time. After saying this, Trunks turned his back. Sometimes dealing with obstinate individuals required them to experience a bit of hardship. Especially considering that this individual had utterly destroyed 12 universes in the original Dragon Ball Super. In their eyes, humans were nothing but filthy lowly beings, even less than ants. Letting him experience such pain was in a way a form of mercy. Afterward, Trunks approached Kaioshin Asin. He spoke, "Let this stubborn fellow remain in the realm of Kaioshin forever. Yais. I will keep a close watch on him." Looking up at Trunks, Kaioshin Asin nodded repeatedly, filled with terror. At that moment, Trunks seemed like a frenzied demon in his eyes. Such ruthless and cruel methods were beyond their capacity to execute. Even if Zamasu was indeed a villain, there's no need to be so afraid. I am not a devil. I won't harm others without cause. It's just that this fellow is different. His goal is to eradicate all humans and deities to dominate this world. And in other timelines, he has indeed accomplished this, exterminating countless humans. Such a demon must be dealt with in a manner even more ruthless than his own. Noticing the fear and apprehension in Kaioshin's eyes, Trunks patted his shoulder and spoke calmly. If it were anyone else, Trunks might not have been capable of such cruelty. But Zamasu was not like everyone else. Since he regarded all humans as mere ants, he must experience the suffering they brought upon him. I understand. Kaioshin Asin nodded dully. It was clear that fear had consumed his mind. He hadn't truly absorbed what Trunks had said. At that moment, old Kaioshin hurried over. Though he felt the same fear, he managed to appear considerably steadier. He addressed Trunks. "Thank you so much, Mr. Trunks. If you hadn't intervened, the entire realm of gods might have been destroyed. Rest assured, we will keep a vigilant watch over this fellow." Old Kaioshin was evidently much calmer than Kaioshin Asin. "Very well, I appreciate it. However, I have one more request. I hope the old Kaioshin can assist me." Trunks looked at old Kaioshin and spoke. Since he had come to the realm of gods, he could not leave empty-handed. The old Kaioshin looked utterly astonished. It was hard to believe that the young man before him, who possessed an absurd level of strength, was asking for his assistance. To put it bluntly, even if all 12 Kaioshin from their universes combined forces, they would still be no match for this young warrior. What a surprising request. Did this young man somehow know of his existence beforehand? That seemed unlikely, considering he had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword for an unfathomably long time. So long that even he had lost track of the years. He only remembered that the position of Kaioshin had changed hands 15 times since his imprisonment. "Yes," Trunks confirmed. "I can only ask you for help, and no one else has the capability." He continued, "You must have noticed that I am a Saiyan." The old Kaioshin nodded seriously. In truth, Trunks was reluctant to address him as master. Perhaps this was due to having watched Dragon Ball GT, where the old Kaioshin had scolded Goku and his friends over the evil dragons incident. Since then, he had developed a certain distaste for that character, though it had not reached the level of outright hatred. Nevertheless, it felt uncomfortable to call someone weaker than himself master. "Indeed, I recognize you as a Saiyan," the old Kaioshin replied thoughtfully. "What surprises me is that while Saiyans are often referred to as a warrior race, their battle power is generally weak. At least to my knowledge, no Saiyan has ever reached your level." The old Kaioshin acknowledged, though his understanding of Saiyans was limited to what he had gleaned during his time as a Kaioshin, when he was more familiar with the planets across 4 galaxies. He was aware of the existence of Saiyans, but back then, despite their self-proclaimed status as a fighting race, they were not particularly formidable. In fact, there were many races within the universe that could defeat them. Trunks' presence astounded him. A Saiyan with such incredible strength. The divine energy he had unleashed while vanquishing that individual known as Black Goku and controlling Zamasu was astonishing. The fact that a Saiyan could harbor divine power was enough to pique the old Kaishin's curiosity. "So how exactly do you need my assistance?" he inquired. "However, I must state up front that if I cannot help you, I hope you will spare those too." He gestured towards the Kaishin and Jebet, adding, "I've been sealed for countless ages and my death would mean little to me. But these two, while they may seem useless, are the hope of the seventh universe." "Do not worry. Oh, I am not a bloodthirsty person," Trunks assured him. "As for the help I seek, I am certain you can provide it. It's simple. Help me unlock my potential." "I know you possess that ability." Trunks nodded earnestly. In the original Dragon Ball Z, the old Kaishin had helped Gohan unlock his potential, leading to a significant increase in Gohan's strength. However, Gohan had sacrificed his Saiyan transformations in the process. Trunks needed to ensure that he retained his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan after unlocking his potential. This would undoubtedly make him even more formidable. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin appeared momentarily stunned. It seemed that no one was aware that he could unlock potential. This young man, who looked to be no older than 100, knew about it, which genuinely surprised him. "Very well. I will do my best," he finally replied, nodding slowly. Despite his astonishment, he realized he had little choice. The Saiyan before him was far too powerful. Although Trunks claimed not to be a bloodthirsty individual, who could say for certain? If he became displeased and unleashed chaos in the divine realm, it would be quite troublesome. No one would be able to stop him then. "Thank you," Trunks said politely. The old Kaishin continued, "There's no need for thanks. After all, you could be considered our savior. However, unlocking your potential may take some time, approximately 5 days. Of course, it could take longer depending on an individual's potential." "That's fine. I have plenty of time," Trunks replied, nodding. As of now, he felt relatively unburdened, as he had not encountered any formidable foes aside from the god of destruction, Kampa. It would likely be some time before he had to face Kampa again. "All right, let us begin," the old Kaishin instructed. "Please take a seat. During the process of unlocking your potential, you must remain focused and refrain from engaging in any other activities." "I understand," Trunks affirmed as he settled into a meditative position. Meanwhile, 17 and 18 remained quietly nearby, curious about what transformations Trunks might undergo after unlocking his potential. The unlocking process seemed somewhat trivial, as the old Kaishin merely circled around Trunks repeatedly. This mirrored the original narrative, and Trunks was not surprised. However, 18 felt that this approach seemed rather lackadaisical. No matter how one looked at it, it did not appear to involve any genuine effort to help unlock potential. As days passed, 6 in total, the old Kaishin appeared increasingly fatigued, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Trunks remained perfectly still, his eyes closed, maintaining this posture for the entire 6 days. The others dared not interrupt, waiting patiently. Finally, the old Kaishin let out a long sigh and plopped down onto the ground, clearly exhausted. "It's done. You can open your eyes now. The potential unlocking has concluded. This is the limit of what I can achieve with my current abilities," he said, gazing at the seated Trunks. At that moment, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a silvery light reminiscent of a crescent moon. His aura and gaze transformed into something fiercely sharp. "It seems that there has indeed been a change. Although I cannot sense Trunks' aura, his gaze has completely transformed." Seeing Trunks' eyes at that moment, Android 17 immediately spoke up. Though they were androids and unable to perceive Trunks' energy, it was evident from his expression that he had undergone a significant transformation. "Yes. I hope Trunks can become stronger. I wish that the sort of incident that happened before never occurs again." Android 18 nodded, her face filled with anticipation. The last encounter with that so-called god of destruction, a grotesque figure, was enough to send shivers down their spines. Even now, they had come perilously close to being killed by that creature. They hoped that this time the potential development would prove genuinely beneficial for Trunks, and they yearned for him to possess the strength to confront the god of destruction. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Trunks slowly rose to his feet. He then helped the old Supreme Kai up, as the elder had expended considerable energy to assist him in unlocking his potential. "Thank you, old Supreme Kai. I'll consider this a favor. If the opportunity arises, I will repay you." Trunks spoke to the old Supreme Kai in an exceedingly calm tone. He could feel that his strength had indeed undergone a remarkable change. A vast, formidable power surged within him, akin to that of a ferocious beast. "Trunks, how do you feel?" Android 18 quickly approached, inquiring. While they could sense that Trunks had changed, they were still unaware of whether he had truly become stronger and to what extent. Thus, curiosity consumed each of them. "Trunks, can you show us your strength after unlocking your potential?" Android 17 eagerly joined in, his curiosity palpable. Not far away, the Supreme Kai and Jebet were also visibly intrigued. They had never known that the Supreme Kai possessed the ability to help others unlock their powers. They wondered if this was a unique ability of the ancestral Supreme Kai or a skill inherent to all Supreme Kais. It seems you are all quite interested in my strength after unlocking my potential. Since that's the case, I shall satisfy your curiosity. Glancing at the eager faces surrounding him, Trunks nodded in agreement. He too wished to gauge the extent to which his base combat power had risen after this experience. Yes. Android 17 nodded enthusiastically. However, the group was wise enough to step back, quickly creating a distance of several hundred meters. They understood Trunks' might. If they remained too close, they could easily be harmed by the energy he might unleash. Once everyone had retreated to a safer distance, Trunks' expression suddenly sharpened. With a swift motion, he clenched his fists tightly. Buzz! In the next instant, accompanied by a resonating hum, an overwhelming aura exploded forth from Trunks' body. Rustle. Boom. The terrifying energy shook the air violently, causing the entire realm of the gods to tremble fiercely in an instant. A deep roar erupted from Trunks' throat. His entire form was enveloped in a silvery white aura. This energy was entirely different from when he had mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct. It cut through the air like countless razor-sharp blades. Wherever the energy passed, the ground was smoothly sliced, creating clean cuts. Surrounding mountains and trees collapsed one after another. Androids 17 and 18, sensing the rising intensity, swiftly retreated further. It appeared they had underestimated Trunks' strength. Even standing at a distance, the overwhelming aura made it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. What terrifying energy! Just how much has this guy improved? Android 17 exclaimed, arms crossed, defensively, disbelief etched across his face. Though he had sensed that Trunks had changed and gained power, he hadn't anticipated such an extreme transformation. At that moment, they were already over 300 meters away from Trunks, yet the rampant energy still made it challenging for them to maintain their composure. Remarkable. I never expected that old man had such skills. Just spending a few days with Trunks has led to such a drastic change in his power, Android 18 marveled. Initially assuming he was merely an old fool, they were now astonished by his capabilities. Trunks' base combat power was evidently far greater than before. The entire realm of gods quaked violently, the aura expanding relentlessly into the distance. How incredible! I've never felt such a powerful presence. I doubt even the Majin Buu of the past could reach this level. This is no joke. A human's power surpasses that of the gods by such a margin. The Supreme Kai and Jebet were left utterly dumbfounded. They had always believed they were among the highest echelons of power in the universe, with only a few beings aside from Majin Buu capable of surpassing them. However, they had not anticipated that the being before them had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Trunks continued to amplify his energy. Crack. Boom. His aura surged wildly, causing the ground beneath him to crack with a crisp sound, fissures as thick as a thigh rapidly spreading in all directions. The entire realm of gods seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it could be destroyed at any moment. Trunks, please stop. If you continue to elevate your energy, the realm will be destroyed. Sensing the impending collapse of the realm, the old Supreme Kai urgently called out to halt him. It seemed even he had not anticipated that after unlocking his potential, Trunks had reached another level of power. What was even more astonishing was that he had not employed any divine power. He was relying solely on his human energy to make the entire realm tremble. Whoa! Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's voice, Trunks took a deep breath, stabilizing his energy. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the power within him, vast and boundless, unlike anything he had experienced before. His base combat power had multiplied exponentially compared to before unlocking his potential. This feeling is simply marvelous. It far surpasses the strength I gained after 9 months of rigorous training. Trunks reveled in the newfound power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It seemed this journey to the Supreme Kai's realm had yielded tremendous rewards. After Trunks completed his potential development, a powerful surge of energy caused the entire 7th universe to tremble violently. Particularly the planets closer to the realm of the Sword God quaked significantly, as if on the verge of collapse. Trunks, quickly retract your energy. If this continues, all emotions will be shattered by you. Even the entire universe could be affected by your overwhelming aura, the Supreme Kai urged. Although he understood that the ancestor had greatly enhanced Trunks' powers, he was still taken aback by the monumental shift in Trunks' aura. At that moment, Trunks could indeed be described as the most powerful warrior in the universe. The strength of this ugly duckling is astonishingly fierce. It's truly unbelievable. This powerful aura, aside from sensing it from Lord Beerus, I have never encountered such intensity from anyone else. Even the old Supreme Kai wore an expression of shock. To be honest, he had been sealed within the sword of the sword god for far too long, and over the years he had not encountered any stronger beings, be they human or divine. Thus he believed that Trunks at this moment was the strongest existence aside from Lord Beerus. The Saiyan race truly evoked a sense of incredulity. Just mere humans, yet capable of wielding power that surpasses the divine. Is this the power I possess now? It's truly astonishing, the old Supreme Kai mused. From my current strength, even if Lord Beerus the Destroyer were to descend, I would still have the ability to fight back. Trunks was filled with absolute confidence in his abilities. If previously his strength was incomparable to that of Lord Beerus, now he felt prepared for battle. And the opponent he most desired to challenge was naturally Lord Beerus. As long as he could hold his ground against Beerus, it should not pose a problem. However, under the insistence of the two Supreme Kais, Trunks quickly retracted his aura. If this continued, it might lead to catastrophic repercussions for other planets. That was not his intention. Moreover, destroying other living beings' worlds would weigh heavily on his conscience. Trunks, you truly surprised me. I had no idea your power could elevate to such heights. You're even stronger than the four Supreme Kais from thousands of years ago. At this moment, the Supreme Kai's gaze towards Trunks had completely transformed. It was important to note that the powers of the original four Supreme Kais were incredibly formidable. Yet compared to Trunks before him, there seemed to be a significant gap. This guy was merely a human, yet he managed to amplify his strength to such an extent. In the entire universe, it seemed few could rival him. To even call him the strongest in the universe would not be an exaggeration. You overestimate my strength, Supreme Kai, Trunks replied. You also underestimate the four Supreme Kais from your era, especially the Grand Supreme Kai who possesses a power beyond your imagination. It's just that due to certain circumstances, he couldn't unleash his full strength during the battle with Majin Buu. Trunks did not allow his newfound strength to inflate his ego. He was well aware of the Grand Supreme Kai's formidable abilities. Had it not been for the sealing of Moro's magic, the Grand Supreme Kai's power would not have waned so drastically. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the Supreme Kai was even more astonished. Could it be that Trunks knew about the other Supreme Kais? But he appeared to be merely in his teens, having never had the opportunity to interact with the other four Supreme Kais. How could he know so much? Of course, Trunks would not divulge this information. As a traveler from another world, he was well versed in everything that transpired in the Dragon Ball realm. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Destroyer, the angel Whis furrowed his brow slightly. The terrifying aura from earlier was simply too overwhelming. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it reached the level of Lord Beerus the Destroyer. In fact, if the two were to engage in battle, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus would emerge victorious. Whis, get in here right now. At that moment, Lord Beerus' voice echoed suddenly. Whis inwardly cursed, then hastily entered the Destroyer's palace. After a slumber of 39 years, Lord Beerus finally awoke. What happened, Lord Beerus? Why have you only slept for 39 years this time? Usually 39 years isn't even enough for a single afternoon nap. Whis looked at Beerus in surprise. It was well known that the destroyer of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, had a notorious affection for sleep. His penchant for napping had nearly led to the annihilation of the 12 universes by Lord Zeno. I just had a very strange dream. I dreamed that a formidable opponent appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai, claiming to be my rival. Is there any truth to this? Lord Beerus fixed his penetrating gaze on Whis. The dream he had experienced felt incredibly real, far from an ordinary dream. It was a premonition. This indicated that everything that transpired in his dream was indeed a reality. Lord Beerus, there is indeed an extraordinary individual in the realm of the Supreme Kai. However, I cannot be certain if he is the rival from your dream. Should we go check it out? Whis answered honestly. As the caretaker of the Destroyer, it was only natural to relay the truth when inquired. Could such a being truly exist? Then I must see for myself if he qualifies to be my rival. Lord Beerus squinted, his eyes glinting with a cold light. While he did not believe anyone in the universe could stand against him, the nature of his prophetic dream demanded his attention. He needed to thoroughly ascertain whether this individual had the potential to be his opponent. Only then would he find solace within himself and alleviate the questions swirling in his mind. Understood, Lord Beerus. I'll make preparations at once, and you should change your attire as well. Whis informed Lord Beerus. After a brief preparation, the two set off towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Trunks and the old Supreme Kai in the realm of the Supreme Kai also sensed Beerus' aura. This immensely powerful divine aura must belong to Lord Beerus. He has truly awakened at this moment. Since he is awake, let me see just how strong Lord Beerus really is. Let's see if this title of the strongest destroyer is merely for show. Feeling that overwhelming divine presence, Trunks clenched his fists tightly. A fervent desire for battle flickered in his eyes. A great battle was inevitable. This confrontation was something Trunks anticipated greatly. In fact, he had been waiting for it for quite some time. The first part of this book has concluded. The second part, Trunks challenging Beerus from the start, will commence in 2023. Thank you all for your unwavering support.